Chapter 5. Nandini. We got off the plane in Hyderabad airport and we took a handbag and light luggage and went out. Dad sent the car with the driver. Prachi and Kajal are still in Bombay and enjoying the seashore and beaches of Bombay. Kumar said let them enjoy here until the matter settled down in Delhi. From what Kumar told me, I thought Guru is only psychopath. Pratap took the cake away from Guru and he proved he is worse psychopath than Guru. I don't know what these people's problem. Instead of enjoying the girls, why they want to do all that to the girls, even though they are called girls. I can understand about Dimple, why did he do that to Sonia? She was supposed to be Loveleen. Would he have done the same to Loveleen if she is in her place? Is this the reason Kumar wants her to be kept away from Guru? Did he anticipate Guru would do something like that? Whatever it may be, Sonia is in a horrible situation. We went directly to the hospital. We went and saw the CT scan machine being unloaded and it would take some time to set it up. So, we went over to the house. The transporter machine outer box was kept at the house. And the board and all that has already arrived and kept aside. Kumar set up the machine and connected to power and switched on. He called Bombay and told them to send our luggage. Instead of us lugging the luggage, it was sent through the machine. We had our lunch and back at the hospital. Now the CT machine is being placed on the place where it was provided for. There are 2 technicians who have arrived from the USA after training. One learned about setting up the machine and other learned to operate and do scans. It has taken him whole day to set up and configure the machine. We asked the CM to inaugurate the machine. He came and cut the ribbon and switched on the machine. If the CM inaugurates it, we will get free publicity from the press. We asked him to pick a number from a bowl to have the first test done. He waited until we conducted the test and gave the results and went away. Next machine will be installed in Rodriguez hospitals. Maybe seeing us operating more hospitals would order them. One advantage we have is we know most of the hospitals in India as we approach them for software or they approached us. But only big hospitals can afford them. Still we have many number of big hospitals in India and even if we can install one in each city, we would be recovering our initial capital in a year. I said, I will look after the hospital and running of the CT scan for some time. Kumar went back to Bombay by transporter. This transporter will come in very handy if we have to move from place to place. This way we can have branches all over India and we can move from branch to branch easily. Kumar is telling me he will install next one in Manali. He said 16 hours journey is too far. Maybe he wants to have a look at Sunita once more. But will it not expose his invention? Or do he want to everyone to know about that? At present we have only checked on surface. Will it work if we want to send people to say space lab? Did he think about that? Or maybe one on the moon, we can start space tourism. We can become billionaires using this machine. He does not tell me his plans nowadays. He got the AI to draw up the blueprints and he safeguards them with multiple security. Maybe he will develop a few inventions and then let the public know. He may be worried about exposing himself to the public glare. I got a call from maintenance about some problem they are having. I have to go and look at it. Why they get all the problems when I am visiting? Kumar. Completing the installation, I went to Bombay to take delivery for the second machine for Rodriguez hospitals. After completing the work at Hyderabad, installation technician will reach Bombay. One installation technician would be sufficient, but we need at least one more operating technician if we are to attract more installations. We should start training technicians. Ram prepared the shape-shifting device prototype and brought it to me. It consists of a machine and one wearable coat type of thing. One has to wear the coat and put the DNA of the person on the machine and had to press a switch. Now the person who had worn the coat would look to the other persons as the DNA of the person. That person has to wear appropriate dress to complete the setup. I did not tell Ram what is the use of the machine. I said, we need more information to use the machine and he went away. I took a hair from Nandini's comb and placed it on the machine. I removed my clothes and put on the coat and switched the machine. I looked in the mirror, the transformation is uncanny. I took a dress from her wardrobe, thinking will it fit me or not. Surprisingly it fit me. It seems it can alter the size too. Otherwise how can we imitate animals? I went into the kitchen and Rose asked, when you have come madam? I said, just now. It seems my voice is like Nandini's only. Rose asked, I have not seen you arrive. I said, you don't know we have a machine that transports us in a minute. I asked, what news? Rose started to gossip about Kumar and Loveleen and about the new girls who arrived from Delhi. She was telling how Prachi was falling over Kumar sir, how she sits so close to him and Loveleen madam gets jealous seeing that. I asked, why Loveleen would feel jealous about that. Rose said, Loveleen madam has set her eyes on Kumar sir. Whenever you go to Hyderabad she would come over and spends the nights here. I have seen them on the same bed many times. I was thinking where she could have seen us on the same bed. We have been very careful around her. She must be telling her all this so she would reward her. Rose was going on and on about Kumar's activities with the newly arrived girls. I told her to give me a cup of tea and after drinking it, I told her I will go to Loveleen's house and come. I went and checked for Loveleen, she is in the office. So, I went inside the house and started to chat with Jyoti. After pressing her she did say Kumar came there and sometimes would ask for a cup of tea or coffee and she did not mention anything about Kumar staying overnight or having an inappropriate relationship with Loveleen. She seemed to be a smart girl and she knows how to keep her mouth shut. I opened Nandini's purse and took out a 10 rupees bundle and given it to her and buy something for herself and went to the office. I went in and sat with Joy and inquired about the work going on. While talking her looks seemed weird, she was looking at me what I would construe as sexy looks. I know she is a bisexual and it seems she has her eyes set on Nandini. I wanted to check if they have taken it any further. I asked, why are you looking like that? She asked, what way? I said, as if you are looking at a new person. She said, I am looking at a new you, somehow you seem different, I feel sexually attracted to you, I don't know why. This way I have not felt before. I don't know if she is referring to Nandini or behind person Kumar. Does she has feeling for me? I would prefer to keep her away from me. I said, don't talk rubbish, we both are girls, did you forget or what? Joy said, I did not felt like that about you before, today you look different and I feel a sexual tension in front you, I don't know why. It seems she is feeling the behind the person, so it must be she is keeping her feelings for me suppressed. I got up and said, we'll see you later, and went to Loveleen. Seeing me she started laughing. I asked, why are you laughing? She asked, what is this dress? How did you fit into that? I asked, who am I? She asked in return, who are you? I said, I am Nandini, any doubt? She looked at me closely and said, you seem to be wearing Nandini's dress, but why are you wearing her dress, Kumar? I asked, how did you recognize me? She said, I can see you, but you are looking smaller in this dress, which makes it different. I said, I am checking the new shape-shifting machine, either it has lost the power or you can see real me. Let us go and check others. I went and spoke to the receptionist, she behaved as if talking with Nandini, referring to me as madam. I went and asked, watchman, did you see Kumar? He said, I think he is in the house madam, I have not seen him come here. So, only Loveleen can see the real me. It must be having some glitch with her. We have to be careful before using this for all situations. We went back and removed the dress I am wearing and switched the machine to normal mode and I can be seen wearing the coat. I asked Loveleen, give me your hair. I put the hair on the machine and switched it on. I looked into the mirror and I could see Loveleen there, but Loveleen could see only Kumar. It seems Loveleen has some kind of link to me to see real me. I said, we will check this later and removed the coat and wore a dress and we came out of the room and I locked the room. I said, how could you see real me? I could not understand. Chapter 6. Nandini. I asked at least 2 technicians for the radiology department to be trained for operating CT scan. Then when the installation was completed, I sent the installation technician through the transporter. It has become easy for traveling between cities for us. No waiting at the airport, no traveling, and things like that. Kumar. I went and took patents for all the items I have created blueprints. I have filed whatever requirements and got them patented them in India. I called Bob and said, I want to patent some inventions in the US. He asked for the details. I gave him details of the transporter and invisible cloak and shape-shifting devices. He asked me, did you develop these? I said, yes, I have the blueprints and prototypes with me. I know he is going to ask for them. He asked the details, which he will send to USA for filing. I said, I will bring the required papers and meet him at his office. I took the blueprints to him with the forms filled for filing patents. If we file patents in the USA, it will be applicable all over the world. Bob said, he will file the patents in the USA. I came back to the office. Nandini asked, where did you go? I said, I went to file the patents in the USA. So, we will have some security for our inventions. Even though I picked them from the future, but they were given to them by Bob and it seems he has collected them from me only. The thing is that I could prepare them from my memory is the contributing factor. So, I have a right to have them patented to avoid someone stealing them. Filing them in the USA gives them more authenticity. She nodded her head and said, okay. What was Rose saying? I came to her and asked about you. I asked, when did you go to her? Nandini said, when we went to Hyderabad for the installation of the CT scan. I said, how do I know if you have gone to her? What did she say to you? She told me that she was talking about you and there is no reaction from me. But she felt something odd speaking with me that day. She could not control her talk, she was telling and she could not stop even if she wanted. I looked at her what it could mean. She thought a minute and said, you were telling about a shape-changing machine, what happened to that? I said, it seems to have a glitch with that. I checked on myself and showed Loveleen, she said she could see the original me, not what I am trying to changing into. I have to check if some problem with that. Nandini thought for a minute and said, show me, I want to see it. I took her to the room and instead of her hair, I put my hair on the machine and switched on and wore the coat. She said, I could see you only. I said, now try this on you and replaced the hair from mine to her and told her to look in the mirror after switching it on. She said, I am only there in the mirror. She said, it seems there is a problem with the machine, did you prepare the blueprints correctly? I said, I have to recheck the blueprints and check the PCB again. Probably they might have put the wrong ICs on the board. That is very big work, I will check later, and switched off the machine and I asked her to remove the coat. She removed the coat and handed it over to me. Seeing her naked, I went to her and kissed and one thing led to another and we had sex there in that room. We dressed and unlocked the door and came out and locked the door. I switched on the alarm on the door and we went to the office. Nandini asked that the Rodriguez Hospital installation was completed. I said, yes, they are waiting for the operating technician. She said, there is that problem we did not think of. After completing the training for the technician, he will come over. I said, you should have called him for a day after checking the machine, so he could go back and complete the training. Use the machine, this transporter is for this purpose only. I am taking one machine and going to Manali, after fitting it there I will give you a call. You get Sunita's parents and send them. I promised them I will send them to Manali to see their daughter. She asked, how are you going? I said, I will put them in a van and go with the van. I have already rented a van for this. It should be a 3-day journey. Nandini asked, what are you going to do for 3 days in the van? I said, I have printed all the matter I retrieved from the mind, and I am going to study that. Showing her full of printed material stacked in the boxes in the corner. She said, you seem to have lots of work. When I told Loveleen I am going to Manali to install the transporter, she said she will accompany me up to Delhi, as she has some personal work there. It seems Loveleen wants to spend some time with me. I said, okay by me, I will have some company. Nandini did not say anything, it seems she has accepted our relationship, which cannot be broken. She also must have got confidence that I will not leave her. Or thus she has some inner knowledge. So, we loaded ready-made transporter and put a tarpaulin on that and started our journey to Manali via Delhi. We decided to share the driving through the journey. We let the driver start off the journey and I started to read the material I printed. Loveleen asked, what are you reading? I said, this is the story of Pujari Kumar. We had a common starting in degree college and we both did deliveries during our degree college days. Now when I went to Bombay and Nimisha gave me a kiss, sweets and books before going. It seems it was before that, he met Sneha when she came to see her mother who was injured in an accident. He takes her to Nimisha who gives them some money and tells them to elope. He asks Nimisha where they can go. She says there is work in the fields and gives them instructions on how to reach there. He starts new life as night watchman and become village doctors and then Pujari. From then on becomes a Swami and starts an ashram. He amasses wealth and Swiss bank balances. Pujari Kumar is the one who took care of Sahiti when she became pregnant and he raises Leena for 7 years until she reaches us. When Sahiti meets him at the railway station, and he takes her to her house and finds the house was locked and the neighbors say they have gone abroad. Now it seems Sahiti has gone to Pujari timeline and they went to Pujari timeline Sahiti. It seems Sahiti's family might have met the same kind of end like our timeline Sahiti's family. If we look at Sahiti's problems with Suresh, in another timeline her daughter Leena was kidnapped by Suresh. Later that Leena was sent to Dead Kumar's timeline. In Dead Kumar's timeline, they started living in bungalows like us and Suresh did not dare touch them or she did not have a run-in with Suresh. In another timeline, Sahiti becomes pregnant before marriage and they go away to the village and she dies in childbirth. In other timelines, there is only a reference to her. She was not really in that Kumar's life. Then I told her about Pujari Kumar's children and how Loveleen reached Pujari Kumar. Which is slightly different from Dead Kumar's story. Then how Joy and Sunita reached him. It seems Nandini was not in his life. Now his wife Sneha is airlifted to the USA for treatment and Bob had taken his island for some work. Loveleen asked, how did he get an island? I said, some politician gave him that for the favors he did to them. Here there is a slight change in the story with Nimisha. Her uncle marries her secretly for getting children. When he fails to give children to her, they approach Pujari for help. He does what he called a putra kamesti yagnam and impregnates her with having sex with her in guise of doing the yagnam. He does this kind of thing with that timeline Loveleen too, but tried to use her husband too, who is completely impotent. He does not have any movement. After 4 hours I took up driving and drove for 2 hours and gave it back to the driver. I took some rest and when it was around 9 p.m., we stopped at a hotel on the way, took a room and had our dinner and slept off. Around 4 a.m. we had our tea and resumed our journey. This way we drove and the next day morning we reached Delhi and dropped Loveleen at her house and resumed our journey to Manali. We stopped in the night on the way and resumed our journey and reached Manali by evening. I got the transporter unloaded by the staff of the hotel and Pratap reached the hotel after half an hour. I presented him with one of the satellite phones and I am also carrying one. I called and informed Nandini that I have reached Manali and is about to install the transporter. She should send the driver to pick up Sunita's parents. I set up the transporter and waited for Nandini's call. Until that time, I played with Sunita's daughter. I missed playing with Veena as a small baby as she was returned to me at the age of 7. She is walking and talking small words. I looked into Sunita's face. There is an expectancy of meeting her parents, especially her father, who is closer to her than her mother, who would put restrictions on her. After half an hour Nandini called me and said, first I am sending their luggage. I said, okay. When the luggage arrived next, her father came through the transporter. When he assured Sunita's mother it is safe to travel, she came through the transporter. When she came out of the transporter, she caught Sunita and started to cry. We did not try to disturb her as it is her way of expressing joy and happiness. After that, she took the baby in hand and started to kiss her. Then she handed the baby back to Sunita. Sunita said, I will show your room and take them to their room. Now I sat with Pratap to discuss the pricing for transporting his guests. We calculated the pricing for traveling on first-class airfare if they have traveled directly and fixed the prices. We have 3 places at present: Bombay, Delhi and Hyderabad. We are planning to add more cities to our list. For sending the guests we will collect full charges based on the city and if he is sending them back, he can deduct his commission and pay me. After calculating the costs, I found it a very lucrative business. We don't know about what kind of accidents we might face in the future, but in the present scenario it seemed the most cost-effective and safest travel on earth. We have tested with animals, what happens when the other side loses power and things like that. It seemed to act appropriately. When the power off on the other side after send switch is pressed, the animal stayed back. When the power switched on it went over there. So, there won't be a problem of lost in transit. It seems whoever invented it had put safety features in them. We also provided redundant power features with multiple UPS. Surprisingly it does not use much power. Most possibly it uses power of 15-watt bulb. I waited for some time until they settled down and went and met Sunita's parents. Her mother thanked me profusely, and I said, there is no need to thank me for this small gesture. She asked, what is that box that brought us here? I said, it is my invention, we are calling it a transporter. It can transport anything between those machines. I told them I am going back to Delhi on some business. When they are ready Pratap will arrange their return. If they want they can go and visit Delhi also. If they are interested in visiting Delhi, I will make arrangements to have them a tour of Delhi. All I need to do is arrange a car with a driver. They agreed to that. I took leave of them and went to meet Sunita. She thanked me for getting her parents there, but she was not the same as Sunita. It seems marriage and childbirth have changed her, or her husband is looking after her well enough to forget me. I said, Pratap, I will send back the van. He sent some guests and some people with the local produce to Delhi. So, some extra money will be recovered by the driver. I said, goodbye and rang up Loveleen. I am returning and sat in the transporter and asked Pratap to send me over to Delhi. I have already trained him to use the transporter. I inquired about Sonia, as she is recovering, and I confirmed the day's events from her. I told her to take rest for whatever time she would like and asked Loveleen to see that she is looked after. Stayed there for the night and caught next day Rajdhani Express. I wanted to speak with Loveleen for some time about the stories of other timelines. This is only the second time we are traveling in Rajdhani. I started telling her about Pujari Kumar. He is my split timeline, but he is not like my alter ego who went to dead Kumar's timeline, otherwise I would have known about him earlier. My only previous knowledge was from what Sahiti told me about him. Lina also told me some things. At first, like me, his intention was only to earn money. For that purpose, only, he started ashram and took money as donations from foreigners saved in Swiss banks. When he found they were losing control, he sent them to an island and washed his hands off them. He did not care what they did. The island was filled with drugs and sex and all kinds of antisocial elements. There was no law, no police, nothing. I don't know much about what happened on the island. One day during cyclone, whole island was cleaned out. No survivors, nothing. He told his disciples, see what happens when you go on the way of adharma, God will punish this way. It seems that incident must have opened his eyes. He stopped these kind of things happening in his ashram. But he gave them full freedom to do anything in the ashram up to some limits. They can have consensual sex, no money in there, but if they want to buy they could collect the money and go out and buy their requirements. Joy is one of those who came to the ashram through Sunita. He had sent her to the village to teach. Sunita joined him after being suspended from her job and was getting half salary. He had performed some deeds to help some people politically, like making them CM, the deities used in the Yagnam. He built them temples and they have become famous around and they started performing Jatara to increase the foothold. Then more politically motivated people started to visit and take his blessing and they got their requirements. Then Laveen's father approached them with the idea of becoming CM of Delhi. As the state was being announced at the time, he wanted his daughter Laveen to be used in the Yagnam. After performing the Yagnam, which is like artificial insemination to impregnate Laveen, she was pregnant and she has come to stay at the ashram under guidance of Kumar. Then subsequently her father became CM. She with her driver Vishal stayed back with them. Vishal advised him why he is using Joy to teach in the village, to use her to teach software. So, Kumar started a software institute in Vizag and they started with purchasing super bazaars which run into problems. Then they started purchasing factories where there were problems with their owners and he made the workers shareholders and run those factories. The products of the factories are sold through his companies and he had become rich beyond knowledge. Now he started to give back to the society by building ashrams for old people and sick people. Joy branched out to software development and Sunita looked after the super bazaars and companies and factories. Laveen started to look after the ashrams being built around the country. When Sneha got breast cancer, they had done surgery and started treatment. Then Bob entered and asked him permission to take Sneha to the USA for treatment and in turn, he asked to give the island for development. As he doesn't have any use for the island he handed it over to him. Now from the time Bob visited him I started receiving information from Pujari Kumar. Then the door knocked and I opened the door and collected the dinner being served. I got up and washed my hands and came and sat at the table. After dinner we sat relaxingly and continued with another story. By the time I completed, as it is nearing 12 midnight and we switched off the lights and went to sleep. When we reached Bombay, we got down at Andheri and took a cab and reached our house. Chapter 7. Kumar. Nandini asked, your luggage came back 2 days back, where did you go? I said, I went to visit Sonia, she is better now but she is still in the hospital. Then we came back by train. She asked, why train? I said, just to finish up my reading. She asked, what did you find out? I said, as per my estimates there are 6 timelines running at present other than ours. Starting point for these timelines is around my completing SSC. First time it split is around the time after his marriage. Second time it split after completing of SSC. Then there were 4 timelines including mine which was split after my completing of my junior college and Sneha was taken away by their parents. In my time I got a slap and became a delivery boy and the rest you know. In my timeline it split after we started to do deliveries and Sneha comes to Vijayawada and they both elope to somewhere near Vizag and he becomes first as a doctor, Pujari and then becomes a godman or Swamiji, with political connections, money in Swiss bank accounts and then turns a leaf and start doing philanthropy work by starting ashrams for old and sick people. He is the one who took Sahiti and raised Leena for 7 years. Another Kumar in my timeline forgets her and marries Sahiti and his daughter Leena was kidnapped at the age of 1 and from the age of 2, she was raised by the dead Kumar. I told you about him many times. One thing I found about in these is that there is a Suresh who was responsible for Sahiti's problems. One time he gets her daughter kidnapped. One time he kidnaps her and kills her parents, that is in our time. One time he kills their whole family, which is in Pujari's time. Which I just found out. On my instructions, Pujari Kumar went to Vakolar and with the help of Deshpande gets her house checked. They found their skeletons buried there. Only in dead Kumar's timeline, he did not touch her or her family. It might be she marries him and goes live in her own house given by her grandmother. Then recently one more Kumar was sent to dead Kumar's timeline as my alter ego was killed by someone. His story seems quite different. He goes to Bombay after his SSC and joins in a diploma course, learns typing and shorthand, and then joins with the paints company in Vakola, where Nishita's father works. Then for time pass he works in a hotel, and there he meets two girls. Under some circumstances he takes those two girls and goes to Vijayawada to get away from their fathers. Then here Bob meets him in 1983 and sends him to 2017 and make him run a hotel on the highway bus stop. Then he finds he had some inheritance coming his way on his 21st birthday. He starts learning computers and gets a computer and practices. Here is an interesting point. There is a virus pandemic in 2019 where whole country comes to their knees. All the shops, companies, offices, and manufacturing activity stopped except for daily necessities. At this time, he goes to claim his inheritance and waits until he turns 21. Now in the will he was passed all the companies of dead Kumar. I think Bob arranged it that way. He will replace my alter ego. One more surprising thing is that my sister with her daughter enters into picture here. She remembers him as missing all those years ago, even though she is in dead Kumar timeline. To this Kumar Bob gives those blueprints to develop those items, which I picked and started to develop them. This is all I learned during my study on other timelines. The interface machine and AI have helped me a lot in this process. If I did not have one of them, it might not be possible to develop these products. Nandini said, "Go and have bath, I will serve you breakfast, it already become late." I said, "I am going," and went and had a bath and came back and sat down on the dining table. Completing my breakfast, I asked Nandini any more items sent by my brother. Nandini replied, "He is telling he could not get some ICs." I said, "I will check with him about what ICs are not available, maybe we will import them." I lifted the receiver and called Ram's satellite phone. He lifted and said, "Tell me." I said, "I just returned from Delhi, you were telling about not availability of some ICs." Ram said, "I inquired in the market, and they are saying these ICs are not made by any manufacturers." I said, "It is possible they are not yet available in the market, I will check with US manufacturers and cut the call. It seems they might be available in the future. As I picked the blueprints from the future, they might not be available yet in the market, most possibly they must be for mind communications devices, which require small ICs to reduce the size of the products. I have to confirm with Bob." I along with Nandini went over to the office. Loveleen has not yet come, but Joy came and wished me. I inquired about the DCM's daughters. Joy said, "They are staying at your flat only. They said they will come later to the office to speak with you." I called Dimitri and spoke about manufacturing the vaccine for the outer space virus. He said we need more additives to be imported. With the limited supply of the additives available, they have put together some vaccine vials for emergency distribution. Few of the researchers have already taken the vaccine in anticipation of going to the affected areas and distribute the vaccine kits. I said, "It is a good idea, I will ask Bob to order more additives and start manufacturing the vaccine with the help of Sonali's father. He is ready to set up a small manufacturing facility for the vaccines. I will send a transporter to the lab, we can transfer the materials easily between Bombay and the lab." I called Mahira and asked her, "Send a transporter fully made, packed in wooden crate and send it to Vizag through surface courier. We will pick it up from their office." Loveleen came to the cabin and I asked her to sit and offer tea, and after having tea I inquired about the happenings in the Haryana politics. She said, "My father is offered home ministry there." I said, "Good, what else is going on there? It is time to move our next pieces on the board." She asked, "What do you mean, moving pieces?" I said, "It is time we move pieces to make your father the CM." She asked, "Are you sure we should make our move now?" I said, "It is the time, why do you think? I had Vijeta and Prachi here in Bombay. They are our next moves." Loveleen asked, "What we should be supposed to do with them?" I said, "We will play them against CM." Loveleen asked, "How are we supposed to do that?" I said, "I promised them I will take revenge on their behalf for injuring Sonia and threatening Vijeta for the acts he has done. Now we will play DCM against CM and you instruct your father to be ready to take the DCM's MLAs and split the party. We will do it slowly, it might take another 6 months, let your dad enjoy the ministry until then." Loveleen said, "Until then these girls will stay here." I said, "They have not informed their father about the CM's son's actions and he had threatened Vijeta and blackmailed her with his own knife. If I had not skipped them from Delhi, he would have done something to her. These kinds of people should be in a mental asylum." Loveleen asked, "What about Guru, he had a hand in that?" I said, "Once your father becomes CM, he can take care of Guru also." Nandini came and asked, "What are you discussing so seriously?" I said, "Loveleen was asking about Vijeta and Prachi." Nandini asked, "What about them?" I said, she was asking how long they would be here. I was telling her, we have to plan something with them. Nandini asked, what will plan with them? I said, Vijeta was threatened by Pratap. I promised Prachi, we will take revenge on Pratap for doing that. That is why she kept quiet on that matter. Nandini asked, how will you take revenge on Pratap? I said, by committing him to a mental hospital. He is using his father's influence and doing those horrible deeds. He got Guru's support for his deeds. Now if they both come together, I can't imagine what they will do. But until Pratap's father is CM, he will use his influence to wriggle out of any situation. The only way we can commit him is to remove Dharmendra Singh from the CM chair. Nandini looked at Loveleen and said, so, the only way to do that is to make your father as the next CM. Loveleen looked at me and I looked at her. I asked Nandini, how do we suppose we do that? Nandini said, use the situation against them. Turn the tables against them. I asked Nandini, why don't you advise Loveleen how to go ahead about the situation? I can concentrate on these electronics. I know if I do that I will be keeping Loveleen away, but that would also reduce Nandini's suspicion. How the two of them interact with each other, I have to see. From Dead Kumar book, I had seen how Sahiti and Sunita interact after Sunita went and complained to Sahiti about that Kumar's parties with Kirit and Mahira. Even in business dealings they were just cordial and Sahiti would leave the interaction with Manisha. But here Nandini did not have any proof of our interactions and only hearsay by Rose. From what I heard from Rose, she was telling all lies and Nandini would realize that, otherwise she would be a fool to believe what she says. Her words are like adding oil to the fire. She is already suspicious, over that her words would increase her suspicions. If she is not loving so much, she would have left me long back with Rose's words. I have to do something about her. Maybe check her mind with the interface machine and find what is in her mind. Maybe enact a theft in our house and ask Rose to come for a truth-finding machine test. I have to teach AI to clean particular parts of the brain or particular thoughts. Unlike Dolly, I have to teach it to clean some thoughts or incidents in their lives. Sahiti can be a test subject, where I can clean her brain of the bad situations she went through. Loveleen asked me, what do you think of the idea? As I have immersed in my thoughts I did not hear their discussion and nodded my head. If Nandini is interested in politics, let her put her mind to it, at least she will have some self-satisfaction. I said, I will come back, and came out, lit a fag and stood smoking. I have not received any communication about Ram and Nishita's wedding. I removed the satellite phone from my waist and called Mom. I inquired about Ram's wedding date. Mom said, date is not yet fixed. I said, I will consult Purohit and fix a date for the wedding. I went to my room and picked up the keys and told Nandini and Loveleen, I will come back in half an hour, and went to Mahim temple and consulted Purohit there. He checked their Kundali and fixed the 22nd of December 1990 at 9:35 am as Muhurat. I informed Mom about the date. She said, it should be okay, and also inform Mr. Patel. I called Nishita and informed her of the date and told her to inform her father. On the way I stopped at a wedding card printer and ordered cards and told him to give me some samples. I collected the samples and returned to the office. Nandini asked, where did you go away? I said I went to fix Muhurat for Ram and Nishita's wedding. We will go in the evening and check which card is suitable with Mom. The phone rang and the operator said, a call for you, sir. I said, hello, it is the courier company VP Secretary Joyce. I asked, what can I do for you? Joyce asked, there was a box from your company to Vizag, my boss is asking what are you sending? I said, I wanted to send it through surface courier, what is the problem? She said, my boss wants to know what are the contents. It is mentioned that some electronic circuitry. Someone from our office thought you could be transporting a dead body and opened the box and checked. I asked, so what did they find? She said, nothing. I asked, so what is the problem? She said, no problem, but IMD is wondering what is that box for. I said, it contains electronic circuitry for safeguarding the dead bodies who have died from virus attack. We were doing experimenting on some viruses, we also got approval from government to experiment using dead bodies to retrieve the virus from them. She said, it is no problem for transporting them, the airport security cleared the box to transport through air courier. You may get a call from MD, please speak with him. I said, I will speak with him, no problem with me. It seems they are thinking I am keeping something in mind about their using data transfer software without paying me. The telephone rang again. The operator said, call from the courier company, sir. She connected the phone. I said, hello. The courier company operator said, hello sir, Madhvi here from the courier company, MD wants to speak with you. I looked at the time, it is around 3:30 p.m. I signed to get me tea to Nandini. I said, hello. He said, I am Lal speaking, how are you? I said, I am fine sir. What can I do for you? He asked, so, what are you doing now? I said, we have some companies, sir. He asked, what are those companies? I said, we have software development, computer assembly, electronics components manufacturing, medical equipment supply and a biotechnology lab. He said, I heard you are supplying computers at a very cheap rate. I said, we are manufacturing our own components, so we can assemble computers at a cheaper price. He asked, what is this lab you were talking about? I said, there was a virus scare when an asteroid hit Earth somewhere near Vizag. We are tasked with developing vaccines for that. Now we developed the vaccine and we are trying to set up manufacturing facilities. He asked, whose company is this? I said, I and my wife have 50% share and my wife's friends put the other 50%. We have a scientist from Russia doing the research. He asked, what about the box you sent to Vizag? I said, it is our own developed, manufactured in our electronics manufacturing unit. It is for our research use. He said, why don't you come and meet us sometime? I said, on the 22nd, my brother is getting married, why don't you come for the marriage, I will send you an invitation. He said, certainly I will come, bye seeing you. And cut the call. Nandini put the tea in front of me and asked, who is it? I said, Mr. Lal from the courier company, I don't know what he wants. But he is inquiring about me. So, I invited him to the marriage. Let us go to Vadala and finalize these wedding arrangements. I collected wedding card samples and with Nandini drove over to my parents' house in Vadala. Seeing me, the watchman opened the gate and I drove inside and parked in the parking area. Got down, collected the samples and clicked on the lift button. It seems power was off, now we have to climb 7 floors. I looked at Nandini, what shall we do? She said to call Lena to come down, we will wait until the power comes on, and then we go by the lift. I went to the car, picked up the satellite phone and came over to the lift. There's power restored and the lift came down to the ground floor and stood there with the open door. We entered the lift and pressed the button for the 7th floor. I looked at Nandini and she smiled. I smiled back and we got down from the lift and proceeded to the door. I pressed the doorbell and Lena opened the door and said Daddy caught me and took me to the sofa. I sat down and she sat down beside me and took the samples from my hand and looked at them and asked, are these for Uncle's wedding? I said yes, I brought them for your grandma's selection, then I will get them printed. She took them and went over to Mom to show her. Mom came out with the samples and asked, will you have tea? I nodded my head and asked if Dad has come home. She said he has not yet come, must be on the way. She selected a card and said they seem to be good, what language will they be printed? I said they will be printed in English. She asked with concern, we need them in Telugu to distribute to our relatives. I said I will get them printed in Hyderabad and get them here. Lena came over and told Grandpa is on the ground floor talking with someone. I said let him come up, we will take his advice too. Mom asked, you gave a share in the factory to Ram, but why did you give a share to Nishita? I said, I know about Nishita, they are business-minded people. She will push Ram to get better profits from the factory. If I had given only Ram a share, she might not take much interest, but whereas now she is equal partner with Ram and both of them together has a controlling interest in the factory. Another reason I gave them my total share of the factory is I don't want them to interfere in my other businesses. She might have an eye on a manufacturing company, as it is not my company and the total investment is by Bob in lieu of the lab to be set up. The manufacturing company had to support the lab which was set up by Nandini and her friends. That's why I took an interest and solved their problems. Next to my knowledge we will create more medicines and vaccines and take patents on them and will release them to the market. So, they will get returns on their investments. Mom asked, you gave Nishita a share to make her Ram work better. But if you are scared about her, why did you choose her for Ram? I said, you know about Ram, he was talking of never marrying, then why do you think he accepted Nishita's match? Mom asked, why? I already told you, they have a cosmic connection, they were made for each other. There is no other way than to bring them together. Mom asked, Ram was telling you created a kind of device which you can go from one place to other in an instant. I said, it is called Transporter. I installed one in Manali and I will send these newlywed to Manali for their honeymoon. Then you with Dad can go there in the summer for a trip. You know Sunita is looking after the hotel there. Lena came and sat beside me and asked, Daddy, what shall I give a gift to Uncle for their wedding? I said, forget about the gift for Uncle, I have a gift for you. Lena asked, what is it Daddy? I got you a partnership with the medical equipment company, you have a 25% share in the company. In 1 or 2 days we will get the papers for the company. Nandini, who was silent for all this time, asked, which company you are talking about? I said, it is the newly set up company where we will be supplying CT scan and MRIs. I registered the company in Leena's name with others. The money I withdrew from the factory, I used for the capital. Nandini asked, so you have not withdrawn from the software company? I said, to withdraw from that I had to take permission from both of you. I will speak to you about that later. Leena hugged and said, thank you daddy. You are welcome. The doorbell rang and Leena went and opened the door and told my daddy excitedly, Tataya, daddy gifted me a company in my name. Dad asked, what is she talking about? I said, our new company for supplying medical equipment, I put it in Leena's name. Mom showed him the sample cards and showed him one, said, I have selected this one. I said I will get a sample printed and get it to you for verification. I got up and said, I will come back with a sample card. Mom said, have dinner and go. I said, we will have dinner later, kissed Leena and said goodbye and came down. When we sat in the car and returning, Nandini asked, what are you talking about opening the company in her name? I said, I don't want legal tangles later about her, so I gave her the company share. She asked, what do you mean? I said, you know she is my daughter, I know, but in the eyes of society, she is still the adopted daughter, so I had transferred my share to her, she will have something in her name. Nandini asked, do you think I would show partiality towards her? I said, we never discussed about kids, what is your opinion about kids? Nandini said, I never thought about kids. Quote. I asked, when are you going to think about them? If you don't want them, please let me know, and I will plan something. Nandini asked, if I don't want kids, what will you plan? Plan with someone else. I said, I might do that. Nandini asked angrily, do you have someone in mind? No, that's what I want to plan. Nandini asked, does Loveleen included in your plan? No, Loveleen would get through, I have in mind Atul and Reena to adapt. Nandini said, oh, you want to plan to adapt them? I said, for that, I don't have to plan, they would come in front of us. Nandini asked, how will they come in front of us? I said, maybe fate will bring them in front of us. Or Bob might bring them to us. What is Bob's interest in us? I said, he is a kind of guardian angel for us. He had to look after our needs and do that needful. Now that Leena from other timeline became scientist doing research on viruses. So, your daughter would also become a scientist on viruses. I said, I think so. So, Atul, Reena and Dhruv are looking after their USA branch as software professionals in the timeline my alter ego went. In Pujari Kumar's timeline also, he is looking after the software business which is headed by Joy. Maybe Reena and Dhruv might join him. Nandini said, you are talking as everything is predestined. Except for Pujari Kumar and that Leena's father, all went into software development one way or another, even though none of them has studied software engineering. Out of 9 Kumars, 7 were in software development. Quote. Nandini asked, you said only 7 timelines are there. I said, due to the death of 2 of them alternate persons were sent there. Now from what I was told on the Himalayas, I am being groomed for something coming up. Nandini asked, what it could be. I said, I don't know, I was told I will be informed at the appropriate time. It might have to do something to do with the virus pandemic or war. Because of the way Bob is preparing other timelines. To one Kumar, Bob is giving all those futuristic items to develop. Bob took an island from Pujari Kumar to develop as an underground bunker. Bob told me that after developing that he will hand it over to me. It is in another timeline, how will he hand it over to me? Won't he hand it over to Pujari Kumar? Nandini asked, you mean to say, Bob is preparing you to meet some imminent emergency coming upon us mankind? I said, there is a virus pandemic in the year 2019 and war clouds looming large after that. Nandini asked, is it the same virus we developed a vaccine for? I said, from what I have seen from 2 of the timelines, all the companies were closed. All the shops except food items selling have been closed. Schools and offices were closed for a prolonged time. From the last reports received, the atmosphere has not come back to fully normal yet. Nandini asked, you did not tell me about the virus. I said, it does not seem to be the same virus. The virus we researched is much more dangerous. This virus has a longer mutation period. Even though the death rate is high, it is not as dangerous as our virus. What I don't understand is why Bob is not involved in that. It seems he was instructed not to interfere in the spread of the virus. Nandini asked, what about the 1 crore you put in medical equipment company? You did not withdraw from the software company account. Did you withdraw from manufacturing company? I said, no, it was withdrawn from assembly company before handing it out to Ram and Nishita. I want to give them only basic company. I paid Mahira, Krishna and Raj their dividends and withdrew my share of dividend. Others were doing investments in their children's names. One Kumar put the money in a kind of trust for his children. Another 2 opened companies in their kids' names to safeguard their future. Dead Kumar put all the 4 bungalows in the kids' names with 10 lakh seed money to start computer hardware unit. Another Kumar while remarrying put some investments in the children's names to safeguard their future. So, I did the same for Leena. Nandini said, I am not criticizing your decisions, you have given me 25% share before our wedding without me putting any capital. You must be having trust on me and Joy. I said, it is more than trust, and did not elaborate. I want her to think it is love, sometimes unspoken words are more powerful than spoken words. So, what have you decided about Loveleen's father's situation? How do you want to proceed further on that? I think we have until mid-1991 before the elections are announced. We should turn the tables by that time. Nandini said, how it will be if we ask Manohar Das and Rajveer Khanna come to Bombay for consultation. We can ask Manohar Das to come to Bombay with regards to his daughters and Rajveer Khanna we can just ask him to come over. I asked, what will we discuss with them? We will have Manohar Das understand the situation, he might be peeved that Rajveer Khanna got home ministry. We can make him understand why he had to do that. I asked, what will that achieve? Let them get to know each other and let the Manohar Das understand whatever we did for the welfare of his daughters and their safety. Then at the correct time they can rebel against the CM. I said, excellent idea, you are picking up on the politics. Nandini asked, what will be our advantage if Rajveer becomes CM? I said, not only we will keep our word with Loveleen, we should expect some political mileage with our companies. She asked, so, now you drop the idea of her investing with you. I said, at least she is investing her time with us. While you were building the lab, she has taken over your work. Over that when I was having problems with brain overload, she looked after me. That is why one time she stayed overnight at our house. I was troubled by the amount of data received from multiple timelines. She sat with me until I could sleep peacefully, then went over and slept in the guest bedroom. Another time it was at the lab, I was receiving massive amounts of data about viruses and its treatments and I had to sift through to find the correct way to prepare vaccines and the way to do it. Then I ordered additives with the help of Bob and prepared a paper on how to develop vaccines using the latest methods used in the 2019 vaccines creation and gave it to Dimitri. Nandini asked, so you got the idea of how to develop a vaccine from the future? I said, yes, over that I got the final vaccine preparation and medicine combinations from Leena, but not Alina. What you are telling about going to the Himalayas? I said, I was transported to the Himalayas and I recited some mantra there with other sadhus, which increased my brain capacity and later helped in my physical capacity too. They told me that now I am ready for whatever coming, but they did not elaborate even when asked. Why do you think they did not tell you? I said, maybe they don't have the correct idea. Bob was telling someone he could not travel beyond a certain point in 2020. That means the future beyond 2020 might be volatile. That might be decided based on the events that leading to that time period. Nandini asked, but how Bob can time travel? I said, he must be having advanced technology. I feel he is alien or working for them. But they don't seem trying to do any harm to us. I think Bob or his bosses think there are enemies possibly tucked away in China who are hell-bent on destroying the mankind. They are working secretly and what I understand from whatever data I received they are responsible for all the destruction in the last century. But another way it has led to scientific advancement. From the way Bob is handling things, it could be Third World War in the making. The way he ignored the global virus pandemic, he might have thought that it is just smoke screen to what is going to be sneaked behind the world which will be in shambles after the virus pandemic. The whole world went into lockdown during that time. Many small companies closed down. Big companies had to face losses. Only software industry could recover slightly with work from home option and food industry. Software companies adapted to the situation and allowed people to work from home. Because they have a robust internet technology. Nandini asked, do you need the internet for this purpose? I said, not only for this purpose, we need internet for the growth of software industry. As we reached the house, our discussion has been cut short. Maid said, Madam, I put the dinner dishes on the table and I am going home. Nandini nodded her head and did not speak. She must be thinking about what we discussed. Loveleen. I thought Kumar would stop his work with dad becoming joint DCM and he also got Home Ministry, which is a prestigious post. But it seems he is not satisfied with that and he wants to see him in CM's chair. It seems he has set his sights on 1991 elections. Now he has attached Nandini to the project Make CM. It seems either he wants to stay away from me or he wants Nandini to have more trust in him, the way he is acting. It seems he is not worried she will go away or will take him away with him, he is worried about the disruption of the business it will lead to in either of the situations. Now I have to see what idea she will come up with. The telephone rang, I lifted the receiver and said hello. It is Nandini, she said. We came up with a plan for your father, please come over. I asked, did you have dinner? She replied, we just finished. I said, then I will have my dinner and come over. She said, okay, see you then. It seems Nandini is taking over the project from Kumar, can I work with her as I did with Kumar? I had my dinner speedily and went over to Kumar's bungalow. Both of them are sitting on the sofa and I went and sat in front of them. I looked at Nandini expectantly. She said, our next target is to make your father next CM. Now at present time, we blackmailed Dharmendra Singh to make your father joint DCM. This kind of situation can't be continued for long. He will try to get upper hand somehow. Then the situation can turn dangerous. Then by that time Pratap Singh might try something with other girls. Knowing she is opposition leader's daughter, he tried to do such a thing, can't be imagined. Or did he think Sonia is not real Loveleen, or something? Did Guru could have a hand in that? We might never know. Our first aim to stop both of them from such an acts in the future. Until Dharmendra Singh is in CM's post, Pratap will do those acts with impunity. Now Guru has partnered with him. So, we can't imagine what they will do together. Kumar said, you must have seen how the doctor was scared about Guru. He was not ready to give us information, saying that Guru has lots of political clout. I have to use my line to CID and PM's office through my satellite phone. Unless they do their dirty acts here, I can't use the CID against them. Nandini continued, so only way left for us is put both of them in mental asylum. I said, the only way to achieve that is to remove Pratap's father from CM post. Nandini said, to achieve that the only way is for your father to shake hands with Manohar Das. I asked, how do you propose to do that? Nandini said, we have to get Manohar Das here to have a discussion using his daughters as bait. We should use Ram's wedding as an excuse to bring them together. I said, we will do that, got up, then I will take leave. I came back to my house. Part 8. Kumar's next step. Chapter 1. Nandini. I woke up from troubled sleep. My dreams were filled with the planning of meeting to be arranged with both the DCMs. I called Prachi to come to the office and I have to discuss something with them. We both reached the office and Loveleen has already reached the office, and after discussing today's works with Joy, I went to my room and Kumar went to his cabin. He said he is going to tweak the AI in the system to clean the brain of unwanted memories. Kumar. I know I can't use the machine to officially use for treatment. But if the other party gives their consent, I can at least attempt to clear some unwanted memories, that is my aim. I want to treat Sahiti and I know how much she endured, what with her being kidnapped and sold and her parents dead by those gangsters. I called the SI and told him about Dolly's memories, which should help them close many cases around the country. They can also recover the money stashed in Swiss banks and wherever it was stored in the country. He said, I will send my men to collect them. I inquired about the status of Dolly. He said, she is still in jail and the inmates think that she is just acting that way to get a reduced sentence and still fear her as before and leave her alone. I said, keep an eye on whoever visiting her in the jail. He said, she was placed in protective custody and she is not allowed any visitors. I said, these files will help to win cases against her accomplices. He said, thanks, and cut the call. I made 2 tweaks with the AI, one is the retrieval of particular memory points and imprinting of memories back into the brain. So that if the memories are wiped accidentally, they can be put back using the same technique used for retrieving. Now I need a test subject before testing it on Sahiti. Nandini came and said, I am going to meet Amanda about finalizing the order. I said, if she asks for an extra discount, don't refuse her and finalize the order, now she is our partner. She nodded and went away. I thought now is the time and called Rose, our maid, to the office. I told her to sit in the chair and asked her what she was telling about me to Nandini. She put on an innocent face and replied, I am not telling her anything. I looked into her eyes and said, I know you are telling lies. She said, I suppet, I am not telling lies. I said, if you are not telling lies then take a lie detector test. She must have thought, where would I get a lie detector to test her? She said, I am not telling lies, sir, I am ready to take the test. I asked her, are you sure you want to take a test? She replied, yes, sir. I stood up to fix the leads to her. She must have thought I would take her somewhere and got up. I asked her, why are you getting up? Sit down. She sat down, with a little fear across her face. I said, it will not at all hurt, and fixed the leads on her head. Now she is in a fix. If she refuses to take the test, I might send her to the police. She knows about my links with the CID and how we broke Dolly's gang. I sat back in the seat and asked her, what did you tell Nandini when she returned from Hyderabad? I looked at the system screen. The AI is picking up what is going on in her mind. When it slowed down, I asked her, why did you tell her lies? Then I gave the wipe command to remove memories pertaining to the part where I went to her and asked her about Kumar in Nandini's disguise. Then again I asked her the same question, what did she tell Nandini? She replied, I have not told her anything. Now seeing the success of the test, I removed the leads and told her, be careful with Nandini, if you tell her lies, she will not reward you, instead she will punish you. You can go back to your work. I checked what has been retrieved from her mind. It seems someone named Ramesh has put her to tell her those things and paid her 1000 rupees for that. Now, who is this Ramesh? Once Nandini went to meet him and brought some papers and photos. What is his play in trying to destroy our relationship? At the time he may not be aware of my relationship with Loveleen. Or it is because his plan failed by sending Nandini photos and he is trying to use Rose to fill Nandini's ears. Now I have to find out who is this Ramesh. I called the SI and said, there is an enemy in our camp, there is a person named Ramesh who is interfering in my personal life. He asked my maid to fill my wife's ears with lies. It seems he is trying to break us up. It is the second attempt by him. First, he sent her some photos and information about my previous girlfriends. As she is aware of them, she did not raise any issues. Now he tried to use our maid to tell lies to my wife. You should find him and bring him to me. I will find what is his end game. He said, I will check with the constables placed at your house and see. I cut the call. Who could it be? Ramesh. I have to get my hand on him. I can connect him to the machine and find out everything about him. I called the factory and asked them to send Sahiti to my office. I saw her last at Ram's engagement party and did not have any interaction with her. I should tell her about Leena's share in the medical equipment company. She is well placed with the manufacturing company, getting a good salary and living with her sister's family. Her only problem was what she faced in Calcutta. My next problem was getting the ICs for the items, which may not be available in the USA too. Maybe I have to contact Bob about them. Possibly he will look into their development. Loveleen. I called Dad to inform him about Ram's marriage on the 22nd and expected meeting with Manohar Das. He asked, what is the need for a meeting with him? I said, Kumar is planning the meeting with the eyes on the 1991 elections. He said, I will come down to the wedding, let us see how the things work out. Completing my chatting with Joy about pending works, I walked over to Kumar. He is in deep thought and did not seem to notice my entry. I sat in front of him and waited for him to come into this world, as he seemed to be away in another world. I waited half an hour and tapped on the table. He came back to the world and looked at me. I asked, where you went away? He said, I am thinking about an enemy in our midst, who is targeting my marriage. I asked, what happened? He said someone is trying to separate us. There is a person named Ramesh. Earlier he had called Nandini and handed over her photos of our parties and details of my previous relations. Now he targeted us through our maid Rose. I asked what did he try? He said, he bribed Rose to tell lies to Nandini with intention of separating us. What he does not know is that I had already told her everything about myself and I don't hide anything from her. I thought, did he tell her about our relationship? Then what is her reaction? Why didn't she take any action? It seems he did not tell her about us. He must be referring to his interaction with Nandini previous to their wedding. From what her friends told me after the birthday party, she knowingly went in search of Kumar when he did not come to Dehradun. So, she has full knowledge of his activities and it seems she knows about his girlfriends also. But who is this Ramesh trying to separate them? Did Nandini believe Rose's words? What action will she take? The operator informed that Prachi and Kajal arrived and were looking for Nandini. I said, send them to Kumar's cabin. They both came and sat on the sofa. I asked them, how come you are here? Prachi said, Nandini called us to discuss some matter. I asked, did you tell your dad about the incident with Pratap? Prachi replied, we did not speak with our father about it. I asked, at least did you inform him that both of you are here? Her reply was surprising, they don't care where we are. They will only care when we call for money. I thought what kind of parents they are, who don't inquire where their kids are. Possibly Surinder informs their father about them. I asked, where is Surinder? Prachi replied, I think he is in Chandigarh. It seems she did not inform him also. I said to them, the reason we called you to invite your family to Kumar's brother Ram's wedding on the 22nd. Vijeta asked, where the wedding will be conducted. I said obviously at these bungalows only, what better place than this? Prachi said, okay, I will inform my family about the invitation. I said, make sure your father attends the wedding, Kumar wants to discuss some matter with him. They both looked at Kumar as what matters could he have with their father. Kumar said, I have to discuss some political matters, so you can return to Delhi. Vijeta asked, is there some problem if we return to Delhi now? Kumar said, we don't know if it is safe to return to Delhi. We want to inform your father about the incidents in Delhi and take his advice on certain political matters. We are not sure about Guru and Pratap, if they won't try to take the matter into their hands and try anything with you too. They know you are eyewitness to whatever Pratap has tried with Sonali. He has already threatened you with dire consequences if you tell anyone. Do you think he kept quiet because we made a deal with his father? No, because he can't find you in Delhi. He knows it will be troublesome for him if you are alive. You can be a witness if any other case comes to the court, and he and Guru are psychopaths, they don't have empathy and they don't think about the consequences before acting. For him, you are always a problem. So, until he is freely roaming in this world, he will be a threat to you. So, we want to put him in a mental asylum. Now until his father is the CM, he will not let that happen. Our aim is to put these two committed to a mental hospital by removing his father from his position. For that, we need your father's cooperation. I stopped and looked at them, for whatever we said should sink in. They looked at each other and Vijeta asked, what should we do? I said, stay until the matter is settled here in Bombay and get your father to attend Ram's marriage on the 22nd, rest we will fix it up. For the first time, I saw fear in Prachi's eyes. She must have understood the full gravity of the situation. She must be imagining what would they do if he caught up with them. Prachi said, we don't have a problem staying here until then, it is better than Delhi. But you have to promise me you will help me become an actress. Kumar said, I will help you out, for the time being, you join an institute to learn to act. Then when the time is right, I will get you introduced to the film fraternity. At present time you stay anonymous until this issue is resolved. At this time Nandini entered and sat down in a chair. She told them, sorry, I had to go to meet a client. Prachi said, no problem. Kumar and Loveleen explained everything. They got up. Prachi said, we'll speak later, and went away. Kumar asked, Nandini, where did you disappear after calling them? She replied, Amanda called to finalize the hospital application. This is the check. Send someone for installation. Kumar said, okay, send the check for deposit and tell Joy to send someone. Nandini said, Sonali asking about starting vaccine manufacturing. Kumar said, I will speak with Mr. Mukherjee about setting up the facilities. I have to speak with Bob about import of equipment and additives. Nandini asked, aren't you over-dependent on Bob? Why don't you import them yourself? Kumar said, Bob is invested in this project, so with his resources, he would help us in this lab and virus control. Who is Bob and why is he so invested in this? Nandini. When I went to meet Amanda, Sonali was there with her. It seems Amanda has invited her to our meeting. I did not mind her there, at least I have not taken Kumar to the meeting. It seems Amanda is also interested in investing with Mr. Amit Mukherjee. It seems Sonali must have connected with Amanda at Ram's engagement party and explained to Rodriguez about her experiences at the lab. I explained to Amanda that Mukherjee Pharmaceuticals would be producing the medicines for the virus and ready for distribution. And the vaccine production would be taken up in a joint venture. Kumar would be arranging for the equipment and chemicals required in the manufacturing which needs to be imported, and Mr. Mukherjee will arrange for the factory space and a new company will be set up to produce the vaccines. Amanda said she had spoken with her father and they would be interested in investing in the project. I said we all will sit and finalize the details. I told Kumar to come for lunch and came back to the house to arrange lunch. Kumar. Nandini's behavior seems odd, there is no happiness. She has finalized the order with Rodriguez Hospital, what it could be. She was telling us about Sonali's inquiry. Did she meet both of them at the hospital? Did she hear something from them, which changed her mood? Did they speak about our medical equipment company? What could they speak about? Or was it about Loveline's investment with the medical equipment company? Did she want to invest in that, or she could have thought I want to keep her away from that company? Now I put the company in Leena's name, I don't want her intervention in that company. After reading about Nandini's action in filing for the insolvency petition, I am being careful in involving in companies I want to set up. This vaccine manufacturing company also I want to put in Leena's name only. As Nandini is not showing any interest in kids, I have to safeguard Leena's future. This year she will be writing 10th class exams. Possibly thus Leena also follows that Leena's footsteps and becomes a scientist. Then the constables from the CID office came to collect Dolly's files. Seeing the boxes of printed material, they asked where did I collect the information. I said, I picked her brain using this machine, indicating the machine on my table. Her total activities are in those files. I did not get enough time to go through them. One constable asked, I said you were telling about certain Ramesh. I looked at the name tag on his shirt, it says Manohar Rain. I said, Mr. Rain, he once gave my wife certain photos and some written information pertaining to me, through an ice cream shop at Juhu Beach. She was telling he called her to the Juhu Beach and at first ice cream shop to ask for Ramesh and he handed the packet to her. Now when I interrogated our maid Rose, I found that one Ramesh had given her 1000 rupees bribe and asked her tell lies about me to my wife. He said, we will make inquiries about it, collected the boxes and went away. Loveline said, they seem to be taking your complaint seriously. I said, they would, I am giving them so much information about gangsters like Dolly. That SI is expecting a promotion to key with this information. I got up and said, let us go for lunch. We both came out of the cabin and Sahiti is coming inside the office. I stopped in front of her, asked, did you have lunch? She said, no, I was coming from a supplier, there is some problem with raw materials. Now she is totally looking after the manufacturing company. I said, come with me, we will have lunch and discuss things. We three of us proceeded to our houses and Loveline stopped at her house and asked Jyoti to bring the dishes to Kumar's house. It seems she wants to have lunch with us and participate in our discussions. We went and sat at the dining table. Nandini asked, why so late? I said, constables came to collect Dolly's printed materials. With the help of those papers, they can keep her in jail indefinitely. Nandini inquired about Sahiti and asked, how come you are here? She replied, Kumar called me to come. Nandini must have thought it must be some business meeting and did not elaborate on the matter. Jyoti brought Loveline's lunch dishes and placed them on the table. I told Nandini to serve us. We completed our lunch and I asked Sahiti to come to my study to discuss business. With Loveline tagging along, we went and sat in my study. I said, sorry I could not get time to speak with you earlier. I know how much you have endured during these past years, what with you being kidnapped and your parents' death and all. Now put all of them behind and think about your future. I will take care of Leena, which you don't have to worry. She is my daughter and she will remain so. I have recently started a medical equipment distribution and I have a crore in shares in that company with 3 other shareholders. This company, I have registered my share in the name of Leena. Now we have registered the electronics manufacturing company which was bankrolled by one Bob, who told me that it is my company with the capital being my inheritance from our forefathers. I don't know about others, he said it is my share of that inheritance. What I am proposing for you is that I am giving you 10% of the shares in that company and make you managing director. As you are already running the company, you will have authority to run the company. If you want we will appoint some directors for the board. I will give another 10% to Leena and the rest I will keep in my name. Sahiti asked, what would be the value of that 10%? I said at this moment based on capitalization, it would be around 2.5 crores. It would be equivalent to the share I gave to Nandini in the software company. Loveline drew a breath. I looked at Loveline and said, I have to do something for her. I wanted to marry her and after intervention of Sunita, everything went haywire. She was kidnapped and her parents were killed. You know what I had done to get her back? As I was already married to Nandini, I could not do anything for her until now. She is mother to my daughter and I can't ignore her. Now I continued my dialogue with Sahiti. Now I will set up a board of directors for the manufacturing company, with possibly Loveline may want to join. We will call a meeting of the well-wishers and see who wants to be on the board. Next on my agenda for you is, I want to clear your memories pertaining to the incidents after your kidnapping. I have developed a machine to retrieve my memories after my memory overload creating problems. Now I can use the machine and clear particular painful memories. After clearing those painful memories, you will become a new person. I would like you to marry if you find a suitable groom, who loves you for what you are, not seeing what I am giving you is the share. So, I will not tell anyone about the share until you marry, and this will be filed with registrar but will be kept as an internal matter. Give me permission to clear those bad memories. She nodded her head. She must be thinking what I am telling her. Her mind must have stopped after hearing about 2.5 crores. I said, if you say yes, I will take you to the office and clear those memories. She said, yes, you may clear them, I can't get sleep with those nightmares. I got up from my chair and said, let us go, and moved out with both of them tagging me behind. Loveleen. Kumar sat Sahiti in front chair, connected leads to her head and typed something on the computer and asked her to close her eyes and think about her experiences after being kidnapped. Sahiti closed her eyes and Kumar looked at the screen and nodded his head. I asked him with my eyes what happened. He got up and went out and I followed him. He said, the machine is checking her brain. Now I had it check for painful memories and clear them. Next I am planning to get it check for negative thoughts. Like Guru, and if I can clear them he might become a normal person, but I can't give guarantee. Because if they don't have empathy, it will not be useful. At least we can remove their past experiences and they would not think about doing that again and again. Loveleen asked, what way it will be useful for us? I said, if we are successful, we can rehabilitate psychopaths like Guru and Pratap Singh. Another thing we can do is interrogate criminals and find what they did as we did with Dolly. Or find information who has sent them. Kumar. We went back and I sat down on my chair and looked at the screen. After half an hour the data retrieval slowed down and a message flashed on the screen wiping memory. It took 10 minutes and stopped and quit the program. Sahiti opened her eyes and I removed leads. I asked her, what happened when you were kidnapped? Sahiti has a blank face and asked, am I kidnapped, when was it? I asked, what happened to your parents? Sahiti said, I heard from you they were killed by some gang, and you got them arrested and put them in jail. So, in relation to the gang members being put in jail, which is a good memory, she retained a bad memory of her parents being killed. It seems the AI is working better than anticipated. I asked, do you want to be dropped at the factory? Sahiti said yes. I called the driver and asked him to drop her at the factory and come. I said, Loveleen, it seems our machine and AI are working better than anticipated. Have you watched how she was transformed with the removal of her hurtful memories? She will be a new person now. Now, this can be used as a therapeutic tool. But the only problem is we can't use it officially. I prepared documents for the registration of shares in the electronics manufacturing company at 10% for Sahiti, 9% for my brother Ram, 9% for Nandini and 9% for Loveleen, 9% for Leena, and the remaining 54% I retained in my name. I made all these directors of the company. Even if all of them don't support me, I can retain the controlling interest in the company. So, I cut from all these 1% and kept it to myself. I appointed Sahiti as the managing director and prepared the papers and ready for filing with the registrar of companies. The operator informed me that constables from the CID came again. I told her to send them to me. They came with another person by catching his collar and sat him on the chair and stood behind him else he may run away. I looked at them, they saluted and said, Sir, he is Ramesh, we caught him through the ice cream parlor. But he is saying he does not know anything about giving a cover to your wife or to do anything about bribing your maid. I asked, is your name Ramesh? He replied, yes. I asked, but you don't know anything about me or my wife. He said, I don't anything about you. I said, if you don't know anything about us, why don't you take a lie detector test? I don't know what he thought. He agreed to the lie detector test. I told the constables, see, he is agreeing to a lie detector test. Shall I do the test on him? It won't be useful legally, but can be used to find the truth. When I said it can't be used legally, without hesitation he ready to be tested. I attached the leads to his head and asked him, who has instructed you to target us? He answered no one. But his mind reviewed the conversation he had with the person who asked him to do all that. I reviewed whatever was retrieved from his mind. He was instructed by Anwar Sheikh from Anwar Detective Agency, Bandra, who has instructed him twice. Once on the day he had given the packet to Nandini and once on her birthday. That could be the reason she was so much troubled in the night. I put an instruction to wipe the conversation he had with Anwar and put an instruction in his mind that Anwar is a dangerous fellow and he should never approach him, and if he is approached by him, he should get far away as much as possible. I told the constables he is not telling lies and release him outside and come. They went and threw him out and came back. I said, I don't want to speak in front of him, he has been approached by Anwar Sheikh from Anwar Detective Agency. So, You take your SI to him and threaten him by revoking his license and get him to confess who has approached him. Based on his answer we will follow up. Payne noted down in his notebook and they both went away. I told Loveleen, now we can use this instruments this way too. I cleaned the instruction received from Anwar and instructed him to run away from him. Even if Anwar approaches him, Ramesh will not listen to Anwar. Now we have to review the damage done by Ramesh. I called Nandini and asked her to come with Rose. I have to speak with both of you. After 10 minutes Nandini came with Rose. I sat them both and asked Rose, you were telling something to Nandini, when she was away in Hyderabad, she has come to you and you told her something. Rose replied, one person named Ramesh came to me and gave me 1000 rupees and told me to tell you that when you came home I tell all those things. I said to Nandini, it seems one person named Ramesh seems to target us and separate us. Either it could be jealousy or business rivalry, I don't know at this juncture, be careful what anybody says to you. I going deep into this matter and will catch who is responsible for all this. Quote. Nandini asked, how are you going to that? I said, I asked CID to look into this matter. She sat there thinking. Nandini. If what Kumar says is correct, it seems someone is targeting us and separate us and what they want to achieve from that. Does someone have eyes set on Kumar or me? No one ever approached me or proposed to me. It must be in the US when some guy tried to propose to me and when I rejected him with strong words, no one dared to approach me again. Is he trying to avenge my rejection by separating us? I don't even remember him. If it is Kumar someone is targeting, who could it be? I don't think he ever rejected anyone. Sneha, she has left him herself. I never come across her again in his life. Someone from Vijayawada, or one of the girls from Dehradun, who could not get to spend time with him or was rejected by Nimisha. But who would have so much money and time to target us to separate us to see us suffer? Or does that girl want Kumar for herself? Who could it be, so much invested in him? Kumar says he is going deep into this matter and finding who is responsible. He has the whole department behind him. After helping them with Dolly's gang, they would be ready to do anything for him. Let us see where this will lead to. Loveleen. From his talks with Nandini and what I had seen him do with Ramesh, I thought someone has a brilliant idea to separate them. It seems they failed in both attempts. It is only due to his brilliant deduction and his forward thinking that he could escape both attempts. But that person would not sit idle and would attempt something sooner. We have to see what they will attempt next. But whom that person is targeting, Kumar or Nandini? Is someone like me targeting Nandini to get to Kumar? If I want to marry, I would have done the same. I am closer to him than Nandini, I don't have any need for doing this kind of play. When I want to marry him, I could move my pieces forward and probably remove her from the board. Until then I don't have any need for playing games with them. But if someone is trying to get closer to Kumar by doing these kinds of things, I have to be careful, they could try to do the same to us. Now, who is Anwar detective? Kumar. I started reading what I have retrieved from Sahiti's memories. From the story, it seems after Sunita went and told Sahiti's family and they called Uday to tell our family to break off the wedding. While she was going to her sister's house crying, Dolly's gang kidnapped her with the help of Suresh. He has kept in his mind that day we both went to Deshpande about Suresh brandishing a knife on me. In another case of rowdyism, Deshpande got him arrested and he was put in jail for 2 years. When he came out he was looking at an opportunity to take his revenge on Sahiti. During his interaction with other gang members, he had come in contact with Dolly's gang. They used him as a courier and pimp in their business. He would take the girls and hand over them to the people who purchased them. Normally he is not involved with kidnapping, but that day seeing her marriage fixed and cards distributed to the neighbors, he planned to have her kidnapped and used his gang connections to get her kidnapped and sent her to their safe house. Here the gang members use various kinds of methods to soften the girls and then sell them in an auction at Dolly's bungalow. After the kidnapping, someone informed her parents about her being kidnapped, which information Suresh relayed to the gang members. They sent Suresh to deliver some girls to Delhi and they came to threaten her parents. After threatening them they put one person to monitor their movements. Finding her father going to Santa Cruz police station, he stopped him outside the police station and brought him back to their house, and while threatening them, her mother tried to attack him thinking he is alone. He killed her mother first and then killed her father and called his other members, and they removed the stones in the hall and dug a grave and put them there and closed the grave and relaid the stones. With help of his friends in the area, Suresh made a rumor that they went abroad after her wedding was cancelled. After she was auctioned, Suresh went to take her to Calcutta and gloated all this to her on their journey. Knowing they killed her parents, she spent all that time in Calcutta crying. At least the person who brought her had not tried any kind of kinky things with her and was sympathetic and looked after her well. The only problem was that he did not let her go out of the flat. It seems she returned back to Bombay reluctantly. I called the pantry and ordered tea for all of us. After having tea, Nandini went back to her room. I asked, Loveleen, what are your thoughts on this? She replied, I am thinking, are they targeting you too or targeting your businesses? I asked, why do you think they will target our businesses? Loveleen replied, you were always worrying about Nandini leaving and you will have problems with your software company, where she has a 25% share. If she combined forces with Joy, she can create problems. Does Joy has any hand in this? I asked, why Joy would have some hand in this? What will she gain by separating us or creating problems in the business? If she is targeting our business, she will be the loser. I can start a new company and create all these software easily, whereas she does not have that much knowledge, except getting copies of the software. I looked at her and said, maybe you mean to say I have to secure the software and licenses. Maybe I should copyright the software and register them. I took a pause and resumed, maybe like another Kumar, who opened a company with Atul and Dhruv's names and transferred the licenses to that company. Brought all the hardware by the third party in that company. That happened when Nandini and Joy joined hands and tried to blackmail him by filing an insolvency petition. Loveleen said, so, you know someone had tried and what in his place you would do? I said, you know that story started in my dream. He was sitting in a courtroom and he had a certain smirk on his face. He is not worried about the court case. It was like whoever wins, he is not bothered, because he already made contingency plans by safeguarding and transferring the product licenses from his personal account to kid's company. Then another Kumar created a trust in the kids' names and transferred his majority of holdings to the trust. Loveleen said, so there is some background to your suspicions. I said, at least I did not bog down by these feelings like the dead Kumar. I handed her the electronics manufacturing company's share registration papers and see how I allocated the shares. She asked, why the 9% share? I said, I want to retain controlling interest in the company. She asked, I understand giving others a share in the company, but why me? I have not invested anything with you. I said, you are investing your time with me. If I don't give you anything I will be at loss. Now I made all these directors and Sahiti is MD, you all should advise her on how to run the company. Now you will have some interest in correctly advising her. Now my brother is looking after the production planning. Sahiti will have overall control. We three would be advising her on running the company. I took the papers and called the driver and told him to deposit them with the CA. With the allotment of shares, Loveleen would not leave my side. She will have an incentive to work with me. The money for the company was given by Bob. He told me to use it as I deem fit. This is the best way to use the money. I have to give all these people their share certificates, that way they will know I am looking after them too. Maybe I will call all these to dinner and hand over the certificates. I can give my brother shares as a wedding gift. I called the CA and told him to prepare the share certificates as per the registrations I have sent and send them to me. I called mom and said, I am giving Ram a 9% share in the manufacturing company and it would come up to 2.25 crores at the present value. I will give the share certificate on his marriage. She will inform Ram about the shares. Now I have to inform Nandini about the share. I got a call and I lifted the receiver and said hello. It is the CID. I asked, did you find anything? He said when we threatened Anwar, he came out with information about who had employed him. It is someone named Pallavi from Vizag. She has sent the information through her manager Sudhakar. Her manager came and gave him money and asked him to call on a number when he received any information. We tried to call that number, but there is no answer on that number. It seems he had informed them about the developments. We will verify on whose name the number is registered. I said thanks for all that he has done. And cut the call. Now we know the name Pallavi and her manager Sudhakar. I got up and went to Nandini's cabin and sat in front of her. She looked up and went back to the papers she is looking at. Completed reading them, she looked at me inquiring what can I do. I said I got the details of the person targeting us. She asked, who is that? I said, one named Pallavi has come up in interrogation and her manager Sudhakar has come and paid the money and gave Anwar the details about us. Do you know any Pallavi from Vizag by any chance? She said, I heard that name, but could not recollect. I said, what enmity she would have with you or me to try to break us up like this? Check with your friends if they know of any Pallavi. Don't tell them why you are inquiring. We don't want her to be alerted by your inquiries. They already disconnected the phone used for this. She nodded her head. She must be thinking about where she could have heard the name. Then I sprung the surprise of share allotment in the manufacturing company. I said, from what Bob informed me about the manufacturing company's capital, I have divided the share in this order. And explained to her the share distribution. It seems she did not register fully what I was telling her, as there is no reaction from her on allotting shares to Sahiti and Loveleen or to Ram. Her phone rang and she spoke. It is from Hyderabad hospital. After the installation of the transporter, she is more involved in the operations of the hospital. She instructed her assistant and put down the phone. She said, I have to go to the hospital tomorrow morning. I nodded my head and said, return by the 22nd, and while there, check about the printing of the wedding cards. When you get the card, scan it and send me a copy. I will get approval from my mom. Maybe Dad will come down there to distribute the cards to the relatives. Arrange for a car for them to distribute the cards. I don't know how much went into her mind, she just nodded her head. I went back to my cabin and said to Loveleen, let us go and see the factory. I got Nandini to send us to the factory. I inquired about the production and raw materials supply, and told them to check and let me know in advance of any raw materials required from the USA. I came out of the factory and lit a fag. Krishna came behind me and stood there. It seems he wants to talk something to me and he is hesitating. I looked at him inquiringly. Raj has more closeness to me than Krishna. Raj came behind and slapped his back and said, Krishna getting shy to talk to you. He wants to talk about Sahiti with you. I looked at Krishna, what do you want to talk about Sahiti? Krishna said looking at the floor, I like Sahiti. I asked, so? He seemed to be scared that I would scold him, he did not utter a word and kept looking at the floor. Raj said, it seems he is feeling shy, he wants to marry Sahiti. I asked, do you know the full details of her matter? Krishna said, I know fully all her details. I know Leena is yours and Sahiti's daughter. I know she was kidnapped and sold and they killed her parents too. I also spoke to her about my liking her, she did not object to it. So, you spoke to her but have not proposed to her. Krishna said, she is also Maharashtrian, there won't be an objection from my family. I said let us go to the office and see. Krishna said, okay, I will send my parents to her house. I said, while your parents visit her house, let me know, I will be present there. Now one problem is solved about Sahiti. Another wedding and another wedding present. We checked the production and returned back to the office. I called Manali and invited Pratap Singhania and Sunita for the wedding of Ram. They said they will certainly visit. Now it has become easier with the transporter. I told them to book a honeymoon suite for the couple for a week. He can adjust the payments in our accounts. Also, my parents will be visiting in the summer with Leena. So, plan accordingly. Now I have to think about setting up a company for achieving all the future ideas. Cable laying and providing internet and TV services through them. There is a talk of receiving the TV programs through satellites throughout India. We can set up a distribution center in our office and start providing cable TV to the surrounding areas. Then set up a company and register future TV programs and get royalty when they use the ideas. I have to note down what kind of programs are being aired in the future. I can get writers to write scripts for TV and maybe movies. If we do it through a company, nobody will think of stealing the scripts. We can register the names and scripts and get lots of payments. I called the CA and spoke to him about starting the company for distribution of TV and internet through cable. Then about starting mobile telephone services in Bombay initially. Now cable laying will come in handy in this mobile telephony. We can use the cables to connect to various mobile towers. First register the company and let us see who wants to be partners in this venture. I started preparing a blueprint for whatever services can be offered through the company. I sent the document through the data transfer to all the consortium members. After finishing work the day, I got up and said bye to Loveleen and went to Nandini to go home. Seeing me standing there, she said 5 minutes and I sat down in front of her in a chair. Nandini. I completed the work and closed the system. Then I remembered Dad called about the software for the company who has given them loan for setting up the power generating unit. They give billions of dollars in loans to these companies. When Kumar came and told about Pallavi, I forgot to inform him about the software. Still it is burrowing in my mind, who is this Pallavi? Why is she targeting us? What is her endgame? I looked at Kumar, he sat relaxed and looking at me for me to say something. How can be so relaxed knowing someone is targeting us? I said, Dad was telling about a software for the US company who has provided them with loans. They have billions of dollars in loans to these energy companies. He is telling you visit the USA and get requirements from them to develop the software. He looked at me and smiled and said, "What is the need for going to the USA for getting the requirements? I have a prototype of the software, I will send them a copy through courier and get approval for the same." I was surprised he has software for a company in the USA. What he has developed in his free time. Whatever I ask he says he has something for it. I said, "Okay, I will get the address to send courier." Kumar said, "Okay, you get the details, after the approval of the project we will go to the USA for delivery and make a tour of the country." I got up and went over to him and kissed and said, "Best thing to do at this juncture." He asked, "When Praveen is going back to the USA?" I said, "Possibly next month, his marriage is fixed for the 26th of December. They will be leaving for next month." "Why?" He said, "I am planning for sending a transporter to the USA." I asked, "Is it possible to send it there? Won't be a problem for sending it?" He said, "I will get board to take necessary permissions." I told him, "Let us go home." I got up and we both went home. Kumar went, changed, came and sat at the dining table. I went to have a bath. Chapter 2. Kumar. I am thinking to call a meeting with the consortium about starting the company. I should ask Krishna Murthy to arrange for a meeting. It is now time I came out with a plan of action on how to go about the future. I have to speak about the inventions, which I have already patented in the USA. Whether it will work or not is another matter. I need ICs for some products, which should be available in near future. I have to start manufacturing these items like the transporter, which can be used to transport from one place to another with any kind of transportation. But will be limited to 2 places where they are placed. Then anti-gravity items can be used to lift heavy weights and can be used in construction. Others like invisible cloak and shape-shifting devices that can be used for spying, and need not be mentioned in the meeting. Then we can start manufacturing cables to be used in TV cable and internet. I went to my study and sent a message to Mr. Krishnamurthy for arranging a meeting urgently to discuss the matter of starting a company. The meeting is arranged in the Reliance meeting room. It seems Mr. Ambani wants to attend the meeting. Until now their VP Mr. Mehta was attending the meeting. Now the meeting is in full strength. It seems my invitation to start a company and take forward future ideas has worked. After initial introductions and thanking the members, I started my speech. As you are aware, we have constituted this consortium to take our country into the future with the intention to overtake countries like USA and UK. I have been handed down some blueprints as part of my inheritance from my forefathers. When I went through them I was surprised that they were for futuristic products like transporters, mind communication devices, anti-gravity packs, thrusters, mind-controlled communications devices and some spying equipment too. Some of these items we have developed in our factory and I found them successful. We have built and tested transporter which can be used to transfer limited weight items and persons from one place to another. These we have installed in cities we have a presence in, like our office and factory, our in-laws' house in Hyderabad and our lab at Vizag, and even at a hotel in Manali, which was difficult to reach. We have thoroughly tested it for general use and found it quite safe to travel. I am planning to send one to New York where we are going to open a branch. There are other products we are waiting for parts to be developed as they are not available in the world at present time. Then there is internet and cable TV which I am planning to introduce in the near future. We need cables and equipment for these endeavors. Then you must have seen the satellite phones. Now I am thinking of bringing mobile telephony, which works something on the lines of satellite phones, but at a cheaper cost, which would be developed for general public usage. Next, I want to develop TV content. I have some ideas for future content development. I am going to appoint writers and develop those ideas and register the manuscripts. I have many ideas for the future. Now we have 2 factories, one where we develop these products and manufacture electronic components and another where we assemble computers and other related products. We are also developing PCBs for these products there. We have put around 30 crores in these companies. Next, as you are aware, we run a software company and recently we started medical equipment company, where we import medical equipment like CT scan and MRI scan and install them in the hospitals. A hospital in Hyderabad and Rodriguez Hospital in Bombay have already got CT scans installed there. We also have a virology R&D lab near Vishakhapatnam for developing medicines and vaccines against viruses, which we invested around 30 crores, which a non-profit organization, which we set up to safeguard our country against the attack of viruses. Some of you have already visited the lab for the inauguration and we have successfully developed medicines and a vaccine for the virus found in the jungles of North Andhra, which already destroyed some hamlets there and is a threat to North Andhra Pradesh and Orissa. Up to now, we are trying to do our best for the betterment of our country and to bring our country on par with the developed countries. Now, with all of your blessings, I want to start a company to take us into the future. If anyone interested in becoming part of the future can join our company. Everyone is welcome and all the investors can be part of the board. You can give your investment details to Mr. Krishnamurthy. We will take a meeting of the members and elect a board and also a managing director to run the company. If you have any suggestions for this company, you may pass your comments to Mr. Krishnamurthy, which we will take up in the meeting. I nodded at Mr. Krishnamurthy and sat down. He got up and said, if any of you want to check the transporter, you can visit Mr. Kumar's office or his factory where these machines are installed. If anyone wants to visit Delhi, Hyderabad or Manali, they can take a one-time free ride. If you want to have the addresses, you can find them at the end of the material provided to you all. Mr. Tata started speaking. We have seen the work done by Mr. Kumar with regards to Indian Virology Lab. Without another thought, they had invested around rupees 30 crores for the development of the lab. They did not think about what returns they will get and when. Mr. Kumar himself went and instructed them about the procedures to develop the medicines and vaccines by scanning the future. He has that kind of foresight. So, we have full confidence in his work. I am giving approval for setting up the company and we are committing to invest in the company. After finalization of the shareholders, we will have a meeting and decide further course of action. Whatever your shareholding may be, you are all part of this initiative. On that note, the meeting is concluded and outside the meeting room, a table was set up to take members. Some members wrote behind their cards the amount of investment and submitted them, some wrote in the register and signed. It seems overall a successful meeting for our initiative. We distributed the wedding cards at the conclusion of the meeting and invited each of the members personally. The 22nd of December 1990, wedding of Ram with Nimisha. Sunita attended with her husband and her parents too came to meet her at the wedding. Some of the members of the consortium were present, remaining promised to attend the reception in the evening. Mr. Lal from the courier company came to meet me at the wedding to know more about the consortium meeting and the subsequent starting of the company. He wanted advance information from me before attending the reception and meeting the members of the consortium. Most of the relatives have come from all over India. Some old people have tried the transporter to reach our house. The wedding has been concluded with pomp and gaiety and in the evening a wedding reception party is arranged at our bungalow. Before the party, Mr. Krishnamurthy met and told me that we can expect around rupees 300 crores in investments for the company. Mr. Tata advising for going for public limited company and Mr. Ambani too consented for it. We will have a meeting on Monday and decide further course of action. Mr. Lal came and inquired Krishnamurthy about investing with the company. He was telling Krishnamurthy that we have seen his potential when he developed the data transfer software for our company and decided to acquire the software for 50 lakhs. He was not telling how I have twisted his arms for him to pay for that. Over that their parent company from the USA has a hand in it. They must have tried to develop in the USA and failed, so they must have decided to acquire it from me. Mr. Lal wrote behind his card the figure he would like to invest and handed it to Krishnamurthy, who popped it. Seeing Mr. Ambani coming over, I said excuse me and went to greet him. After greeting him, I took him to meet Mr. Tata and Mr. Godrej who were discussing some matters very seriously. Seeing Mr. Ambani coming over, they got up and shook hands and sat him beside them and started interacting with him. Seeing him comfortable, I went over to greet other guests arriving. From my corner of my eyes, I saw Krishnamurthy taking Mr. Lal to meet Mr. Tata. Sonali came with her father Amit. I took them to meet the couples on the stage and brought them to meet Amanda and Jason. I told them about the company I am starting with the consortium. If they want founders' shares, they can meet Krishnamurthy, and indicated him standing at their table. Then Nandini's father Sabha Rao and her mother arrived for the reception. I took them to the stage and handed them to Nandini and came back. After meeting a few guests, Nandini called me to have a photo with the couple and her parents. Then Mr. Krishnamurthy called me to come to Mr. Tata to inquire about some points of the mobile technology to be used. I explained to them that I planning to use various technologies with mobile telephony. How we will be combining cable technology to use for internet and TV cable and at the same time use the cabling to connect each mobile tower with different cables. If the government gives permission, we can also provide landline telephone facilities with that. I'm planning to visit the USA for discussing with the satellite companies to provide internet through satellite to us, which we can connect to our servers here. Then he asked about the transporter. I said I am ready to provide them to consortium members and we can set up a kind of series of transporters linking major cities. Then about the other items, which require higher technology to be developed. Mr. Tata nodded to me and said, please attend to your guest, sorry for disturbing you. I said it is no problem and went to check on other guests. Seeing Mr. Reddy, who is partners with Mr. Sabha Rao in the power project, I went to greet them. He asked me, what are you discussing with that group of VIPs? If Mr. Reddy referred to the consortium group as VIPs, I can understand how he felt about them. I said, come, I will introduce them, and took both of them to Krishnamurti and introduced them and told him to introduce them to the consortium members and came over to Nandini. She asked, what happened? I said, they want to meet the consortium members and I took them over. Nandini asked, how the company is shaping up. I said, at present, we are expecting around 300 crores in investment. Nandini asked, will it be sufficient for your expansion plans? I said, this will be the founder's share, we are planning to go public if the venture is successful. She asked, will you not lose control of the company this way? I said, let us see how things shape up. Even after going public, Mr. Ambani did not lose control of the Reliance. So, nothing to worry about. I put the future of the country in their hands. I am looking at the future, keeping in mind what is in store in the future for us. She asked, what do you mean by that? I said, I am thinking of those old men from the Himalayas. They said you are ready for what is coming up. I wanted to be ready for whatever is coming up. So, if they want to appoint a managing director to run the company, I am ready for it. If they want me lead the company, I am also ready for that. Leena must be tired standing with the couple on the stage. She came over saying, Daddy. I said, sit with me, what are the news? She asked, I heard they are going to Manali this night. I said, I am sending them there. Sunita auntie is running a hotel there, they will stay there. I will send you with grandfather and grandmother in the summer. Leena asked, aren't you coming with us? I said, last time I had a problem with my health and over that, I had to go to the USA for business. Don't worry, I will come and visit you there. I asked, so where do you want to go to college? If you want to go abroad, I will plan that for you. After finishing your studies, I want you to look after the lab. Nandini tapped on my shoulder and looked at me, why am I giving her ideas now? I told her, I know she will be in research like that Leena from other timelines. I thought I should explore some colleges for her when in the USA. People are going slowly for dinner. Seeing my mother calling Leena, I said to Leena, go and have dinner, grandma is calling you. I looked at Nandini and said, can you get me a peg? Seeing her going to the bar, I thought, why is she refusing to have kids? Does she feel she will lose her figure or it will come between her and her career? Nandini brought 2 pegs and gave me one. I asked, where are your friends? No one seems to have come. She replied, they went to attend Pranita's wedding. I asked, Pranita is getting married and you did not tell me. Nandini replied, I told you, you seem to forget about it. I even showed you their wedding card and you said nice wedding card. I thought, when did I see it? I can't remember. Am I losing my mind again with overload? I think I should clear my mind once more with the machine. After finishing their dinner, the VIPs started dispersing. I stood at the door and said goodbyes and I reminded them about the meeting on Monday. At last Mr. Lal came to me to say goodbye and asked me, can I recommend anything for their company? I said, internet and mobile telephony would be a good addition for their business. They can use them extensively in their business. By connecting with the internet, they can provide instant messages for delivery of the items. Tracking of missing items would be easier. The courier boys can contact their customers and customers can also contact them on the move, which will improve your business profitability. Then there is GPS tracking, can be used with the vehicles to track their people and advise them accordingly. So many things can be achieved with the use of the technology. Mr. Lal said, let us sit and discuss how these things can be implemented. I said, certainly we will sit. After all the VIPs dispersed, I sat down for dinner with Nandini. Mom called Nandini for Garbhadhan to be performed for the couple and they will leave for Manali after that. What with the VIPs, I did not get to interact with the relatives at the reception. Seeing me busy with the VIPs, they did not disturb me. Seeing me sitting free with no one around, my cousins came and sat around me. Elder cousin Venkat asked me, I was told you had fixed Ram's marriage with a Gujarati girl. Where did you find her? I said, Nishita came to our party with Kirit. At that time their match fixing was going on. Seeing her, I recommended to Loveleen to take her as assistant. From that time she was working with the interior decorating company. At the factory inauguration they connected and were together from that time. But to fix their marriage I had to threaten her father. He was not ready to fix the match. You know, he is kind of person, here they call him Sanki. He was not ready to approve their kundali. I threatened and later gave them both shares in the factory. That time he cooled off. Younger cousin Ganesh asked, what did you present Ram at the wedding? I did not catch what the Panthulu said. I had presented him rupees 2.25 lakh worth of share in the manufacturing company. We are starting a new company, Future India. All the VIPs would be shareholders in the company. He asked, can we be shareholders in the company? I said, we will be offering the shares to the general public, then you buy from the market. He asked, can't we get the shares directly now? I said, now we are only offering to higher investments, not for small investors. He asked, higher investment is how much? I said, I think it would be above 10 crores and above. Then they will also have directorship in the company. He asked, how much you are investing in that? I said, why should I invest? I have 30 crores of manufacturing company to support that company. Where did you get that much money? Asked Venkat. I said, you may not know we have 30 crores worth of R&D lab near Vizag. Ganesh asked, what research you were doing there? I said, medicines and vaccines for viruses. We are starting vaccine manufacturing with another pharmaceutical company. Ganesh said, that day at your sister's marriage when you said you got 50 lakhs for a piece of software, we thought it might be just a fluke. How did you do all this? I said, I used the future to do all this. Nandini also has some hand in that. She and her friends had developed the lab. Nandini came over after finishing their function. I asked, everything finished? She said they are waiting to go to Manali. Venkat asked how they are going, by plane. I said no, they are going by transporter, it will send them to Manali in a second. Ganesh asked in a surprised voice, what? In a second, how is that possible? I said it is my latest invention, that is why they are all ready to put the money into my company. Let us send them to Manali and come. We all went to our house. I opened the room where the transporter is present and first Ram went over and then Nimisha went later. We sent their luggage. I got a call in the room and they reached safely there and said they will call tomorrow. So this way the marriage function completed. We came back to the reception area. Leena is sitting with Sahiti and chatting. I asked Sahiti, do you want me to drop you at home? She looked at Leena and said, I will stay with Leena here. Have you got room to stay? Leena nodded her head. Then I will retire to my room, good night. Then I remembered I have to clear my mind and went over to the office and got the door opened by watchman and went over to my cabin and sat down. By this time I became proficient in attaching leads, attached the leads myself and switched on the machine and lay back on the chair. When I opened my eyes it is 1:30 am and I shut down the system and came out, told the watchman to lock the office and went over to the bedroom. Nandini was not there on the bed and I thought she must be with her parents, who had come for the wedding, and lay on the bed, went to sleep immediately. I got up and went to the bathroom, brushed and went to kitchen to prepare a cup of coffee. Rose was not there in the kitchen and she must have left for home late in the night. I prepared a cup of coffee and came and sat down on the sofa, picked the newspaper and started to read news. Completing the paper I folded and dropped it on the teapot. I looked at the time, it is nearing 10 am. Rosie has not come and where is Nandini? I checked the satellite phones kept for charging. It seems Nandini has taken her phone. I picked a phone from the charger and called her number. It seems either her phone is switched off or not in a coverage area. It can't be problem with coverage, only if she is abroad, then it has to be switched off. Why would she switch off the phone? I went over to the watchman and asked him, do you know where Rosie stays? He said, yes, opposite side in half a kilometer distance. You go and check her, I will wait here until you return. I told him, I will stay at the gate or else he may not go. He has strict orders not to leave the gate and go anywhere. If he want to go anywhere he had to ask for a person to relieve him. Even if he goes to toilet which is placed behind his watch room, he would ask the panwala to look over the gate. I sat on the chair and lit a fag. Where she could have gone, Nandini would not switch off the phone. Is she in some kind of underground bunker, where satellite signals won't reach? It is not USA, where each house would have underground bunkers for safety against twisters. Or it could be inside a cave. Why would she go there? There could be something on these phones, maybe I could track for the last known location. It took him 15 minutes for the watchman to return. He said, no one at Rose's house. Neighbors said she has returned last night. I asked, is she living with someone or living alone? He said, she seemed to live alone. Now, where did she go? Did she accompany Nandini? The watchman could not have seen them going, what with the festivities and all the guests. Or did they use the transporter? I went to the room where transporter was placed. I remembered after sending the couple, I have locked the room. Now the door was ajar and I went in and looked at the machine. It was switched on and on sleep mode. I touched the panel and it came out of sleep mode and the destination was set to Vizag. Who has gone to Vizag? Did Nandini go to Vizag? Then she would have gone to lab. Why did she go to the lab? What work did she have there? Maybe her friends called her for Pranita's wedding. When concerning about her friends, she would not think about me at all. How when she went to Rahul's engagement, she did not even told me about her whereabouts. When they went missing, she did not mention they were going to Araku. I had to use Bob's time traveling to get her back. Now she even switched off the satellite phone. I don't think anybody would be there in the lab. Dimitri was meeting with Sonali and her family about the vaccine production and he would leave for the lab today. He should be at the airport hotel. Maybe he is the one who went over to Vizag. Who could have sent him there? I will ring him up and see. I called him on his satellite phone. He lifted and said hello. I asked where are you? Dimitri replied at the airport hotel. I asked when are you returning? Dimitri replied tomorrow I have a meeting with Dr. Amit and after meeting with them I will return to the lab. I asked did you install the transporter I have sent? He said yes, we checked by getting some materials from the factory. We came to wedding through that only. So, it was not him, who has gone back. It must be Nandini only. She became complacent about me. She does not care about my feelings. I went and had a bath and went over to Lovelin's house. Jyoti brought tea and placed in front of me. I inquired about Loveleen. Jyoti said, I am taking tea to her, and went over. She must have told her I came over. Loveleen came down holding her teacup. She must have felt my feelings. She asked what happened. I said, Nandini seems to have gone to Vizag, she is not picking her phone. Loveleen asked, did she tell you where she is going? I replied no. Then how do you know where she went? I said from transporter machine, it was set to Vizag. After sending Ram over to Manali, I locked the room. Now the room is open and the machine is set to Vizag. I don't know if there is data on how many trips were made. I got up and said, I will be in the office, and walked over to the office. Being Sunday, the office was not open and being the day after party no one turned out. Seeing me the watchman came over and opened the door. I went and switched on the system and checked what I have downloaded last night. There are some new blueprints received and I have to print them and see what are they for. Then there is a new story downloaded. I had a look at that, it seemed different from all the timelines received. I have to go through the story to know them. I printed the story to read later and gave instructions for AI to print the blueprints. I collected the story papers and left for home. Seeing me going home, the watchman came and locked the office doors. With my mind still on Nandini's disappearance, I reached home. I sat on my study and started to read the printed matter of another Kumar. It seems his story is same up to the first year of junior college. Up to 8th he studied in Vijayawada and 9th in Vizag and 10th in village. After 10th exams they all come back to Vijayawada and his family left him there went over to Bombay. First they got quarters in Mulund. He joined in CEC Inter and Srinu and Pradeep were his friends in his college. But Sneha was not in his class but she is in the science stream, as the commerce stream there is no provision for girls. His grandfather was having a clinic in the way to Kotha Gullu beside the photo studio, which he closed subsequently and was working with his younger brother looking after glassware business. From the time of his joining college, he was helping grandfather with his brother's business in the evening by visiting godowns at various places and helping the transport of various products to the shop. One such godown was in the Sneha's Gully. Whenever he visits this godown, he used to stand outside after opening the locks and the rickshawala used to collect the goods and place them in his pushcart. Once in a while, Sneha used to come and stand on the steps and speak with her neighbors and look at him standing outside the godown. He would return to the shop with the rickshawala. On the way at Srinu's shop he would stop and Srinu would invite him for a cup of tea. He would wait until Jamuna and Savitri would pass them and would leave for his grandfather's shop. Later on he joined in Srinu's brother's type institute. This way his first year finished. By the time exams came he would be studying on terrace and Sneha used to study on her terrace, but they never had any kind of personal interaction. He had his whole year looking at Sneha from afar. He did not even know her name was Sneha. Then time came for his going to Bombay. He dressed and wandered on the terrace, not knowing how to tell her he will be going to Bombay for his vacations. I don't know what he thought about doing for his second year. His family already shifted to Vakola, Santa Cruz from Mulund quarters. Then when the vacations finished his father took him to SM Lal's coaching center in Malad and joined him in GCD. There he met Kirit after a few days. Their friendship started and continued until Kirit's degree completion. After completion of the GCD he joined CA entrance and typing continued in the same institute. At home front Suri's brother Raju was already friends with his brother and they discussed things like turntables and records and speakers. Then Suri's mother asked him to teach Suri maths. From the time he reached Bombay he had his eyes on Suri's sister Dani. Now he completes his CA coaching and typing in the mornings. He used to teach Suri in the evening. He used to be ready and stand on the steps until Dani goes to typing and he then goes to their home to teach Suri. This teaching maths went on until Suri finished 10th. They all used to play shuttle with another neighbor and Suri's brother and sisters. Then Suri's elder sister asked him to take her to Malad exam center. He took her there but returned in vain as she got the exam center wrong. Next year she asked him to teach her accounts. Then next year Dani asked him to teach accounts. Then they married Suri's elder sister in the village. And Raju married and brought his wife and they had a daughter, who used to come to his house to play with his sister. Then one day, when he went to teach Dani, they told him it is not necessary to teach her and Raju's wife was telling him to look for a girl and marry. He thought what is this talk of marriage, as he is not settled. With some colony members they made a group to play cricket. When Ramesh joined with them he used to take them for bhajji pav. His sister printed his number in Andhra Bhumi for pen friendship. At first he was receiving many letters. He replied to most of them. Slowly few letters, who are replying immediately he used to reply to them. Few of them like Chamundeshwari, Nandini from Guntur, Rajeshwari from Vijayawada, Sheila from Hyderabad and Rama from Hyderabad and also who was studying B.Pharm in hostel were writing regularly. He went to Vijayawada and informed Nandini of his visit. Not finding himself clearing CA entrance, he wrote entrance for the Open University in Hyderabad. Then he wrote his first year B.Com exams. For this exams his father sent him to his friend's house in Kachiguda in Hyderabad. He went to his cousin sister's wedding and returned and went to meet Nandini in Guntur. Then while returning after having pav bhaji, he slipped and he is hurt his shin. Later he needed surgery and he missed his second year exams also. Later he went and paid fees and got his second year and third year books. By this time his sister Revati married and shifted to Hyderabad. Later Dani came home married and her family gave a reception outside their home. He helped in the reception and his ties to her completed with this. Revati came for giving birth to her son and he goes to write his second, third year exams. He informed Nandini through a letter about his visit to Hyderabad and gave her his sister's address for communication. One day when he went to write his exams, Nandini visited his sister's house and her mother-in-law told about his life story to her. She went away and did not respond to him again. After the exams he did two things, he joined a gym in Kalina and then joined in Typing Institute for typing practice and shorthand learning. After the results, he started to apply for jobs by searching in newspapers. Once he went to a company who are supplying TV and video content in skyscrapers in the Cuff Parade area. They took a group of them to teach in those buildings. They have antennas on the top of the building and would supply TV content and videos by playing through VCR. By the time he could complete his training he got job offer in the courier company as trainee typist. He has to work with regional manager. During typing practice in the institute after practice he used to help in the institute. One student Padmini's eyes fell on him and she with the help of her friend trapped him and made him her boyfriend. He used to accompany her to movies and then they used to go and sit in a place in Kalina. Then his manager went away and he used to work part-time with the branch. There when one of the girls went on leave he was asked to fill for collecting courier walk-ins. Then one day he handed the duty to Melvin the night duty guy and went back to his room in second floor. He completed the credit voucher entry in his book and came down for the cash vouchers from Melvin, who asked him to cut a voucher for a guy standing at the counter. He cut the voucher thinking Melvin had checked the contents and next day it was found he had booked a prototype bomb sent by airport security and after hue and cry, the branch manager Sengupta made him give a dummy resignation letter and he was asked not to attend customers. When that manager went away and a new branch manager was appointed. A new AVP joined and given a cabin on the second floor. AVP tried some stenographers and was not satisfied with them. One day he went to Kirit house on a Sunday and returned late to meet with Padmini and who left by the time he reached the bus stop. The next day she gave him left and right and broke up with him. Few days later he went to Leela Kempinski for interview and came in the afternoon to the office. AVP called branch manager Stephen for the daily report. Stephen said he had taken permission to come late, he is very hardworking fellow, he does not refuse any work and works late into the night, as soon he comes, I will give daily report. Really that daily report has to be given by the EDP department. They take time feeding the vouchers and so the report is delayed. Over that he compares the reports and found errors in their feeding data. Impressed by what he heard, the AVP called him and offered him his stenographer's job. He said he did not get any increment on completion of 1 year, he did not even get his confirmation. AVP promised him both and he started to work for him. AVP would call for giving dictation and would sit him and he would talk on phone for hours together stopping dictation and he would not get time for typing the letters. This went on for 2 weeks and suddenly AVP left for Delhi. It took him 1 week to clear the pending letter and he would sign then for and dispatch them. Then VP Marketing called him and sent him to Chief Accountant for looking after the outstandings. The CA showed him how to write to branches on outstanding and send him back to VP. Now he worked under VP and sent branches letters regarding outstandings. VP has a secretary Joyce and he would interact with her about the letters and replies. One day she asked him to accompany her to a movie with another steno and her boyfriend. He got Ramesh to book tickets for them, they watched a movie and returned. Next time he asked her for watching a movie, she admonished him for asking. Then he understood, she did not have any feeling for him and she did that to accompany her friends to the movies. After he broke up with Padmini he met Ravindra and Krishna when they went to Mud Island for picnic through the Type Institute. Then he had started making round of the surrounding areas and smoke with Ravindra. They told him about Padmini, how she used to go with the chicken shop fellow and how they broke up. It seems Padmini got scared they did tell him about her and broke off. In the intervening period, he joined ICWA Inter with BCom marks and would go to NM College for classes. Now when the company's international partner has been acquired by UPS, changes started happening in the company. New set of marketing executive appointed and a new customer service section was introduced. One of the girls was a Kannada girl fresh out of college and they both used to travel in the same bus in the evenings. She took him to a marriage in church for an operations person in the company, but it seems it did not work out with her. Now the VP started to work from a branch and took Joyce with him. Then they transferred him to newly set up Kandivali branch. It is not really full-fledged branch. They had to sit with the shop owner who runs a real estate business in the back. He had under him 3 courier boys and his supervisor a marketing executive Balachinder. He used to go to the Ho for verifying the dispatch of the deliveries and meet Joyce and go the Wildpale station where Ravindra and Krishna used to meet and they all would go to Mithibai canteen and sit and do time pass. Then he used to go to Kandivali branch. Until he reached there Tony used to look after the branch. Then he would leave at 5 and reach the classes in NM College. He took 20 days sick leave for preparation and exams. When he returned his supervisor Balachinder left the company. Then they have attached one new marketing executive recently appointed to the branch. Her name is Sakila Dawood. She has a habit of saying so sweet. Then they both used to visit the clients and tried to improve the business for the branch. Then one day Tony called for a party at his house in Malad. They all went to the party and then he came to know Tony got a job in Saudi Arabia and would be leaving. He has some pending payments to be submitted to Ho. After warning he did not submit and went away. Now they transferred him to the branch operations and put him in second shift. He did not have a problem until his inter-second group classes started. He could not attend the classes even after submitting his fees. One day he went with the van for the collection of parcels and one of the clients have not given anything, and the next day Sakila came and asked him why they got a complaint that the client's courier was not collected. Both of them went to check with the client and he gave them a satisfactory reply and the problem was resolved. He did not understand what happened when Sakila was asked to resign. He also had a problem attending classes, so he also submitted his 1-month notice. He knows he is not going to get his salary for the time he worked as they told him Tony's pending dues would be deducted from him. So, he did not submit some international courier voucher payments and adjusted against his salary and left the company after completing his notice without collecting final dues. Now Sakila approached him and asked him to join with her in starting a courier company to start operations between Bombay, Nasik and Pune. He went with her and they started an office from an hotel and stayed there for some time. Then he returned from Nasik. He was interacting with her. One day when he was at her house Rakesh and his friend came and Rakesh proposed to be friends again. So, he left her and she started to run the Pune route on her own. Then she called him to settle the Nasik bill and gave him some money. He settled the bill there and returned. Now his family shifted to Vadala. She did not have his new number and did not call him again. For the time being, he used to help in the Type Institute and Kazi asked him to learn repairing and he with help of D'Souza learned repairing and cleaning the typewriters and reassembling the typewriters after painting. Now he used to work with D'Souza meeting clients and selling typewrites and all. D'Souza had a house at the end of the lane on Kolivada. Then one day as he was readying for exams, D'Souza called him get the electronics typewriter from Kazi to sell. He handed it to D'Souza and went over to write exams. D'Souza sold the typewriter but did not pass on the money to Kazi. Now after writing exams he got a data entry operator work with the inks manufacturing company near Vakola Church. He joined and forgot about the money to be paid to Kazi. Then Kazi visited their HR, who is his friend, and complained about the money. He was surprised as D'Souza not paid the money and went and inquired. He was told he went over to Goa for his daughter's wedding. At this time his father gave him 50,000 to be deposited in his bank account and took a check for that amount to be paid to insurance people. Kazi went and checked his account in his bank through his wife and thought he had swindled the money and sent the chicken shop guy to threaten him. Now they went to the Shiv Sena Shakha Pramukh and D'Souza promised to pay the money as he had spent it on his daughter's wedding. That matter is closed and he cut off ties with Kazi. Then he went to Hyderabad for his cousin's wedding. At this wedding his uncle took him to a family for fixing marriage and it did not work out. Later his marriage fixed with the uncle's son-in-law's uncle's daughter Anita. He was married and they stayed in Wadala quarters with his family. Then Babri Masjid demolition, riots and bomb blasts happened. Then from data entry operator to EDP in charge he was promoted. He developed Total software and installed it and was asked to implement the same in Madras branch. He took first class ticket in waiting list but did not confirm. He cancelled and went next week by bus. He left by bus on Friday evening and went to Bangalore and from there another bus in the night to Madras and reached there. He took a room in a hotel indicated by the Madras branch manager and his cousin came to visit him in the hotel and took him to his house and left him in the evening. In the night he got a phone call that his father expired due to heart attack. He caught morning flight and reached Bombay. Within 6 months of his wedding his father expired. Then by that time Anita was pregnant and she left for her parents' home. And his mom left for his sister's place. After visiting Madras branch he visited her and she asked him to take her back to Bombay. Later when the time came for vacating the quarters, she left with his brother and Kumar with Anita and months-old baby shifted to Nalisopara to a rented house. There due to the long distance and other problems he decided to shift to Hyderabad and submitted his resignation. First the chief accountant asked him to withdraw resignation and he would give increment and all. When he planned by taking a room for rent in the colony with the help of colony president Pawar, he asked him to give 2 years bond. Troubled by the changing tactics of the CA, he asked him to pay for the software developed by him on advice of Deshpande, his colleague. Then they appointed Rajesh as his assistant in the intervening period. He married in the morning and came to attend the first day. He would accompany him to his house for lunch. They did not reply to him on resignation or paying for software, instead they approved his resignation on the last minute, which he withdrew when CA offered him increment at first, prepared final dues and cleared payment for pending pay leaves and all. In the evening they put all this in his hand and gave him a send-off party in a nearby hotel. He was expecting something like that and he took the entire software code backup and hidden it in the server. Then he put encrypted code with a simple algorithm. Then in the batch file he put a code to delete one file each time the program is run. So, from the next day one by one compiled code starts missing. Rajesh used to come and inform him of the happenings in the factory. They appointed a programmer to crack the code and she unable to do so. Finally they called him and offered increment and no bond and he rejoined the company. Anita informed the owners about some happening in their house during their tour and they took offense to that, asked them to vacate. Then one day the workers went on strike and the company declared lockout. So, due to the non-availability of housing they shifted to Hyderabad. From there his downward trend has started. He could not get any job and he was doing up and down Bombay and Hyderabad. What with doing small projects. Then he got a data entry operator job with GVK for the fixed assets program. There he learned a software program and used that to develop software for cans manufacturing unit in Bombay. Then he left GVK and was without any job for quite some time. Then he shifted back and forth and landed in Kukatpalli where his father-in-law stays. His father-in-law made him sell the land in his name and brought another land in his own name. His father-in-law started building on that land. He went over to Bombay and got his PF withdrawn from the company and finalized his accounts with his company and got substantial payments, which he deposited in his bank and went back to Bombay when Rajesh asked him to help out with the problem. By the time he returned, the amount in his bank account vanished as his father-in-law cleaned the account and used in his building construction. With no money to pay for rent, he had to shift to his father-in-law's newly constructed house. He used the money he got by selling his wife's gold in father-in-law's business. Then his wife's sister Sugandha got jealous of them and filled Anita's mother's ears and got them to vacate that house. He did not have other option to shift to a rented house. Then he got an interview call from JK Agri Genetics. When he did not get any answer, he had taken a vow to read Sai Baba story and at last he got the data entry job with them. Then when team lead asked him to show fixed assets management software, he showed him and he appointed him as programmer and asked him to develop their stop software. In just 6 months he had not only completed the software, he took up other projects for them. At this time he had developed software for data transfer using modems. Internet was not that much popular then. Then when the time for confirmation and increment came, they asked him to write to Ho for the same. He wrote to them and after some time they gave confirmation letter with no increment. He had developed lakhs worth software, which could not be developed by paying a software company. The team lead Suresh took him to help with Yashoda Hospital when the hospital software team left after completing their development. Suresh asked him to help them out with some new reports. He would go in the evenings to the hospital to develop reports. Now disappointed with the company, he resigned when the team lead Suresh offered to give him a job with a new company they are setting up with the hospital. When he resigned then they woke up and offered to match the salary offered by the hospital. He however rejected the offer and started helping in setting up the new company. Then he found he had diabetes and started to change his lifestyle. He helped both the hospital with maintenance and the company in development of new software by providing the inputs. In 6 months, the software is ready and installed in Malakpet Hospital. Then he was called to Somajiguda Hospital when the server went down. He recovered the server and asked them to change the server immediately. Instead of taking the backup and ready with another server, they continued running the server. It totally crashed by the time new server is brought. Now he did not have any choice to install the new software immediately with only master's data. By now finding the company could not get new orders for software and they were running low on funds after the hospital severed ties with the company, he started to work with starting his own company with one of his relatives. For that company he had taken some money from his father-in-law. Then that company did not take off and they closed that company and he had burdened with debt. During this time his sister started visiting him and when they contemplated shifting she rented a house near her house and they shifted there. Then his worst nightmares came true. He lost everything and he did not have money for food. Then, however he took a loan putting the last of gold in the house and started his life again. Then he got small maintenance contracts, slowly he started to getting back on his feet. He did a small project with the hospital and cleared the gold loan and got gold back. Then he shifted to Krishna Nagar and started working with Good Health and Apex Enterprises as consultant. Then he was approached by a children hospital in Old City. These people pressurized him to sell the hospital software at a cheap price and then put him in a software company. The sales manager himself joined as manager with the software company. When he got offer of directorship with the hospital, he took him with him by offering IT manager. So he continued with the hospital and Good Health plan. All this hard work started to catch up with him. And the doctor from hospital advised him to have full body checkup with their hospital. And they advised him to have open heart surgery. He had the surgery and then joined for MBA. He was running his life well while working in the hospital. Then Anita went and brought his nephew to stay with them. He started interfering in his work and would report to his wife about the hospital environment. Then she would pass unnecessary comments on him. Then they forced him to sell and get a new car, even though it was running well. His nephew gave it to some roadside garage for servicing and spoiled the car. The new car was never useful for him. He struggled for transport after getting the new car. The moral of the story is that never let your wife interfere with your business, they will only spoil everything. Not finding any growth with the hospital, he resigned and decided to use the leave to study and write his MBA exams. They called him from leave and asked him to resume work, taking back the resignation offering increment. But when the increment is not forthcoming, he, seeing the management changing frequently, has submitted resignation and put them in spot and got a consultancy for the software and for paying his final dues. The accountant cheated with the payments and to force his hand he had to refuse the maintenance. When the accountant has refused his payments, he stopped their software working and they had to shift to a new software. The accountant instead of paying him dues tried to cheat him by refusing payment. Finally it was a stalemate for him with them. In the interim period he joined a software company and there he had completed a project and given layoff. Then same time he lost 2 more contacts. From clearing debts and everything he became zero in single day. The final payment from the software company was not cleared. Then with difficulty he got back on the next project with the software company. They have habit of postponing salaries. Then by the end of financial year he got a job in Timex Noida for conversion of software. He worked there for 6 months and after completion of the 6 months, they said they won't be renewing the contract. Then he had to come back. Then Good Health called him, but refusing to give a monthly contract, told him to clear some problems. Then seeing the money problems he withdrew money from his insurance policy. That too worked for a few days. With no work his money ran out, he did not know what to do. Then his daughters got job and they tried to run home with that. Then again the software company called for maintenance of the earlier project. He was reluctant to work with them as they cheated him by not paying salaries. But that also petered out. After doing work they cheated him. He was offered a job with a company, but it didn't work out. After staying in that rented house for 2 years, the owner wanted to increase the rent. The neighboring plot they started construction. Two problems: it would create dust from construction and it would obstruct light and house would become dark. So he decided to shift rather than pay extra rent. They could not find a house in the neighborhood, so they shifted to outside the city for low rent. Then he got a project for developing software and he got some money, and using that and with others' help he married off his elder daughter. Then the coronavirus struck the country and the whole country went into lockdown. Then he got a US project through a friend there. But it only ran for 6 months and he could get some amount to run the house. Then he did not get any other job and started to live life in despair. His wife spoiled their living situation in Bombay with complaining about owner's sister to the owner's wife. Owner's wife thought she should not complain to her husband and told them to leave the house. There were lots of incidents like that. She has wasted all his money on her parents. She would do that without his knowledge and would sell her gold to give them money. Her other relatives were jealous of them having a car and she would show handedness in with the car and they would curse her. That became another problem. Her mother is another problem. She would only love her second daughter Sugandha and would curse his wife Sugandha say so. Overall this jealousy had spoiled his well-running life. Now she would curse him for not working. Why would he work when he does not get any returns for his work? When his efforts not bringing any returns, instead going to others? When there is a curse on his family by his own mother-in-law, how could he do anything? His family cheated him out of his money. His father-in-law cheated him out of his hard-earned PF amount. She gives money just like that to them, where they would use the money on liquor and other luxuries. The final moral is one should rein in their wife or else he will be a loser in his life. Now where is Nandini? What time is the wedding? I rummaged through the papers and could not find the wedding card. Whom shall I call? Shall I call Praveen? At least I will know if he is home or not. He not one of their inner circle. I called Praveen's number and it seems some servant picked the phone from the greetings. I asked, is Praveen there? She said he is not at home. Maybe he had gone to meet Karishma. I should call lab to find anyone there. If I call lab and being Sunday, the operator will not there. Shall I go and check there? I have to ask Loveleen to send me there. Will there be someone to send me back there? If no one is present, I will be stuck there. Dimitri will go only tomorrow. At least let me try to go and see if Nandini has reached there. I went to Loveleen's house. I went and sat down on a sofa. Jyoti brought me a cup of tea and went to call Loveleen. She came and sat beside me and seeing the position I am in, held me close. She might have thought what Jyoti would think and loosened her grip and sat straight. Jyoti brought her a cup of tea and handed her. She sipped the tea and placed the cup on the table in front and asked, what happened? Are you worried about Nandini? I replied, I just read a story of another Kumar. It does not seem to be from any timeline. All the timeline Kumars have done well for themselves. This fellow was suffering his whole life. I could not bear reading about him. He must be the original Kumar. Can you send me to the lab? Why do you want to go to the lab now? I want to check if Nandini was there and where she could have gone. She said, you go after lunch, wait for lunch to be ready. My thoughts went to the story I read. Until now I thought that Kumar, who has married Loveleen and gave him divorce, has been most unlucky. This Kumar seemed to break his record. Their both lives seemed to run parallel, but he married whom his parents fixed, and that Kumar had married Loveleen after meeting her on one of his tours. But his life turned out better than the one I just read. At least the one who married Loveleen had a computer software firm and this fellow was just an employee all his life, and his software firm which he started later in his life was a failure. Having software knowledge did not help him out and everybody tried to take advantage of him. Even his own family cheated him out of his inheritance. His mother, his brother and his sister denied him his share. His brother took it saying he wants to buy a house. His mother said she wanted to get treatment and then handed all the money to his sister. His sister used it for building a room on the house and showed him an empty hand. His father-in-law took all his savings and used it to build his house and threw him out when his sister-in-law Sugandha objected to them staying there. Then he even did not help him out for his daily needs. When he started his software company, they all flocked to him like a family of ducks. Then when he has lost all the money, they left him to his own misfortune, and his mother-in-law even cursed them for what? When he again raised himself, his father-in-law came and fought for money, without giving accounts for what he took from him. No one supported him and he was feeling alone all his life. Loveleen asked, what are you thinking? I said, how people use and throw others when their money finishes. How they will flock to the people with money. She said, it is a known fact. I said, they were talking about friends, now I found relatives are no less. See about Monica, she wanted to invest with us because her relatives tried to cheat her out of her money. Jyoti came and announced lunch. Loveleen said, come have lunch and go to the lab and check. We completed lunch and walked over to my house. Nandini. When the couple went over to Manali, Kumar walked in front and I locked the door and turned to go to our bedroom. Rose came with two men and said, Madam, these men were looking for you. I thought they must have come for some payment, said. What can I do please? One tall and lanky man said, Pranila madam sent us, she asked us to bring you to Vizag. I asked, who is this Pranila and what work does she have with me? How did you forget Pranila? She is Pranita's younger sister, he said. I asked, what Pranita has a younger sister? I never met her, but what does she has against me? Why is she doing all this? Other man said, she just wants to speak to you, she has asked us to bring you to her. I said, how can I come at a moment's notice? The lanky man said, you are talking of coming at this time. We know you have a machine inside which takes us to the lab in a second. Or to Delhi or Hyderabad. The second man said, open the door, we will go meet Pranila and return in half an hour. I thought a minute, what is the play of Pranila? What does she want? Why is she doing all this? I said okay and opened the door and stepped inside. The second man asked it to be set to Vizag and made me sit inside the transporter and I was in the lab. Next Rose came behind and then the lanky man. I asked where is the second man? He replied he will be in Bombay, let us go. We came out and he told me to get us a jeep. Seeing me a security person approached, do you want a vehicle madam? I said, get me a jeep. He went and sent a jeep for us. We drove to the main road and got down. He told me to send back jeep. The jeep we came in returned the way it came. After perhaps a minute a car came and stopped before us. He asked us to sit and sat in the front seat and told the driver to go. Loveleen. Why Kumar worried about Nandini going away? She has done that, when she went to her cousin's engagement and then did not return. When he went there he got them to invest with him and they set up the lab with 30 crores investment. Now why is he worried? Maybe they might start another company. He was asking me investment and now without asking he gave me share in his manufacturing company. Before marriage he gave Nandini share in his software firm, then he gave his friends share in the hardware firm. Now he gave me a share equal with Nandini and his brother. How should I construe that? Is he treating me as a family member or does he have any other ideas in that? He did not ask me to invest with the new company also. He asked me to come to the meeting with him. I was told they would be discussing appointing directors and MD and declare investments by members. Kumar was telling he is getting an investment of 300 crores and if required they would go for public offering. So many projects he is offering them. Kumar. I pressed the hidden button that releases the cover and came out of the transporter and went and called security. I asked about Nandini visiting the lab. He said, she came with another two persons, one lady and one man and they took a jeep and went to the main road and sent the jeep back. I asked, was another vehicle waiting for them there? He called the driver and asked him about returning back leaving them on the road. The driver said, they asked me to return, I thought they were expecting another vehicle. While returning I kept my eyes on the rear view mirror. Perhaps after 2 minutes I saw lights coming towards them and I made a slight turn and they were out of my eyesight. I asked, who was with Nandini? He replied, one thin lanky man, he looked like a security personnel and one lady of 20 years of age, looked like a maid. Must be the maid to the madam the way she behaved. So, it must be Rose, what is she doing with Nandini? Why did they go to Vizag? Who is the man with them, did he take them there? I said to the security person, okay send me back to Bombay, if Nandini comes back ask her to give me a ring. I set the destination to Bombay and asked him to press the switch, showing the switch, sat in the transporter and back to Bombay. I went to Loveleen's house. Loveleen is in the hall and seeing me she called Jyoti and told her to get us tea, asked, what happened? I said, she went to the lab and asked them to drop on the main road by jeep, from there they must have gone by another vehicle. Loveleen asked, where they could have gone. I said, I have no idea, it seems Rose is also with her. Seeing her thinking deeply, I said, forget about them, let us think about the meeting tomorrow. Let us go and sit on the beach for some time. I said after sitting down in the sand, I will propose your name as one of the board members. Loveleen said, I have not committed any investment with the company. I said, being a director and shareholder of the production company, you should automatically be eligible for a directorship. Let us see whom they will elect as the managing director. If they don't propose anyone, you propose my name. If more than one person's name is proposed, they might hold a vote by show of the hands. I am not worried about the running of the company. I am going to develop this manufacturing company for developing the required technologies for the products. For example, for TV and internet cable technologies we need to manufacture cables and other equipment and modems. The company will use the products developed by us in their endeavors. If we had to import any equipment, we will import kits and assemble them in our factory. Loveleen asked, what this company will do then? I said their work is to get licenses for running mobile towers and services and internet services. Then probably they will rent our transporters or buy them and use them for transport purposes. Maybe they will set up some kind of security services and help the government with our inventions. We can do lots of things with the company. Chapter 3. Kumar. A meeting of the proposed shareholders for Future India to elect directors and then managing director is conducted in the Reliance meeting room. Mr. Tata addressed the meeting by greeting and addressing gathering. Today we are going to introduce 2 more members into our consortium from South India, Mr. Kumar's father-in-law and renowned builder Mr. Sabba Rao and his partner in power generation unit Mr. Reddy. Next, in front of you, you have a list of members and other industrialists who are interested in investing with us in Future India. From these shareholders we will elect our board of directors and then we will elect a managing director to run the company on instructions of our board. I am proposing from my side our Vice President Marketing Mr. Desai. Now Mr. Godrej suggested he would like to represent our company himself. I have been watching the journey of Mr. Kumar and his foresight and his dedication and would like to be part of this company and offering to be a director in this venture. Mr. Ambani suggested Mr. Mehta and said Mr. Mehta was involved with the consortium from inception and I would like him to continue to help this company take us all into the future. I said, from my side I am suggesting Ms. Loveleen as the director. For the last 5 years, she was my constant companion and I am sure she would help us in future endeavors in our company. After constituting 10-member board, Mr. Tata said, I am proposing Mr. Kumar for the post of managing director. It was his vision to create this company and his constant future-defining ideas has brought us many things in front of us. He had brought us satellite phones and he has ideas for the future products like mobile telephony and internet. He has also proposed for TV penetration with cable TV and combined with internet facilities. If needed he will not think about his personal gains, instead he will think about the country. His vision for the country can be seen when without another thought, they have invested 30 crores in building an R&D lab near Visakhapatnam for researching viruses for developing medicines and vaccines. His contribution to the lab was explained to me by the research head Mr. Dimitri. How Mr. Kumar himself suggested ways to develop vaccines and gave the required combination of chemicals for the medicines. So, I am sure he will bring the same dedication to this company and for the future of the country. I think after that speech, no one dared to contradict him and approved for selecting me as the MD for the new company. Next on the agenda is how to treat the companies represented by Mr. Kumar. He is having one software development company and one electronics manufacturing company and one electronics assembly company. Out of these manufacturing company and assembly company is needed for our operations of this company, so I am proposing to acquire the manufacturing company at double the capitalization at 60 crores and we will issue share in our Future India as the ratio for the shares in that company. Same way we are acquiring the assembly company at 5 crores and will issue shares on our company. With this, our total capitalization of Future India would be 400 crores. If we require further capital for our ventures, we will go public at the appropriate time after having a shareholders meeting. Anything else to discuss at this meeting? One member asked, what we will take up in this company. I replied, our immediate plans for implementation were given with the list of shareholders. Further future plans we will decide on board meetings and if it out of scope of the board we will take up after having shareholders meeting. On that note the meeting is adjourned. All the members came and congratulated me and said words like hope you will take us into the future. Now I came out of that meeting as the managing director of a 400 crores company. Now I can fulfill all my dreams of taking our country into the future. I think out of all the Kumars I am the most successful, most resourceful and a visionary. I thought I wanted to be like the dead Kumar having multiple companies with branches all over India. Now this is a better achievement than his. Mr. Manohar Das could not attend the marriage due to some problems in his constituency and Rajveer Khanna only attended the wedding and did not wait for the reception. By the time we returned home, both of them were waiting for us. I said I will change and come and went home, expecting to see Nandini there. But she was not there and Rose was also not there. As no one to prepare tea for me, I put tea on the stove and went and had a quick bath and changed into casuals and came and filtered the tea and sat in the hall. I want Loveleen to explain the details of the meeting to them. I want Manohar Das to be impressed with what we have achieved today, so he should have confidence in what we have planned for them. I went to Loveleen's house leisurely and went and sat in front of the politicians. As they were looking at me expectantly, I explained Mr. Das what we have seen in Delhi and how Pratap Singh has threatened Kajal, and fearing for them how we made an agreement with the CM for Mr. Khanna taking the DCM position. At that time we had in mind well-being of your daughters. We still fear for their safety and kept them here. Now only way for them to resume normal life in Delhi is for Pratap Singh to be in mental hospital. Until that time Dharmendra Singh is in position of CM, he will not let his son be punished for his wrongdoings. I waited for their response. Mr. Das thought for some time and asked, "So, what are you proposing?" I said, "You wait for the right movement and shift to the opposition with Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna is already in consultation with his old party. They will offer you whatever portfolio you desire. The ministry should collapse and Mr. Singh should be removed or resign from CM post and elections should be declared. Then rest you can manage." They looked at each other. I said I will give you both some time to discuss the matter and got up and came out of the house. Seeing Loveleen following me, I waited for her to catch up and went back to our house. We sat in the hall and I said, "Loveleen, you are a force to reckon in my life." She asked, "What did I do?" "It was all your own making. You did not even ask me for investments. I should thank you for all you were doing for me. You made me a director in this future India. You gave me share in your company, now I will automatically get share in this new company. Did you think they will acquire your company this way? You did not even try to bargain. I don't think they have discussed about acquiring of these two companies." I said, "We got good offer in those companies. I will still receive royalties on my inventions if they want to market them. At present only Transporter is available for general sales. After the company is set up, we will have a board meeting and decide what need be sold through the company and who would like to buy them. I think we will only sell them to consortium members." Then the phone rang and it is Mr. Khanna. He said, "We have reached an agreement and we would like to return to Delhi." I said, "We are coming," and went over to her house. I asked Mr. Das, "Do you want to meet your daughters?" He said, "I don't have that much time, I would like to return to Chandigarh." I said, "If you want to go to Delhi, I can arrange you to reach there in a minute." He said, "No problem, my Chandigarh flight is already booked. I am leaving now, can you send me to the airport?" I said, "Come, I will drop you at the airport. I will get my car and come." I went and drove the car and stopped outside Loveleen's house gate. Mr. Das came and sat down in the passenger seat. I started to drive towards airport. He asked, "I heard you are starting a new company." I replied, "Our consortium members are starting the company. We are going to introduce the latest technology here in India. I also invented a transporter, using that I could have sent you to Delhi in a second. We are looking at all these kinds of technologies. We are already using satellite telephones. See that phone on the dashboard, it is a satellite phone, I can call anyone from anywhere. Then we have some more ideas, which we have to develop." "What is the capitalization of the company?" he asked. "At present we have 400 crores in investments. If we require we might go for public offering." "Are you sure it will work out?" I asked, "What will work out?" He replied, "Our plan to destabilize government and go for elections with opposition party." I said, "If my calculations are correct you will be in ruling party with Mr. Khanna as the CM. How can be sure about that?" I said, "I know Mr. Khanna will be CM in the next elections. This I have seen in the future." "Yes, I heard some talk about you seeing the future." I said, "Don't worry, you will be in the ruling party and your DCM post will be intact with the portfolio you have in mind." Then we turned into the airport and he took his handbag and went inside the airport. I returned to home. I parked the car and went to Loveleen's. Mr. Khanna invited, "Come, let us have a peg and then you can send me to Delhi." We had a peg each and Jyoti served dinner and I put Mr. Khanna in the transporter and sent him to Delhi. I checked for Nandini, but not finding her I locked the room to the transporter and went back to Loveleen's house to spend the night. I got up and went home, brushed and prepared a cup of coffee and sat on the sofa. The phone rang, it is Dimitri. I inquired about their meeting. He explained to me what they had discussed and wanted to go back to the lab. I said, "Come to my home, I will send you by the transporter." He said, "I will be at your home by 9 a.m. I had my bath and went over to Loveleen's house for breakfast. After breakfast, we discussed how they are planning for bringing down the government. I don't want to involve myself in politics anymore, because I promised Loveleen that I would make her father CM, and also do justice to Sonia. I am doing all this. Once the company starts, I doubt I will have time for anything else. I should give Loveleen working director post and keep her with me. Then Dimitri came over and we discussed the discussions they had, and took him to our house. Instructed to check with Nandini's friends and tell anyone to call me. After sending him to the lab and confirming he had reached safely, I went over to the office. I sat down and looked at the new blueprints created by the AI. I looked at the design. It is for a smartphone, with blueprints for ICs used in the design. This smartphone is like a small computer with a CPU, mic and speakers. Memory chips as small as 1 mm and with a capacity far exceeding what is available in the market for computers. I don't know if we can set up plant to manufacture CPUs and ICs. But, from where will I get machinery to manufacture these? These seem to be so advanced, technology must be from 20 years into the future. At least I will print them and take patent for them, then I can present to the board and see what we can do. If I can get some blueprints for computers, maybe I will start manufacturing of the systems rather than import kits. Our PCB section is only basic to cater to the needs of our products like transporter. Let the new company start, we can take up all these things. I have to be ready with my blueprints and patent them in the USA. I should use the technology I am receiving to the full extent possible. What I am receiving through my mind is all intellectual property. I am not stealing from anyone. It is because I could connect to the future and I have developed a machine I could retrieve what I am receiving and could save them and use them. Whatever I am doing for the betterment of mankind, not for my selfish reasons. I have used the same future to develop medicines and vaccines. I think I should use this knowledge to help the lab in developing medicines and vaccines for the diseases which will be coming up in the future. For developing medicines I can go directly to Amit, but vaccines need to be developed in the lab before getting them produced. I should speak with Sonali about drugs manufacturing. If they don't want to develop them now, I can take patents now, and by the time they are required by the general public, their patents would be invalid and anyone can manufacture them. Do I have problem with that? Best way to patent and do not let others steal or trying to make profit out of them at the time of pandemic. I better appoint a patent lawyer and get all these things patented immediately. I heard the door opening. It is Loveleen standing at the door. I said, "Come in, what are you waiting for?" She said, "I am looking Nandini, did she not return?" I said, "No, what work do you have with her?" Loveleen said, "I want to bring her up to date with our meeting with Das." I said, "I don't know where she is, her satellite phone is also coming switched off." Loveleen said, "Amanda called, she was asking about software for CT scan reports. Do we have separate module for that?" I said, "I don't know what Nandini offered them. Let me check the order for details. It must be with Joy, she would have given it to her to install the software for them. Let us go and check with Joy." We went to Joy and asked her for the Rodriguez Hospital order. She said it must be with Nandini. She took it on Friday evening for verification of a point in the order. Let us go and check in her cabin. We three of us went to her cabin and I opened the door and stepped inside, and there on the table is her satellite phone. I checked its power and it's run out. After using it, Nandini forgot to put it for charging. She must have left it on her table on Friday evening, and Saturday being the wedding, and she must have forgot about it. And I checked for it Sunday morning by calling. By that time its power must have run out. I took the file from the filing cabinet and handed it over to Joy and came back to my cabin to let them both go through with the purchase order. I called the lab and asked for Monica. The receptionist said she had not returned from her cousin's wedding. I asked who is in charge of the lab. She said let me check and said Lakshmi is here, do you want to speak with her? I said give the phone to her. When Lakshmi came on the line, I asked her, do you know where is Nandini? Lakshmi said, she did not come for the marriage. I said, Nandini came to the lab on the night of Saturday after my brother went over to Manali. I confirmed with security that she took the jeep up to the main road and from there she left in another vehicle. Do you have any idea where she could have gone? Lakshmi replied, I have no idea. Then could you check with your friends, did she meet anyone after coming there? Lakshmi replied, I will check with our friends. Okay, then I will call you later. If you have any information about her, please call me. I think it is time I involved police. I called CIDSI and explained the situation to him and how I tracked her to the lab, and from there she went with them in an unknown vehicle. Now after 3 days, she is still not traceable and she did not call me. Where did she go? He said if she is missing from Vizag, it would be interstate matter. I will try to find something about her whereabouts. I asked, did you go through the printed material I have sent? He said, I have put 2 constables to go through them and make notes. Maybe we get enough materials to incarcerate all of them. Good job you have done. Can you do that without cleaning out their minds? I said, I can do that. In Dolly's case, I have cleaned her mind because I don't want her to target our family. If she had come to my office means she might have had some doubts about us. I don't want to take a chance with her. He said, I might send someone to read his mind and find out what he has done. I said, it might not be legal proof, we can follow his actions and gather evidence. He said, yes, we can do that. We can gather evidence from that. What I am interested if he is the one who has done all those horrible acts. If we are sure, then we can take some action. Else if he is innocent as he claims, we don't want to pursue an innocent man. I said, that much we can find out. Send him to me, I will check and find out. We can use the same lie detector test idea with him. Give me a call when sending him. I cut the call. Now shall I involve Bob in Nandini's missing? I will call him inquiring about ICs and other blueprints and about a lawyer to file patents. Then I will inform him that Nandini is missing. I made a call to his number and was told he was out and when he comes back they will inform him. Where he could have gone. He must be going through all the timelines. Why could I mostly reach out to him? Is it his headquarters? He did not give his number to any other Kumar, he only gave it to me. Even the young Kumar had given him the blueprints and did not offer his number. When he left work and went looking for Sneha's nieces, then he went to him and admonished him and brought them back. Even in the case of Pujari, Kumar took Sneha to the USA but did not offer how he could connect with her and speak to her if he wanted to. So, he must be based on this timeline. Did it has anything to do with my getting all this information from all the timelines and all this I could achieve? The telephone rang and it's Bob. He said, I was told you called me. I said, I have some points to discuss with you. He said, then tell me. I said, first Nandini seems missing. He said, I am looking into that next. I got stuck up with some ICs not available in the market. I am getting more blueprints and I don't know how to develop them, because I don't know if these are available at present time. Where are you getting them from? I said, I am downloading the material received by me and I printed those blueprints as I have done for Transporter, Invisibility Cloak, Shapeshifter and others, which I gave to you for patenting. He said, yes, I got them patented in the USA. I said on the point of patenting I want to patent more items, can I get a patent lawyer or someone like that? He asked, why do you need a lawyer? You send them to me, I will get them patented. You are asking about the ICs, I am following up with the USA manufacturers. If you have any specific ICs to be manufactured, you better send their blueprints to me, I will get them developed. I said, okay, I will send them to you. If you know any information about Nandini, please let me know. When he said I am looking into that meant is he aware she is missing or he will now look into her missing. Let him come back to me. Now I don't know what to do. I better get these blueprints patented and send the IC's blueprints for development through Bob. I started working out on patents and let the AI prepare blueprints for development. Part 9. Future India starts operations. Chapter 1. The year 1991. Loveleen. We are sitting in the first official board meeting of Future India. The company is registered as a public limited company. The name for the company is finalized as Future India Development Public Limited. For the purpose of access they have taken the fourth bungalow beside our office as the registered company. Our company got the order for the development of the offices in the bungalow. We have taken extra workforce and prepared the offices in a month's time. On the ground floor on one side we have a conference room to sit 20 people at the table. We have 10 directors and 1 managing director. The company secretary and his assistant for taking notes and then other directors' assistants can sit at the table or they have seating behind to sit down. First order of the business is inducting directors and officially electing Kumar as the managing director, which has gone smoothly without any hitch. The second order of business is acquiring the electronics manufacturing company and computer assembly unit. As per the prices fixed in the last meeting, they were passed. The next order of business is setting up a cable manufacturing unit. Mr. Bajaj offered help in setting up the unit by finding the location and requirements. It will be set up as a unit of this company. Next on the agenda is applying for airwaves from the government. Mr. Desai said I have been already in consultation with the central government and they fixed a price, and after paying for application fees they will process the application. Our first business deal is a company would be applying for the airwaves. Next on the agenda is importing equipment for the mobile towers. Kumar said, I have already ordered from the USA and we need to make the payment to the company and they would ship the towers immediately. He gave copies of the inquiry, proposals and final pricing for the towers. These are very competitive prices and I have sent them blueprints and got them developed specifically for our country's needs. So they passed a resolution to make payments and get the materials released immediately. Kumar informed them, if any of you want transporter machines, they should order them and they will be given on a first-come first-served basis. Based on the orders we may have to enhance the production facilities as we don't keep stocks. Mr. Mehta said, in a day or two we will give requirements and all the members will be informed about the ordering. Kumar said, I have other items to be considered for general production, but I have to check for the availability of parts for the same. Next on the agenda is to appoint Miss Loveleen Khanna as operations manager. The resolution has passed unanimously. Next on the agenda is starting TV content distribution through cable. Kumar explained how the TV content distribution can be combined with internet distribution and also will be connected to mobile tower connectivity. The resolution passed to approve starting the distribution of TV content. Kumar asked for details of the running of the company so acquired in the meeting. After discussing he was informed they will be run the same way they are running for the present time and after inspection of the factories further plan of action will be decided. It is decided to meet next week for deciding further matters. At that point, the meeting adjourned. Now it is time for us to receive compliments. Kumar for appointment as managing director and me as operations director. Now everyone left and we walked to our office. Kumar said, let us go to the factory and inform them about the news. I said, why go there, call them here and give them the good news. I will call them to come here. You go and sit in your cabin. I will call them and come. From the night of Ram's wedding, Nandini was missing and I am using her room as my office. I sat in the chair and called the factory. I told Ram, Sahiti, Mahira, Raj and Krishna to come over to the office, there is a meeting in Kumar's cabin. Then called Nishita and told her to come over to the office for a meeting. I went and opened the transporter so they can come from the factory. I waited for all of them to come and locked the door and we went to the office. I sat them down and waited for Nishita to come. Ram asked what is the emergency to call us at a moment's notice. I said, Kumar wants to make an announcement. Wait for Nishita to come. When Nishita came and sat down beside Ram, Kumar made his speech. As you are all aware, in the assembly company you all have shares. Now Future India has acquired this assembly company for 5 crores. We got many times the valuation of the company. At present they have to inspect the company and decide how the management is to be run. You will be doing whatever you were doing until then. You will be issued shares in the new company in the same ratio you have shares in this company. So, do you want to say anything? They said they are happy. Kumar said, now you can go back to your work, except Ram and Nishita. I went and opened the door, sent them through the transporter and came back. Kumar must be waiting for me. When I sat down he said, as you know the manufacturing company has been invested by Bob for us investing in the lab. He arranged it in such a way that I was passed on that investment from our forefathers. When registering the shares I registered 9% of the shares in Ram's name. Now, this company is acquired at double the price and we will be given shares in the company. Ram's share would be around 4.5 crores. At present Sahiti is the managing director with 10% shares. Ram, Nandini, Loveleen and myself are the directors of the company. Now after inspection, they will decide how the company would be run and I don't think at this juncture they will make any changes. Possibly we have to shift one of them. We need production enhancement and more products will be introduced. Nishita, are happy with this. I have given all of them shares so they will be part of the company as directors and you need to look after Loveleen's company. You will not get time to invest with us. So from now on, we will be starting a new chapter in our lives. We will be entering into a new future with Future India. So this Saturday, I am arranging a party here. I will let you know about further developments. They both got up and I left Nishita to go back to the office. I sent Ram back to the factory and locked the room and came back and sat in front of him. I asked him, did you give me a share in the company to make me a director of Future India? He said, when I allotted the shares, I did not think we will be acquired by Future India. But I want to keep the control of the company to myself, so I allotted myself 54%. I gave Sahiti 10 to make her managing director. As she is already running the factories, I know she can manage the companies. I also want her to have something in her name after all that happened in her life. She has given me Leena and I did not give her anything back. If she has not gone missing, I might have married her somehow. By the time she returned I was already married to Nandini. Now Nandini is missing. Why everyone is going missing from my life? I asked, you did not tell me why you did give me the shares. He thought a minute and said, "At the time I thought I should keep you close. I wanted to give you 10%. Then I had to give Nandini because I gave you a share and then I wanted Lena to have a share too. Then I will be left with 50%. I wanted more than 50%, in case Nandini creates problems, so I cut all of you 1% and made 9% and kept for me 54%. I had from the beginning felt trust issues with Nandini. I was feeling if I am not truthful with her she would not hesitate and leave me just to hurt me. Then after we had started to have a relationship, I felt she would take revenge on me through the company combining hands with Joy. When I read the stories from all the timelines, I understood where I am getting those feelings from. In the life of Kumar who married you, she had a relation with him before marriage and left him when he heard something about him from someone. Recently I read about a Kumar, it seemed he is an original Kumar, not a split timeline from the way he conducted his life. In that story, he was staying in Bombay but joined in Hyderabad for his degree. Nandini was his pen pal and he met her once or twice. When he came to Hyderabad for exams and when he went for an exam, she came to meet him thinking he would be there and she found his sister's mother-in-law, who was not of sound mind. She filled Nandini's ears with unwanted things and she did not respond to his calls or letters from then on. The same thing happened with Kumar who married you, but he was in dark about what happened with Nandini to shun him. Then the dead Kumara had similar feeling she will leave him heartbroken. He even had some kind of experience with her about meeting her in 1987 when this meeting is supposed to happen. Even when she was falling head over heels for him he kept her away until she seduced him on the pretext of meeting Mr. Naidu. One good outcome of that they could catch Dolly when they went to meet Mr. Naidu. I thought instead of explaining why he gave me a share in the company, he went on explaining the details from other timelines. I understood from what he said is that he gave me the share to keep me close and because he gave me a share, he gave Nandini also a share. It seems he is thinking about Leena's future, so he is giving her shares from the companies. Did he see any kind of threat to his life? Or did he think Nandini would cheat Leena in inheritance citing she is not his own daughter? But where is Nandini? Did it have to do with his foresight for doing all this allotting shares? He gave Sahiti a share in his company to secure her future. Also to Leena in the medical equipment company and thus manufacturing company. Maybe he also gave me the share, so that I would look after her if he is not available. Possibly he might be sent to another timeline if the need arises like his alter ego was sent. If he is just missing his inheritance would not automatically pass on immediately. He might be thinking others should not suffer in case he went missing or is taken to another timeline to achieve something. From what he told me about other Kumars, he seemed to be most informed and he had taken advantage of his situations. Now if they started a 400 crore company on his say-so, they must be having confidence in his future outlook. He made me part of that in two ways, one by giving a share in the company, and also made me part of the management. He must be having confidence in my management capabilities to make me the operations director. How easily they have accepted his suggestions. They know if he or me did not work up to the expectations, they can remove either of us. But without his foresight can they run the company? The company is based on his knowledge and his foresight. He has done well to patent all his inventions in his name rather than the company's name. Disturbing my thoughts, the telephone rang. He lifted the phone and said hello and listened attentively and said okay, keep me informed and cut the call. He said, it is Bob, he was telling about Nandini. He must be thinking about what Bob said and did not elaborate on the matter. I asked, what he was telling you. Kumar said, Bob said he could not locate Nandini, even though he tried to pull her from the past and he could not do that. He is saying it seems she was sent to another timeline past 2020. As he could not see beyond 2020, they must have sent her there. He says there is a chance that she could have gone to the original time and not a split timeline. Because he doesn't have any control over the original timeline. I said, what you are saying is that she could be safe somewhere beyond the year 2020 or in an original timeline which Bob can't enter to bring her back. Kumar said, I heard him saying to someone there is an enemy of them possibly in China, who is responsible for all this. He was saying they were the ones who were creating the problems in the world in the past. Their enemies were responsible indirectly for all the world wars and other problems in the world. And for the wars India had to face in the past indirectly. He says they are planning something big, and that is the reason he could not see beyond 2020. In the year 2019, there will be a virus pandemic which will bring the world to its knees. That virus was meant to threaten and blackmail India, but somehow it went out of control and spread in their own country, disrupting life there and spreading all over the world from there. That could be the reason Bob got us set up this lab. Did they take Nandini to set up another lab in their timeline? She is only a manager, not a research head to know how to investigate viruses. She can build a lab but could not run the lab or give suggestions like me. Or they must have thought by taking her away they could disrupt my life and maybe the development of the lab and stop me from doing whatever I am doing. I am not dead, Kumar, to break down after the death of Sneha. Over that, I have you and others. Why would I break down? I am stronger mentally than that. I might have to inform her parents. What can I tell them? Can I tell them she will return in the future? He cut short the conversation and made a call. He spoke to Bob about Nandini returning in the future and cut the call. He said, Bob is saying he could not find her anywhere in our future. He thought about her bringing her from the future also. He thought he could at least find where she has gone. He could not find her in the future and the past and future are locked in relation to Nandini and he could not do anything about her. So from what Kumar says, Nandini could never come back. Did I want that secretly? Or hope for that? It is better than her taking a divorce and going away from his life. In any other case, he would be hoping she will come back someday if not dead. Now it is confirmed she would never return, she is as good as dead. Whoever wanted them separated, would have to come in front. Let me see who that is. I should be ready to thwart their advances. But I should be careful not to come in front of that person as his lover. I should act for some time as he is my boss and we don't have any relationship. When that person comes in front I could move my pawn. Kumar. I have to inform Nandini's parents. How could I explain that their only child is missing and could never come back? If I say she is not dead, will it be a solace for them? What would they think about me? Would they blame me for her disappearance? Would they think I have done this for money? She invested in the lab, her father must have given her the money or invested in building the lab. Would they think I wanted total control of the lab, so I made her disappear? What is Rose's part in all this? Why is she missing from the time Nandini is missing? I called Bob and asked him about our maid Rose and informed him she was also missing with Nandini. She accompanied her to the lab and was with her when she went in the jeep. He said he will look into that angle. I cut the call and looked at Loveleen sitting there in anticipation. What is she thinking? Is she happy that Nandini is missing and will never return, or she is sad for me? What would she plan if she knows Nandini will never return? Now I know Nandini would never return, what should be my next course of action? Now Nandini would never return and I would be busy with the new firm. I thought Nandini would support the software firm in my absence, that is the reason I had taken Loveleen to the new firm. Now I might need a person to help Joy with the firm. Whom could I put for that? Maybe for the time being I have to give some time to this company. Now, these mobile phones I can develop them with blueprints, they might need software. I have to see if I have downloaded any software for them. But my main problem is how to inform Nandini's parents. Loveleen got up and said, let us go for lunch. I got up and went behind her to her house. Now as Rose is also not here, I am having breakfast to dinner at her house only. Maybe I should vacate the house and keep a room for myself and use it for office purpose. Maybe I can shift the software division to the house and use the office building for setting TV content transmission. I absent-mindedly had my lunch and sat on the sofa, lit a fag. Loveleen came and sat beside me. I looked at her and asked, how can I tell Nandini's parents about her missing? Why they did not inquire about her until now? Has someone told about her to them? I better tell my parents and let them handle her parents. They would know how to deal with them. I better tell them how I gave her share in the companies. I got up and said, come to Loveleen. I called Joy to come to my room and sat down on the chair. When Joy came, I told her to sit and said, it seems Nandini is missing for the last month. I was under the impression that she went to her friend's wedding and did not inform me as she did when she went to her cousin's engagement. At the time she has reconnected with her friends and ignored to inform me. You have seen how the Andhra police came to our office and I had to involve CID and then Bob to return her back to us. This time Bob also could not locate her and could not pick her up from past. It seems she has gone to some other timeline, where Bob don't have a reach. Now I and Loveleen would be busy with the new company, we could not spare the time as we did before. I know you can look after the development part, for management do you need any support? As Joy did not reply to my question I asked, can I ask Mahira to help you a little with marketing, and meet clients? I know you are reluctant to go and meet clients. She nodded her head, she must be in shock after hearing Nandini will not return. I don't know what kind of feelings she had for her. I said, you can continue your work. I myself am in shock and don't know how to deal with the information. If she had been kidnapped or just missing, I would think she would return back. Even though Sunita was missing in an air crash, I lived with the hope she would return sometime. But now Bob confirmed she will never return to our timeline. Even if I meet a Nandini from another timeline, she would not be my Nandini, she would be a stranger. I got up and Loveleen asked, "Where are you going?" I said, "I will go to Vadala and explain everything to my parents." "Will they believe whatever you are saying?" "What will you say, she was kidnapped by some aliens and took her to another time?" I said, "Yes, I will say she was kidnapped by aliens and taken away to another planet. I don't know if she will return or not." "Okay, I will drive you there, come." We went to Loveleen's house and she picked up the car and we drove to Vadala. She understands me very well. She must be knowing I could not drive, maybe I would have taken the driver. We got down in the parking, went up by lift. I rang the bell, Mom opened the door. I asked, "Where is Lena? Did she not come from school?" She said, "They are having special classes, now she is 10th. "What happened, why are you like this?" I said, "Let me come inside, I will explain everything." She asked, "Loveleen, how are you? What are you doing? Come and sit." I said, "As you are aware, we are starting a new company, Future India. Yesterday we started operations of the company and had our first meeting of the company. I have been elected as MD and Loveleen as operations manager. Now our factories were taken over by this company at double the value. Now Ram and Nimish's share value has doubled and they will be given shares in the new company. Now in the manufacturing company, I gave 9% to Ram and Leena each. They will also get double the value of the shares in the new company. I have given Nandini 25% in the software company when we registered it, and now this manufacturing company I have given her equal to Ram and Leena. Now the problem is, after Ram went over to Manali, Nandini went over to Vizag lab and from that time she is not traceable. I have been trying to trace her from that time. I went to the lab and checked with the security. She went there with our maid and some person and they took the jeep up to the main road and took another car. Now that is the last of her anyone seen her. I was waiting for her return or hoping she will at least send me a message. I thought as she went to the lab and asked for a jeep, I thought she went there knowingly. Now I was informed she might have been kidnapped. Mom asked, who could have kidnapped her? I said, that we could not trace it. Now police are saying she could have been kidnapped by aliens. They have received information in that area, there have been alien sightings. You know, she was involved in setting up the lab. She and her friends were involved in investing for that, and there are reports that the virus was from outer space. So, the police were saying they might have taken her for the same purpose. But I could not understand why they could have taken her. Now, police are saying when her work completes there, they should return her. Mom asked, did you inform her parents? I said, that is why I came here. If you could speak with them, I don't know how to tell them. Mom said, let your dad come home, we will speak with them. You sit here, I will get you tea. She got up and went to the kitchen to make tea. We had our tea and I stood up, I will have a walk and come. Loveleen got up and said, I will also come with you. We came down and started walking toward the bus depot. I lit a fag and walked for 10 minutes and returned back to the quarters and sat down on a bench in the small park inside the compound. Seeing the swing, I remembered how Suresh could have kidnapped Leena when she was 1 year old. If our Leena was staying here, would he have kidnapped her? Luckily she was with Pujari Kumar until she is 7 years of age. Instead of Leena, he kidnapped Sahiti and sold her off. Now Krishna is showing interest in marrying her. What with my busy work with setting up a new company and Nandini missing, I have not thought about them. I have not spoken to her in the afternoon, because I don't want to speak in front of all of them. When Krishna's parents went to her house, she rejected his offer. It would not look good to ask in front of everybody. I will speak with her later. I touched the waist where I would attach the satellite phone. I must have left it in Dad's house. Maybe I have one in the car. I opened the front door and checked the glove compartment. There is no phone there. No urgency in calling her. I said to Loveleen, let us go up, and we returned to the flat. I rang the bell and this time Leena opened the door. She asked, where did you go? I said, just for a walk. I kissed her and said, now you are crorepati. The shares I put in your name in the factory doubled in value. She asked, how? We have sold the factory to the new company. They will give double value shares for the shares in the factory. Now you have shares in 2 companies. Shall I send you to the USA next year for studies? Leena said, Grandma would feel all alone. Will she give permission? I said, you can come over every weekend. I am sending one transporter to New York. You can come here whenever you want. You tell that to Grandma. I said, I will make plans and then we will tell her, then she can't refuse. How would you like to study microbiology and look after the lab? She replied, I like that. I have seen the lab. You mean to say I can run the lab? I said, certainly, why not? It is our lab. She went to Mom and said excitedly, Dad is telling he will send me to the USA to study microbiology and he will let me handle the lab. Mom came into the hall and asked, what is the need for sending her that far? I said, what far? If you want you can visit her daily and come back. She said, you mean to say I can go to America daily and can come back? I said, how much time will it take? Just a second. She said, don't fool with me, you are talking as if America is in our neighbor's house. I said, it is closer than that, it could be in our house. She asked, how is that possible? I said, we have a machine that will send you to America in a second. I am planning to send a machine to New York and set it up with Praveen. I am going to expand my business to America. Lena can come back every weekend and spend here. Now with Nandini away, I want Lena to take over the lab, running it when she finishes her studies. Mom said, there is still time, let her decide what she wants to do. It seems your dad came. Lena, go and open the door, let him have tea and we will see how to break the news to Nandini's parents. After freshening up and having tea, Dad called Mr. Sabha Rao. He cut the call and said it seems he is at the power plant. I will try his house. He called the house and asked for Mrs. Sabha Rao and gave the phone to Mom to speak because it is the protocol for ladies to speak with ladies first. Mom asked about their well-being and asked, did you speak with Nandini recently as she went to the lab and did not communicate? Mrs. Sabha Rao said, I tried contacting her friends and Praveen tried to contact her after Pranita's wedding as she was supposed to come to her wedding after Ram's wedding. Lakshmi told him about Kumar contacting her about Nandini coming to the lab and she inquired with other friends as Nandini did not contact anyone. At the latest, when they were going to Araku and Praveen's police complaint about them missing and then police going to Kumar's office to arrest him for no fault of his, so, they have not attempted to complain to the police. Mom said, Kumar inquired about her going to the lab with the security. They said she went with her maid and one other person by taking a jeep from the lab up to the main road and sent it back. Now the driver of the jeep saw in his rear view mirror a vehicle approaching them and stopping in front of them. Satisfied they got further transport, he did not think about it much. Now as it seemed she went with them willingly, Kumar did not think much about it and thought she was with her friends and neglected to contact him as before at the time of Rohan's wedding. I took the phone from her after greetings. I said, when even after 15 days she has not contacted me, I contacted the intelligence bureau here and they could not get any information about her. Now they are saying they could have taken her to the meteorite site and they could have hidden her somewhere. She asked, them means who? I said, it seems someone is interested in our vaccine project and they wanted to find which virus we are doing the research. Now the virus has come through some meteorite and it was kept secret by the government. She went with a group of scientists to that place to collect the dead people's samples. It seems someone wants her to show the place. Before going away she did not inform anyone. What I don't understand why our maid accompanied her. On this matter I heard our maid Rose filling Nandini's ears few days before. I called her and interrogated her and she told me that one Anwar, a private detective, gave her money to tell her all that. I called CID and had them check who is this Anwar. Now when they interrogated him, he said one Pallavi has given them money to break us up. Now I don't know any Pallavi, neither Nandini. It seems she has some hand in her disappearance. I really don't know what she has against us. She said, we also don't know any Pallavi. Did you ask Nandini's friends about Pallavi? I said, I did not think to ask them. I was very busy with the setting up of the company and I thought she would call tomorrow if not today. Unlike last time when the whole group missing, this time it was only Nandini. Now the CID is saying there are reports of some UFO activity going on surrounding Vizag forests. They thought they could have taken her somewhere for some work. Let us hope she will come back safe and sound at an early time. She said, let us hope. I will speak with your uncle and let you know. She cut the call. I said, they seem to have advance information. They were not as much worried about her as I am. Loveleen opened her mouth after all this time. I think they are hiding something. They must be having an idea where she went. I said, let us go home, and got up. Mom said, have dinner and go. I said, it is okay for me. What about Loveleen? Mom said, for Loveleen, I will make rotis. I already prepared dough for chapatis. I looked at Loveleen, and she said, okay, I will inform Jyoti to not prepare dinner for us. We all went to sit on the balcony. I looked at the chawl in front of the building and the road running before the gate. I remembered reading about the riots after Babri Masjid demolition. Dead Kumar wrote about how the fires were spreading in the chawl in front and how a typical Muslim man was stabbed and fell down after walking for some time. I know this is a fixed event in the time, which I can't change at all. Maybe I can do something about bomb blast later on. We three of us sat there and chatted until Mom called for dinner. It seems Loveleen is taking more interest in Lena than before. Maybe she thought a way to a man's heart is through his daughter. We finished dinner, took leave and left for the house. I took a suitcase full of dresses and shifted to Loveleen's house and put them in a guest room. It is after 3 days of speaking with Nandini's mother I got a call at 7 p.m. It was the doctor from Hyderabad hospital, calling me to come to Hyderabad hospital immediately. I asked, what happened? The doctor said, come here, I will explain. I went to Loveleen and asked her to put me in the transporter to send me to Hyderabad. She asked, what is so urgent? I said, I got a call to come to Hyderabad immediately. We went to the transporter room. I opened the room and set the location to Hyderabad and sat on the transporter, and I opened the door and came out. There is no one at the house. I asked the maid, where is everybody? She said they are at the hospital. I asked her for the car keys and went over to the hospital. When I entered the door, Praveen was standing there, possibly waiting for me. He took me to a room and inside there is Nandini on the bed. There were tubes running from her mouth and nose. I asked, what happened? He said, she was brought to the hospital like this. It seems she has suffered a heart attack according to the doctor. Heart attack, how is that possible? I looked closely at her. She does not seem to be my Nandini. During the wedding, she burnt her left hand on an oil lamp. She had blisters and I took her to our room, applied Bernal and put a plaster on her hand. She would have white marks on her left hand. There is none and it seems she never burned her hand. Her face seemed slightly different. I sat on the chair and keep looking at her. I don't want to tell them that she is not my Nandini. Someone wants us to think she is going to die. From her position, it does not seem like she will live long. I caught her hand and sat there looking at her face. I must have sat there for hours. The doctors came and removed pipes from her mouth and removed the ventilation and put on an oxygen mask. It seems she is recovering according to them to change the ventilation to oxygen. The doctor came and said, go and take rest, we look after her. I shook my head and said, I will sit with her for some time until her family members come. It is almost daylight when she opened her eyes. She looked at me and pulled her hand away. I looked at her in horror. What could have happened for her to pull her hand like that? I asked in a hoarse voice, what happened, why are you acting like this? I was scared someone must have filled her ears about me and Loveleen. Her next words were more surprising than her pulling her hand. She asked, what are you doing here? I said, what am I doing? You were missing for a month and can't I come and see you? She said, you told me lies. I know her tactics. I don't want to come out with anything, so I asked, what lies did I tell you? She said, you told me you are studying for your degree in Bombay and you studied in Hyderabad. I asked her, when did I tell you I studied in Bombay? I studied in Vijayawada. Then it struck me she must be Nandini from the latest story I read. From what I have read, she went to his sister's house and found his sister's mother-in-law, who filled her ears, something about his studies when he went to write exams. When he tried to contact her, she did not respond. Did they bring her from that time? I asked casually, whose hospital is this, someone you know? Her reply confirmed my doubt about her, I don't know. I got up and said, I will go home and have a bath and change and come. She asked, where are you staying? I asked, don't you know, in Bombay. She asked, are you going to Bombay to have a bath and change? Do you have a charter flight or what? I said, you can say that, I will be back in an hour. I took the car to Nandini's house. I don't want to inform them about her. If they want her parents to think she is their daughter, it is okay by me. I want to see what is their play. While driving to Nandini's house, I called Loveleen and told her I coming back to Bombay to keep the transporter room door open. I went to Nandini's house, got someone to press the button and reach Bombay. I explained to Loveleen what I deduced and said we will go to the hospital and see. By the time we were ready, Joy came to the office. I got her to send both of us to Hyderabad and took the car and went over to the hospital. Seeing Loveleen, Nandini asked, who is this, your wife? I said, no, she is my girlfriend. I don't know what she thought. She asked sarcastically, did you go to Bombay and come? I said, yes, don't you see, I brought her from Bombay. She looked at me suspiciously and asked, why are you behind me? What have I done? Just met you twice and may have exchanged a few letters. I looked at Loveleen, did you understand? I whispered in her ear, she seems from another timeline, she doesn't know me properly. Nandini asked, what are you whispering? I asked, where are your parents? They have gone to Guntur for a wedding. I asked, so what happened to you? She replied, I don't know, why am I in a hospital? I asked, did you not ask the doctor or nurse? She replied, I asked, and they said I had suffered a heart attack. How could I get a heart attack? I asked, do you have your parents' phone number? She replied, I don't know where they are staying in Guntur. At this point, Praveen walked into the room. She asked him, when did you come to India? I told him you speak with her, and brought Loveleen outside the room. I said, what shall we do? It seems someone is playing with us. She is not Nandini. She is either from the original time or the timeline where he married Loveleen. She asked, if he had married Loveleen, she would know about me, don't you think? I said, after their breakup, they don't have any interaction. Let Praveen deal with her, we will go back to Bombay. I went inside the room and asked Praveen, look after her, we will return later. He nodded his head. We went to Nandini's house and got someone to press the switch and send us to Bombay. We were busy with our work and we have received the equipment I ordered for the TV content distribution. We got a lot of basic model mobile telephones delivered. I had to enhance the production facilities for PCB making. Then we had to go to Noida for looking at production facilities for manufacturing cables with the Bajaj people. Then we have to enhance production facilities for the assembly section. Now it as part of Future India is a production section. Now, these two companies became sections. Now Sahiti became section head. Ram became section manager. We are waiting for the share certificates to see what is our worth. In the software section, using AI I am preparing software for mobile phones. Our basic model mobile software is ready and smartphone software is being developed by AI step by step from the memory downloaded. It is taking time for AI to coordinate everything and had to make software and libraries and reuse them in the software. If the Chinese know what I am doing, they would have kidnapped me instead of Nandini. Is Nandini really kidnapped by the Chinese, as I thought? Whose idea is it to replace my Nandini with Nandini from another timeline? Now I have read about Kumar and Nandini's breakup from 3 timelines, which timeline does she belongs to? After 2 days I remembered about Nandini. I called the hospital and asked to connect to Nandini's room. I asked, hi, Nandini, how are you doing? Nandini asked, who is this? I said, I am Kumar from Bombay. You forgot me so fast. Nandini asked, what do you want? I asked, is Praveen with you? Nandini said, he went home, he is having an engagement function. I said, he did not tell me, is he angry with me? Nandini asked, why would he call you? Are you his relative or what? I said, you seem to have forgotten, he is a shareholder in our company. Nandini said, Praveen is also telling me that only, I have forgotten everything. Doctors are saying I have amnesia from the heart attack. What is this new thing, amnesia from a heart attack? She does not know because she was not from this world. They must have assumed that due to a heart attack her brain nerves must have been damaged. I said, okay, I will come and see you in the evening, I got lots of work. I could not go in the evening as the directors came for a visit to the factory. I had to explain to them what I am planning for the factory. They went away satisfied. I had shown them the transporter and how it works. They were reluctant to test travel in that. I had to send one of the workers in the factory to our house and back. They said they will come back on that. Now I understood why I have not received any orders for the transporter. Maybe I should call a party and show them the use of the transporter. It is after 10 p.m. when I returned to house. Loveleen was calling for having dinner. I went to my room and changed and came for lunch. I told her you should have dinner. She said, it is okay, I have accustomed to having lunch or dinner with you. The satellite phone was ringing, I looked at the time. It is showing 4:01. Who is at this hour? I lifted the phone. It is Praveen. I asked, what happened? He said, Nandini died in her sleep. They checked at 3 a.m. to give her medicines, and her body was cold. I remembered how my alter ego and Payal Rain died in similar circumstances. I asked, did they perform post-mortem? He replied, no, they are treating it as a normal death. I said, I am coming now, later she can be sent for post-mortem, make arrangements for that. I went and woke Loveleen and explained the situation and got the watchman to send us both to Hyderabad. We took the car and went to the hospital. She is still in the hospital bed, with her face covered with a bed sheet. I lifted the bed sheet and touched her, she felt cold to the touch. I looked at Praveen, he said doctors have declared her dead from a heart attack. I said, I want her to have a full-level post-mortem and to check for any injected medicines which would bring heart attack. I think she died due to poisoning. But where are uncle and auntie? They are coming from Guntur. They should be here by 7:30. I said, then wait for them to return before sending the body for post-mortem. After that, I will take her to Bombay for cremation. Because I have to do all the ceremonies there only. I will go and get my mom and dad for a final view. I called mom and dad, explained the situation and told them to come to my house. I will come and pick you up and bring you to Hyderabad. I took Loveleen to Nandini's house and I called home and confirmed mom and dad's arrival and went and sent them through the transporter and got the watchman to send me to Hyderabad. We all went to the hospital. By the time Nandini's father and mother reached the hospital, her mother was crying uncontrollably. I took both aside and told them that is not our Nandini, she was brought from somewhere else. Your daughter is safe somewhere. I wanted to see what their game was and kept quiet. You also act as if she is your daughter. I will see how I can recover her from wherever she was taken. All these I told them not to get carried away by sadness. Now they will have some consolation that their daughter is safe somewhere. You had your last vision, send her for post-mortem, I want to know how she really died. I don't think it is a heart attack, I have seen this kind of problem with others. We should know the real cause of death, but don't tell anyone, let them think it is a heart attack. I will come back for collecting her body later on. I took my mother and father back to Nandini's house and sent them to Bombay. After 2 days, I collected Nandini's body and sent her to Bombay and went behind her. Whoever wanted to attend her death ceremonies came to Bombay. I finished cremation at Bandra cremation grounds and finished the after-death ceremonies. There is a period of 14 days of mourning and final ceremonies by calling all the relatives. I waited for someone to approach me, but no new person approached us. Even Pallavi did not approach us. We set up TV cable transmission for surrounding areas. They can connect through the TV connection. Our transmission is better than they receive through antennas. We gave them a free 1-year subscription to those accepting our cable. We are in contact with the Star TV network for providing satellite TV services for the Indian subcontinent region. On the home front, I vacated the bungalow and removed all our personal items. I packed Nandini's wardrobe and put them aside for safekeep. I shifted my wardrobe to Loveleen's house guest room. We re-rented the bungalow in the name of Future India, so they will pay the rent. We are arranging for TV distribution from there. We set up the equipment and connected cables brought from the open market to connect the surrounding areas. Our factory started manufacturing and output expected within a month. I have appointed writers and script writers for writing plots suggested by me from the future. When they finish the scripts, I am planning for taking copyrights on them. We have set up proper equipment for making PCBs. We have fabricated boxes for the transporter in different shapes and are ready for installation at a moment's notice. One of the types is lookalike lifts. Then I started checking for other blueprints from the system. I called Sonali to come to the office for a meeting. I told her our position with Nandini's death and how we are short-handed and asked her when her exams are. She replied it will be completed by March end. I asked, then you have to come and help me with patenting some medicines. I will give your company first preference in manufacturing the medicines. She said, okay, as soon as I finish my exams, I will help you out. I said to Loveleen, we are expecting mobile tower equipment by this month's end. Then we should have a meeting and we have to follow up about spectrum allotment. First we will start installing mobile towers in our backyard. Then take permission and possibly one at Centaur Hotel. Just have to check up on where we can place them. I think we can get our consortium members' own office buildings. Godrej has a big factory space in Vikhroli and many office buildings likewise by their and Tata's. We have to find out which locations are suitable. I put a meeting request to Tata's PA, with items to be put on the agenda. I wanted to check if I have received any blueprints for electronic equipments. I connected the leads to the machine and set up the AI to receive memories and switched it on. I sat back relaxed. When I felt a tap on my shoulder, I opened my eyes. It seems I went into a deep sleep while the machine was working. I removed my leads and looked at Loveleen, who awoke me. She said, come have dinner. I must have looked stupidly at her. She asked, what happened? Then I came back to normal and shook my head and got up from the chair. Why have you connected to the machine now? I have come twice and seeing you connected to the machine went away. As you're not coming back after 2 hours, I tapped on you. Did the transfer got disrupted? I said, nothing like that, I must have dozed off. Come let us go. After dinner, I sat down on the sofa and lit a fag. I thought what did I receive during the data retrieval? I could not recollect, it must have been retrieved as a part. No worries, it would be safe in the system. But, where would be my Nandini? That Nandini was sent to us to hoodwink us. I am sure of that. What is their end game? Why they are not coming in front of me if they expect something from me? I should have informed Bob when she was brought to the hospital. What would he have done? I should have at least kept him in the loop. I lifted the receiver and called Bob's number. When I asked for Bob, the person said, he is not available, can I give a message? I told him, to tell Bob. Kumar called and cut the phone. Loveleen came and sat beside me, asked, "What are you thinking?" I said, "I am thinking about Nandini's death. I can't understand what is their end game in this. In Dead Kumar's timeline, 2 people were killed, one is my alter ego in the year 2015 and another Kumar was sent from 1983 to 2017 with 2 girls. One of the girls died the same way. I can understand she drank the Horlicks meant for Kumar. But why Nandini was killed? Did they promise Pallavi or whoever was behind this to kill Nandini for some favor they promised Pallavi? Like removing her from her path. If Pallavi thought by removing Nandini, she can come closer to me, she does not know me, because I already have you. I think you should be careful. Why don't you go for some time to Delhi and plan to remove the CM with the help of your father and Das? By that time that person might come out in the open. If that person thinks you are on their way, I don't know how will they react. I can come regularly to Delhi. That won't be a problem with our transporter. On the point of transporter I should pitch them to courier company, so they can install them in their branches to dispatch the courier. They can offer emergency courier services. Or the items that can't be sent through the flight they can send them through the transporter. Loveleen asked, "Are you worried about not receiving transporter orders?" I said, "No, I am not worried, I am just wondering, why we are not receiving orders. From the time of installation, we have used them for different purposes. In an emergency, we can go wherever we have transporters. We can go to places like Manali that would take hours of grueling journey. Or to visit when someone is on deathbed. Or attend multiple meetings in multiple cities." Loveleen said, "They did not understand its usage. When they understand it, they will be ordering so fast, you may have trouble delivering to all these people." I said, "I got an idea, why don't we use the shape-shifting cloak on someone as Nandini? If they are watching, they would think where did she come from?" Loveleen asked, "On whom can we use?" I said, "Why don't we use Prachi, she would readily act. Let us try and see. I will call her in the morning and let us see how this works out." I got up, brushed and came down to the hall and sat down on the sofa. Seeing me, Jyoti brought a cup of coffee and put it in front of me. She stood there hesitating. I asked, "What happened?" She said, "When I went to the market, one man approached me and asked about Nandini madam." "What did you say?" I said, "She died of a heart attack and sir brought her here and completed all the formalities." Then he asked me how did he bring her here. I told him, "I don't know all that, sir brought her body and put her in hall for all to have final look." Then he looked over me and went away. I nodded my head and said, "Okay. It seems they are checking what I am telling people about Nandini." I looked for Jyoti, she is in the kitchen out of earshot. So, I lifted the receiver and called my flat. After I rang the second time, Prachi picked up the phone and said, "Who is there at this time?" I said, "I am your husband here." Here it will have 2 effects, one, if Jyoti hears, I might be talking to Nandini and at the same time I am flirting with Prachi. She laughed and said, "Tell me Petiji." I said, lowering my voice, "Can you do me a favor?" She became all serious and asked, "What can I do?" I said, "I will send someone to pick you up and take you to the factory, from there you come to my house in the transporter. Then I will transform you as Nandini and you act like her for some time and then I will send you back to the flat." She did not question back, "How will I do that and all?" "Okay, I will be ready." I called Raj at his house. When he came on the line I said, "You go to my flat and take Prachi from there to the factory and put her in the transporter and send her to my house." He repeated what I said, and said, "Okay." I said, "Okay." Around 11 am Raj called me and said, "I brought Prachi here, I putting her in the transporter." I went to the room where transporter kept and called Raj to send her over. She came out of the machine, hugged me and said, "Sorry about your wife. What I have to do?" I said, "I have a machine which will transfer you into another person, come," and took her to the room where the shape-shifting machine is kept. Opened the lock, disabled the alarm and went inside. I opened the safe and I kept different people's hair samples labeled and took a hair from Nandini's bottle. I put the hair on the machine and asked her to remove her clothes. She removed them without thinking and put them aside. I handed her the coat and asked her to wear it, and after she wore it I switched on the machine and asked her to look in the mirror. She asked surprisingly, "How can I look like Nandini? I thought you would do some kind of makeup." I said, "This is the level of research we are doing." I gave her a dress from Nandini's wardrobe to wear. "Come, let us go." We came out of the house and spoke with the watchman. He was looking at us with a surprised look on his face. He is a policeman enough to keep his mouth shut. I took the keys from him and started the car and drove around and came back to the office. I sat for some time in the cabin and did some work, and we went over to Future India office and sat in my room for some time and let others see her. and came back to the house and called Raj and sent her to the factory and told him to take her to my flat. So, if anyone is watching, they would think Nandini came back and will report to whoever put them there. I went back to the office and continued my work. Then I remembered what I had downloaded yesterday and looked at the files. One file caught my attention. It was a dream retrieved from some other timeline. I looked at the contents. Kumar lay on the bed very weak from old age. I heard the doorbell and could not get up, and a lady asked outside in Telugu, "Whom do you want?" I heard a lady's voice say, "I am looking for Kumar." I can remember the voice anywhere. It seems that Kumar doesn't know the voice. He sat up on the bed with difficulty. Someone said, "Open the door and go inside, he does not lock the door." She turned the knob on the door and entered in. I could see a figure standing in front of the door. With the background light I could not see her clearly. She came inside and sat on a chair in front of me. I could recognize her. She is my Nandini, but that Kumar must have seen her last many years back and his sight must be failing. He squinted his eyes and looked at her. That lady asked, "Don't you recognize me, Kumar?" He again squinted and looked at her and asked, "Sorry, my eyesight is failing, who are you?" She said, "I am Nandini, your pen friend." So, she remembers she was his pen friend, or was she told that, because I feel she is my Nandini, she was as I saw her in Ram's wedding. Kumar tried to remember and said, "Nandini, how come you are here? You left me heartbroken a long time back. How come you are here? But how could you look so young?" Nandini said, "I found anti-aging medicine. I will also give you if you come with me." Kumar said, "What do I need anti-aging for? Whom shall I live for?" Nandini said, "You can live for me," and held his hand and pulled him up. He stood up and took a handstick and held it to balance himself. Nandini came out and said to the neighbors, "I am taking him to our hospital." The lady asked, "Do you have a hospital?" Nandini said, "Yes, Rao's hospital is ours only." She took him outside and sat him in a waiting car and told the driver to go. Then the file is complete. It seems, Loveleen woke me up just then. That must be the reason I was looking all stupid from sleep. Now why did she take him with her? What is her plan? Now it is time to let them come for Nandini. I took a video camera and hid it in a strategic place which will cover our bedroom and the room where I put the transporter. I came out and told the watchman to lock the house and took the car and drove to my flat in Andheri. I rang the bell and Prachi opened the door. When I got in, closed the door and she hugged and kissed me. I kissed back and asked, "So, what is the news?" She said, "What news will we have? You are hogging all the news." I said, "We planning an operation so you can go back to Delhi." She said, "There is no urgency, we are okay here." So, how is the feeling when changing over? She said, "I felt like I was in Nandini's skin. It is an amazing feeling." Did you try it? I said, "Once I tried it with Nandini's. I wanted to see what our maid will say to Nandini. She was telling her about me and Loveleen and how you all behave with me and all. She was telling, also exaggerating, that you were falling all over me and I and Loveleen were spending time in my bedroom. Things like that." She asked, "Then what did you do?" I said, "What will I do? I let it for the time being." When Nandini returned, she was telling her when she came home and she could not control her talking. Then Nandini asked, "When did she come?" Rose said that day when she asked, "When did you come? You said just now." Then when Nandini went to meet a client, I took her to my office and started grilling her, "What are you telling Nandini?" Then I asked her, I wanted to check if she is telling lies or not, and connected her to the machine and read her mind and then cleaned up those things. From reading her memories, I found that one Ramesh had approached her and bribed her with 1,000 rupees and told her to tell all those things. Then I sent CID to catch Ramesh and then I read his mind and found he was employed by Anwar Detective Agency to do all that. She asked, "Then what happened?" I said, "What could happen? They kidnapped Nandini with Rosa maid. Now I was told she was sent to another timeline far into the future, where we can't reach. But you have done last rites on Nandini." I said, "That was Nandini from some other timeline. It seems they picked Nandini from the same year and sent our Nandini into their future. I wanted to see what their play will be if they think Nandini has returned. So, I played the drama." "But how will you know?" I said, "I hid a video camera in the passage to see who will come." I got up to go. Prachi asked, "Where are you going?" "Come with me." I asked, "Where is your sister?" She said, "She went out, will return late in the night." She took me into the bedroom. I dressed up and got in the car and came back home. I looked at the time, it is 9:30. I went to Loveleen's house. She is sitting in the hall, looked at me, asked, "Where did you disappear?" I said, "I went to the flat to speak with Prachi." She said, "Come have dinner." After dinner, I said, "I will go to my house and come back." I went and removed the camera and brought it back to Loveleen. I put it on the table and said, I will have a bath and come. I changed and came and we connected it to the TV and looked at the recording. We had to fast forward at least 45 minutes, then one lady and one man exited the room where I kept the transporter. They went to my bedroom and came out. She asked him where did she disappear. He said, he must have sent her somewhere. She said let us check where she sent her. They both came out into the passage again. It was set to Manali. Did he send her to Manali? Let us check, and they again went into the room. Then I fast forwarded and watched. There is nothing until I went there to pick up the video camera. So, who is that lady? From where they could have come through the transporter? It seems from their talks they must have gone to Manali. How they both could use the transporter? Shall I have some security for these rooms? I lifted the phone and called Bob. Still the same reply, he is not available, can I give a message? I cut the call and thought where he could have gone. Is there some problem? Maybe he went over to Pujari Kumar's timeline to oversee the building of the bunker. He said he will let me know when it is prepared. I called the production manager who gave me the idea for the manufacturing company. I asked him is there some security cameras for surveillance. He asked, for what purpose? I said we have some security issues, I wanted motion activated recording cameras. He said, I can get them for you, do you want me to send them to you? I said please send me and bill it to me, I will send the payment. I said, Loveleen, I am going to my room, and left. I know she will follow me after some time. She will spend the night and go back to her room after midnight. I lay on the bed and thought who is that lady, who would know about her? Someone from the lab. I think it is the only place, we don't have security for the transporter. Thinking there is security for the lab, we did not think of security for the transporter. In Manali, it would be under Pratap Singhania. The Hyderabad transporter is in Nandini's house. The factory will be under lock and key. We have to provide something with the transporters for security. Some kind of data of who is using them. I will take the camera and go to the lab and see if anyone recognizes her. Who is looking after the lab? The last time they left the lab for Lakshmi to look after. Maybe she will know who is in this video. Loveleen came and sat beside me. She changed into nightwear. She is looking ever beautiful. Now as per Bob, Nandini never returned, shall I marry her? I think at least until this Pallavi matter is settled, I should keep our affair secret. Loveleen asked, what are you thinking? I said, when shall I ask you to marry me? She said, this is the first time you were talking about marriage. I said, earlier, I never thought I would be in this kind of situation. Bob confirmed that Nandini never returned. So, I have to think of the future. One more thing is about kids. When Kumar married Loveleen they had two kids, Atul and Joy. And when they were not married, he gave her Dhruv. She asked, so what is the problem? I said, after Nandini missing, I don't want to take risks until I find out who is targeting us. If I come out about you, they might kidnap you too. Did you see how they have come inside my house? They know all about our transporters. She said, come here, forget about all that and let us think about our future. She kissed me on the mouth. I was transported to the night she has come to his hotel room in Noida. After our coupling, I sat up and lit a fag. It must be the way dead Kumar felt when he felt going back to 1987 when he was with Nandini. But that time he felt a little uneasy. I called home and Ram took the phone. He must have just come home. I asked how is dad? He asked why are you concerned about him now? I said I felt a little uneasy, and tell him to get a checkup. I will call in the morning and cut the call. Why did I feel like that with Loveleen? Is it a sign that I talked about marriage with her? Earlier once I thought, that if I had not married Nandini, I would have proposed to her. Loveleen then said she had the same thought. Why my life is turning like this? Everyone in my life is going away. Is knowing about other timelines affecting me? One by one is coming and one by one is leaving me. I called Prachi and said to be ready, I will send someone to bring her to my house. I told Raj to send Prachi like yesterday to my house. We reenacted the same way I took her to the office and Future India office and to the factory and brought her and changed her back to Prachi and sent her to the factory. I set the transporter to Hyderabad and set up the video camera and went to the factory. I called the lab and confirmed the presence of Lakshmi and took the tape and went over to the lab. I put the tape in a VCR and showed her the people who had come to my house. I asked her, can you recognize the persons in the video? She looked at me as if I don't know her and said, that is Pranila, Pranita's sister. After her marriage, Pranita passed on the lab management to Pranila. The man in the video must be one of the security persons here. I removed the cassette and switched off the VCR. Don't tell her about this recording, where she would be. Lakshmi said she would be at her office or her room at the quarters. I asked, can you take me to her? She got up and said, come on, and I followed her. When we went to her room, she was not there. When inquired with the security, has she asked for any vehicle? They said she did not go out. Now I know she must have gone to Bombay when I came to meet Lakshmi. I switched off the transporter and removed the fuse on the board and booked a ticket by first available flight and back to Bombay. Loveleen. Kumar is sleeping beside me, his last words were intriguing. I never expected him to utter those words, what with him being married to Nandini and what I had seen her do if she comes to know of our relation. He knows what her reaction would be and did not fear her. Did he know she will go missing and not tell anyone? Is that the reason? He was cool about it. But he is only fearing for my security. He thinks the same persons might target me and ask me to go to Delhi or keep our matter secret for some time. His words are directly proposing to me but telling me we need to take a little time until he gets clarity on who is responsible for Nandini's missing. Now where she could have gone, it seems she has gone beyond his reach to bring her back. Those persons who had kidnapped her know he can get her back if she is taken somewhere. So, until the person is caught, he is asking us to keep our matter secret and we will decide in the future. So, what has he seen in the future? Will he make Dad CM? What future can I see with him? At first, when he did not do anything about Dad becoming CM, I thought what is the use of hanging with him? Now without asking he has given me shares in Future India to the tune of 4.5 crores. Did he anticipate the turn of events? Then if he had known Nandini would go missing, why did he give her the shares? Now the shares will be transferred to him only. Some things are difficult to understand with him. Now he is using Prachi as a doppelganger for Nandini. If he does that, did he think they will bring Nandini back? Then why did he propose to me? It is also confusing with him. With the jealous wife, he maintained his relations with me. I don't have trust issues with him. From his actions and talks, it seems he wants to keep me close. Until Nandini's missing, he did not seem to have an idea of what the future holds for us. Now it seems he is realizing we would have a future. He was telling me he could see all other timelines' future except his. I woke up and looked at the watch on the side table. It is showing 8 AM. Why did he not woke me up? I was tossing and turning on the bed and must have slept late. I got up and came down to the hall. He was on the phone giving instructions. I sat beside him and asked Jyoti for a cup of coffee. Kumar got up and said, I will go for a bath and come. I nodded my head. He finished breakfast and went home and came back with Prachi in disguise of Nandini. Took her to the office, came back after 1 hour and took her back to the house. Now from the time Nandini missing, I can see a change in him. Now to wear that coat Prachi has to disrobe, how is he managing that? He went back to the house and I went to the Future India office and started looking after the pending works. At lunchtime I checked for Kumar, but he is not in his office. I called him on the satellite phone, he said he is returning from Vizag. I asked, why did you not use transporter? He said, I have disabled the transporter in the lab. He must be scared about the lady and the man using the transporter at the lab. Thinking he will have lunch in the flight, I went home and had lunch. I thought as he is returning by flight, I should switch off transporter so they will not return here. I went and switched off the transporter, locked the room and returned back to the office. Kumar. I returned home and picked the video camera and returned to Loveleen's house. I asked Jyoti for a cup of tea and called the office. Loveleen said she will be here in 5 minutes. Loveleen came and said, I had switched off the transporter when you said you were coming on flight. I said, good, let us watch this. I switched on the video play, and the same lady, now I know her name is not Pallavi but Pranila. She must have used the name Pallavi with Anwar. She came out of the transporter room and checked all the rooms and went back and came out, looked around in surprise and went back. They must have gone somewhere else, possibly Hyderabad. But what I did not understand is that how they both could go away in the transporter without anyone's help. They must have found a way of sending themselves to the set destination. If I don't know, how could they know? I have to check how much of the phone software preparation has been done by AI. Maybe if I connect myself to the machine, I might find some more information. I got up and told Loveleen I am going to my cabin to check the computer. I walked to the office thinking how they could have done that. How one could send themselves through the transporter. If I had known that I don't have to depend on someone to send me to places. I sat on my chair and connected the leads, checked the AI, only set to retrieve the data and not wipe my mind out. I don't know, someone can tamper with the AI software too. I have to be extra cautious for my system too. If I could get cameras, I will put one in my cabin too. I saw Loveleen going to Nandini's cabin. I switched on the machine and relaxed. I opened my eyes with a shock. What had I witnessed now? I could not believe my own eyes. I removed the leads and switched off the machine and looked at what AI downloaded. I found the file on Kumar from original timeline and resumed reading where I was disturbed yesterday. Nandini took Kumar with her and put him their hospital room. It seems she convinced, or whoever took her convinced them, that she was the Nandini missing all those years back, who was brought to my timeline and killed. So, she could take over the running of the hospital. But what work does she has with that Kumar? Maybe she wants to look after him before his death. Later on, she came with 2 kids around 5 years of age to meet him. She told them, kids, meet your uncle, he is the big brother to your father. She told Kumar that he is Atul and she is Reena. It seems when she was kidnapped she must be pregnant, and it must be around 5 to 6 years after she was sent there. Even if she is sent there in the year 2014, this must be the year 2019. Can I look into this Kumar's future at that time? What happened to his family? I know I can't look beyond the year 2020. She asked the same question to him. He said his wife went to live with his second daughter. Both the girls were sending a little money and he is living on that. It seems everyone has abandoned him. What happened in his life for his family to do that to him? From what I have read about his life, he was always troubled by something. Since 2014 he was having financial problems. So, I must have been disturbed by learning that she had twins. But as per Bob, she will not return to me, but he could only see up to 2020. So there is a chance she will return with the children after 2020. After knowing this news, I did not feel like working and closed the cabin and went to Nandini's cabin where Loveleen is sitting. She was working on the computer and she lifted her eyes in question. I shook my head and sat in front of her, thinking, what is the use of telling her about the kids? She would want her Dhruv, for which we still have time. I have to marry her before I can think of children with her. Before that, I have to solve this problem with Pranila. It seems someone is helping her with all this time travel. Otherwise, how could she send Nandini to a time out of reach of Bob? But who is Bob really? Where did he get such advanced technology? Did he come from the future to set something right here? Could he have brought all this technology from the future? From the talks I had with the old men in Himalayas, something is going to happen in the near future. I asked, how am I looking? Loveleen looked up and said, you look fit and fine. I asked, what would be my height? She said, just stand up and let me see. I stood up and looked at her. You seem to be around 5 feet 11 inches now. So, it seems I grow up 6 inches after going to the Himalayas. Seeing me still standing, Loveleen said, you can sit down. I said, I will just come back, and went back to my cabin. I looked through the files trying to find references to Bob. There are very few references. But no concrete information regarding where he has come from or who is he really or why he had name of Robert Fernandez. Now, when I wanted his help, where did he go? Maybe I should start to help myself. I have to look after my affairs myself. I can't depend on him for everything. It has become evident when he could not bring Nandini back. Most of the things I could manage myself, I should continue to do so. When I connected to all the timelines, I could look into the future. Not only that, I could bring the future technology to the present. I needed ICs, which can be arranged by the US companies. Whatever requirements, I could prepare blueprints and send to them and can get them. The best thing that happened to me is the interface machine and AI. Not only that, I could look into all those timelines too, which has changed my life. I tried to follow dead Kumar, and that could be the reason I could reach this level. It must be because of Bob in my life. Why none other than me had received information regarding timelines? Is it because Bob sent my alter ego to dead Kumar's timeline, and because he read his story I could read his story too and try to emulate his life story? But it did not go as I planned, but nothing is lost. It turned out better than I had anticipated. But wherever Bob went I could read their timelines. Especially Leena's research has helped us in breaking the code in antivirus medicines and vaccines. One thing I did not understand is, she helped us or we helped her. Another thing which helped me decide about Loveleen. I could understand from reading all the timelines what kind of relationship we had across the timelines. Another point about Nandini, until I read about all the timelines, I could not understand my fear about her. I was always scared of what she will do next because she has trust issues. But even with those trust issues, she supported me until her disappearance. It seems I have twins with her, but I don't know when I could see them. Sahiti or Sunita, he had married them in other timelines. Now Sunita is married to Pratap and seemed happily married, and Sahiti Krishna wants to marry. I don't know if he had sent his parents to meet her sister. I rang up the factory and asked for Sahiti. When she came online, I asked, did Krishna's parents visit your house? She asked, why would they visit my house? It seems they did not visit. I said, Krishna wanted to marry you. I told him to send his parents to visit your house and speak with your sister and brother-in-law. She was silent for some time. I asked, are you there? She said, he should have spoken to me first. I said, he told me first because he might have thought I would have some objection. If you are not interested in him, you better tell him. Sahiti said, okay, I will speak with him, and cut the call. I agree with her. Krishna should have spoken with her. If she does not like him, what would be my alternative for her? Seeing her money, someone would come forward, but do I want someone like that for her? But why did she reject Krishna? Did she still have feelings for me? Maybe due to her past she is not coming out. After Nandini, Loveleen is my next priority, and then maybe Sahiti. What if Bob purposefully says he can't reach Nandini? Did he want me to marry and get children with Loveleen? Until Nandini is in my life, I would not think of marrying Loveleen. Nandini was refusing to have children, thinking I would not have further children. Did he attempt to shift Nandini to another timeline and say he can't retrieve her? If once he retrieved her from the past, can't he do it a second time? Is it Pramila's play or Bob's? But why does Pramila do this? Did Bob put her to this? He would know how the transporter is set up. He could have informed her how to press bypass button to be sent wherever set. The button inside the enclosure for releasing the cover, does it work to send the person to their destination set? Now I have to think, what is Bob's play in all this? Did he want me to marry Loveleen so desperately that he had to kidnap Nandini and bring duplicate Nandini and kill her off? Now I have to doubt Bob's intentions. Is Dhruv so important for the future? I did not see how his life turns out. One time he was working with Atul in the USA in the software field. What is his role in future? We have to wait and watch. First, we have to think of bringing him to this world. I got up and went to Loveleen's cabin. I sat down in front of her. She looked up and looked back at the screen. I patiently waited until she finished what she was doing, sat back, put her hands across her bosom and looked at me. I said, I think I am looking at this Nandini's disappearance from a wrong angle. Loveleen asked, why do you think like that? I said, what if kidnapping Nandini is an elaborate plan by Bob to get us married? Loveleen asked, why did you reach this conclusion? I said, take this point by point, why he could not bring her back, once he could bring her from the past. Next, when I can reach into another dimension where she is present and she went to meet that Kumar, why can't Bob reach her? That is too after 5 years of her disappearance. Next, if Pranila is responsible for Nandini's disappearance, why is she not coming in front of me? Why this hide and seek by Pranila? What will she achieve from that? Now I found out Nandini had 2 kids aged around 5 years. She is somewhere in future, meeting with another Kumar who is quite old. I thought, why did she go to him? She must be sending me a message that they are safe in another timeline, knowing I can read from other timelines of those Kumar's life. Now I think Bob's play in this is to get me and you married, and we should have a son. So, let us announce a wedding and see who comes in front or who stays in the background. Loveleen said, a few minutes back you were telling me we should keep it a secret and now you want to announce the wedding. What has changed in your thought process? Let us see if it is the idea of Pranila to kidnap Nandini, then she would come forward once we announce the wedding. If not Pranila, then Bob should be responsible and then it could be his play to get us married. Then it won't be a problem if we announce the wedding now. First, you take permission from your dad for our wedding. I will inform my parents when your dad gives us blessings and then we will announce the wedding and see. Maybe if I announce our wedding, Sahiti may reconsider her opinion. I said, I will go home and check the transporter and come back. I think we should shift it to this bungalow. We will have more control over it. I went and unlocked the room and set it to Delhi and sat inside the machine, closed the door and pressed the button which we installed for releasing the cover. It did not open. I pressed it a second time, and it released the cover and I came out of the room and went to Mr. Khanna's house. He was in a meeting and he called me to sit in the meeting. I sat in a back seat and watched the meeting going. When everyone dispersed, I inquired him about his health and other things. Then he asked what is the reason for my coming to Delhi. I said, as you know, my wife was kidnapped and then now dead. Loveleen and I were considering getting married. I want your blessings. You don't need to tell me immediately, you can think about it and decide. I already gave her shares in our future India. It is going to be one of the best business houses in India. I looked at him thinking. I left to convince him to Loveleen and said, I have to go back to Bombay, got up and came out and back to the office. I set the machine to Bombay and sat and pressed the switch twice and back in Bombay. I went back to Loveleen, and she said 2 minutes, I will finish my work. I waited patiently for her to finish and get up. I said, I informed your dad about our intention to marry, now it is your turn to convince him. Let us go home. I did not get to have my evening tea. I reached the office and called the courier company and asked for Mr. Lal. When they connected, after pleasantries, I came straight to the point. As you know, we are offering transporters for sale to the consortium members. Now you can use them for transferring couriers between places at a minimal cost. There won't be restrictions on which items can be sent by flight and which can't be sent. Then you can send materials on emergency delivery. You can send people and you can attend multiple meetings in multiple cities. So many uses are there. With that, we are going to start mobile and internet services with TV content transmissions too. With the internet services, your customers can have immediate delivery information. Now we are developing smartphone technology, which will revolutionize how you do business. Everything will be at your fingertips. If you want to have all of these services, I can provide them as priority services. I can give you 6 months of exclusive usage before offering them to the other courier companies. Mr. Lal asked, can you prepare a document and send it to me? I said, I will do that. Bye sir, and cut the call. I called Mahira and asked who is our distributors in Vizag. I took their phone number and called and asked for a technician. When the technician came on the line, I asked him to take a 5 amp fuse and take it to the lab and meet Lakshmi. She will show a board and you go there and fix the fuse on the board and fix the machine. He said okay. I informed Lakshmi that I am sending a technician and he will fix the transporter, just show him where it is located. So, that thing is solved. Next, what do I have to check? I went to Lavleen's room. I sat down in front of her and checked the files on her desk. They are production planning for the factory. So, Lavleen is looking after the factory and taking interest in the company matters. Now the board should fix the salaries for both of us. I have to put this point on the agenda. It is the day of the board meeting. Now they have rejiggled the designations for the factory management. Lavleen as the operations director would be top management for the factory and Sahiti was demoted from MD to operations manager under Lavleen and would look after the factory and assembly units. Ram as production planning manager and also would look after both the units. Mahira, Raj and Krishna, whose designations were not changed, but worked for both the units. They got shares at the price the assembly unit was purchased. 50 lakhs each for the 3 and 2.25 crores each for Ram and Nishita. Nandini's shares were transferred to me and I got 38.4 crores shares and Sahiti got 6 crores shares and 5.4 crores each to Ram, Lavleen and Leena. For these values share certificates were issued. Tata's PA announced that we were allotted Pan-India spectrum to be used for mobile telephones. We also got interconnectivity permission to connect with the telecom department and charges are fixed by the central government. We also got permission for internet connectivity throughout India. We will use satellite connectivity between cities. Another point discussed placing towers in various places. It is decided to place 2 towers, one at our office premises and one at Godrej factory premises at Vikhroli. After checking the signal strength, we will decide what distance should be managed between cell towers. By this time we can start developing tower infrastructure with the help of Tata Steel. As per the requirement, we will start providing orders to various consortium members. Those who have not received any orders would get technical assistance with developing new products. Bajaj and Godrej want to develop TV technology in a joint venture. I will provide the blueprints and import the necessary equipment and know-how. PCBs will be developed in our factory. Flat screen technology will be developed in the USA and they will import the TV screens and will develop TVs. Part of the order for cables received and laying of cables has started. The payment is released for paying import duties on the mobile tower parts. Mine and Lavleen's salaries were fixed at 18 lakhs and 12 lakhs per. Then there will be perks like transportation, etc. After the conclusion of the meeting, I announced that I am marrying Lavleen and our engagement is slated for this Saturday at our bungalow. After everybody congratulated us and went away, we came back to our office. I informed Mr. Sabha Rao that Nandini is expecting twins and called them for the engagement. I told them we are going to enact the engagement drama for whoever is behind should come in front. From Delhi, Mr. Khanna and Mr. Das came for the engagement function. Total shareholders of Future India came to wish us at the function. We exchanged the rings and announced the wedding date as the 21st of March at 12:20 p.m. We waited for 1 week to see if anyone comes forward. But none has come forward, not even Pranila. We got confirmation from Star TV for providing TV broadcasting for the Indian subcontinent. So, we have started providing services in major cities in India. Our writing work is going in full swing. I am reading the scripts and sending them to copyright. Mr. Khanna wants to perform the wedding in Delhi, and they are planning as per their customs. We got another 2 sets of transporters fitted in strategic places for the movement of materials and people. Those who want to go on actual transport can go on either train or flight. Those who would want to reach at a moment's notice can use transporters. We already have one at Hyderabad, those from Andhra can use that to reach Delhi. With the help of consortium members, we have placed one transporter in Madras and one in Pune and one more in Bangalore. Now the consortium members are learning to use the transporter in emergencies. Still, they are wary of using it regularly. Now the courier company had not ordered our services. Now I am using these transporters for sending documents and getting delivered by our people to the places we have placed them. So this transporter courier is used extensively by our consortium members. Now slowly they are realizing the importance of transporter devices. Now I gave ultimatum to the courier company, if they don't order the transporter and other services within a week's time, either I will sell it to their competitors or might start emergency services ourselves. Mahira suggested we should name it more special services. I don't know where she did get the name. When our wedding date came near, Loveleen went over to Delhi and I was left alone in the house. So, I used to visit Wadala in the evenings and spend time with my family. Now Leena's exams were nearing, I sat with her and helped her in her studies. When Sonali was concerned about her exams, I suggested she come over after completing her exam through the transporter and can attend the functions. Otherwise, she can attend the reception on the 23rd evening. Some of the consortium members attended the wedding and they all said they will attend the reception with their families. Now Mr. Khanna has to invite Mr. Singh to the wedding as a chief guest and also Gurvinder Singh's family. Pratap Singh came to the wedding with Guru. Seeing them at the wedding, I told Raj to keep an eye on them. Suspecting they will be attending the marriage, I kept Prachi and Kajal in Bombay only. I don't want them to come in front of Guru at this juncture. When wedding finished, Raj came back to report, they both behaved at the wedding, except for socializing with the ladies, they did not act inappropriately. It is a relief. We returned to Bombay. With the help of the railway minister's PA, we booked an entire 3-tier compartment for those returning to Bombay to attend the reception. We rented mattresses and pillows and used the empty rooms in our bungalow for sleeping arrangements for the relatives. Our family stayed in Loveleen's bungalow. I got the cameras and we got them fixed in the corridor, rooms where our inventions are kept and around the property for security. I put a person to check who is coming and going through the transporter. Saturday morning, Guru and his family landed for attending the reception. I contacted CID and got plainclothes men to monitor his movements. By afternoon, Mr. Dharmendra Singh with his family have landed in Bombay. Mr. Khanna sent them a car for picking him and by evening Mr. Das and family landed. So, top politicians from Haryana landed at our bungalows. So, the reception area is filled with politicians and consortium members. We had to arrange the dinner area separate and the bar area in separate places. After the reception we were so tired we retired to our room. I woke up with a frantic knocking on the door. I looked at the time, it is after 3 am. Who is at this hour? I looked at Loveleen, covered her with bedsheet, went and opened the door. Mr. Singh is standing at the door. I asked, what happened, you have come at this hour? He said, Pratap and Guru were arrested by the police. I asked, why they were arrested? Where did it happen? He said, they were arrested from your house, you have to get them released. I said, I will go and check. Give me a minute. By the time, go and wake up Mr. Khanna. I closed the door and called CI satellite number. I asked for the details of the arrest. He said he will check and let me know. He called after 10 minutes. He said, they were caught red-handed trying to rape girls in your house. The plainclothes constables deployed by us caught them and handed them to Santa Cruz West Police. I said, you let them get the bail, but leak the matter to the press and let them reach the police station before releasing them on bail. This news should come possibly in the late edition or at least should be in midday newspaper. After 10 minutes I got the call. He said, now you can go to the police station and get them released on personal bail. I came into the hall. Mr. Khanna, Mr. Das and Mr. Singh were waiting in the hall. I said, I spoke to the police, they will release them on personal bail. Let us go to the police station. We stopped outside the police station. There were cameramen and journalists waiting outside the police station. Mr. Singh asked, what are they doing here? I said, they are not taking photograph of you, so they must be waiting for someone else. In fact, they were waiting for them to come out. We went into the police station, I introduced the politicians to the in charge and asked for the details of the arrest. He said, they were arrested for attempt to rape. You can sign these bail papers and can take them with you, but they have to attend court when called for. I let Mr. Singh sign the papers and did not let either Mr. Das or Mr. Khanna sign them. I let them go out and asked the SI, what happened to the girls? He said they were sent to the hospital for medical examination. I asked which hospital. He said Sion Hospital. I told him thanks and came out. Mr. Singh and his son along with Guru already left in a cab. I along with Mr. Khanna and Mr. Das reached home and told them to take rest, we will speak in the morning. It seems Mr. Singh has not returned to our home and might have taken them to a hotel. They have to come back in the morning for their luggage. I went back to my room. Loveleen was waiting sitting on the bed. She asked, what happened? I said, it seemed Guru and Pratap restarted their acts here. I put CID behind them to check. They caught them and arrested them and sent the girls to the hospital. She asked who are the girls? I said I don't know who they are. I will go and check them in the hospital. Come back to bed, we will see in the morning. I changed and lay on the bed, slipped into sleep in Loveleen's embrace. I called the key and asked him to come to the hospital. I would like to have a word with him. He said to come to Sion Hospital around 10:30 and he would be there. I switched on the 8 AM news. There was a small mention of Pratap and Guru being business partners who were arrested and let off on personal bail. Knowing their political background, it seems they are not given much importance in the news. I got readied and went over to the Sion Hospital. Before leaving I gave a ring to Key and informed him. By the time I reached Sion, he was waiting outside in his jeep. I parked my car beside his jeep and we both went over to the reception. He inquired about the girls brought in early in the morning and we were directed to the ward. We went to the ward and he inquired with the ward nurse and she said she will call the doctor. We waited for the doctor and when he came, he inquired about the girls. Doctor said it seemed the girls were attacked by knife. He guided us to the patients. We went to the room. Seeing the girls my blood boiled with rage. It must be the first time I was so angry. If either Pratap or Guru were in front of me, I would have killed them. Prachi and Kajal were in 2 beds. Prachi's hand was bandaged and Kajal was under anesthesia. I went and hugged Prachi and asked what happened. She said, Guru and Pratap had taken us to your house as they wanted to talk to us. Pratap asked Kajal about what she had seen in Guru's house. Kajal replied she did not tell anyone. They threatened with a knife and tied both of us with ropes and Pratap took the knife and threaded Kajal's dress and exposed her. Then he started touching the knife on Kajal's skin. At this time, I started to shout for help. Then some people broke the door and came inside and arrested them and called police to come and take them. The police took us to nearby hospital and they referred them to the Sion Hospital. Now I don't know when Kajal was injured. We came out of the room to inquire about them with the doctor. The doctor replied, Prachi would recover in a day, but Kajal would take at least a week to recover. I let the doctor go away and told the Key, you should take strict action against the culprits. He asked was she close to you? I said, to save them I have kept them here for the last 6 months. You file the case and arrest them under whatever sections you need to put on them. I will do whatever is necessary from my side. I will call their father. I took the satellite phone and called Loveleen and told her to give it to Mr. Das. I explained to him what happened to his daughters and told him to give phone to Loveleen. I told her to send them by car to the Sion Hospital. I went out and lighted a fag and waited for them to come. In 20 minutes Mr. Das and Mr. Khanna reached the hospital. I explained the situation and told them, it is time to take action in this matter. Now they should get some opposition members to make an issue out of this after the matter is reported in the newspapers. Mr. Khanna, you get back with your old party and tell them that you did all this to break the opposition party and you are ready to bring Mr. Das and his followers with you and your followers. If they are ready to consider you for the next CM. As per their reaction, we can decide what to do next. We shook hands with the Key and returned home. I took aside Mr. Khanna and told him, I think it is the correct time to take action. You inform your old party leadership and get their approval and after this you both take your followers and come out and make the CM resign. Then he does not have any other option to dissolve assembly and go to elections. Now the party is weakened by your coming out, so the governor has to dissolve the assembly and governor rule will be imposed instead of installing caretaker government. Then the election commission will announce the elections. You offer Mr. Das, deputy CM and home ministry if he likes it. Or offer him whatever portfolio he likes. This way you will be CM in less than 6 months. I would be fulfilling my promise to make you CM. I looked at Loveleen and nodded my head. I left Mr. Khanna to deal with the matter and went over to my house to check on the transporter. I inquired with the person I kept there and checked the room where other items are kept. Finding everything intact, I locked the door and came out. I wandered around the property. I don't know what I am doing. I am simmering with rage inside. Loveline. I heard the door banging. Who was banging on the door of a just married couple? I felt Kumar adjusting my bedsheet and opened the door. I went back to sleep. I woke up when he opened the door and came in. I asked what happened. He narrated to me what Guru and CM's son Pratap were up to. I told him to come to bed. Then I woke up around 8 am. Came down to the hall. Kumar was on the phone. I went and fixed a cup of coffee and came back to the hall. Kumar was not there. It seems he has gone to have a bath. I sat and had the coffee. Dad came and sat on the sofa. I asked him, do you want coffee? He said not now. Where is Kumar? I said he must be having a bath. He said, were you disturbed by Mr. Singh's knocking on the door? I said nothing like that. I went back to sleep immediately. He looked full on. I asked what Kumar is telling about the arrest. He said nothing much. He got them released on personal bail. Why did he do that? I said he must be planning something. He would not do that without thinking. Kumar came down and said he is going to Sion Hospital. I asked, why? Kumar said, I am going to meet the girls attacked by Pratap and Guru. He took the keys and went away. I said, see, he has something in his mind. Dad asked, did he always act like that? I said, no, normally he would explain in detail. He must be having something in his mind. Dad asked, what do you think he would do under these circumstances? I said, he would try to take advantage of the situation. Dad said, I will have a bath and come. I said, do that, I will have breakfast ready for you. I went to check Jyoti. She is still sleeping. She must have been fully tired. I went and woke her. She got up with a sudden jerk. Sorry madam, I could not wake up. I said, it is okay, prepare breakfast for Dad. I will have a bath and come. I went back to my bedroom, took a towel and went to the bathroom. What has changed after marriage? Nothing. I am staying in my house and Kumar was already living here. The only difference is that he could sleep in my room without fear of someone seeing us together. Then he was telling about children. Do I want children at this juncture? Seeing Kumar with Leena, I always wanted a kid of my own. Kumar is telling me I would get a son and he would be named Dhruv. I finished my bath and came and dressed and came down. The telephone rang. It is Kumar's mom. I said, tell me, Sasu Ma. She said, no need to be so formal, we are planning to have your first night tonight. I said, will there be some kind of function? She said, there would be Garbadhan. It is a function to make a girl ready for receiving a kid into them. You better call your mother. I will come in the evening and make arrangements. The time is fixed for 9:45 p.m. I said, okay, I will call mom. Cut the call and called mom to come over by the evening. You better use the transporter. I went and sat at the dining table. Completing breakfast, we came back and sat on the sofa. Kumar called and asked for Dad. I gave it to him and he spoke and called Mr. Das and I sent both of them to Sion Hospital by car. Dad returned after 2 hours. I asked what happened. He told Mr. Das to go and take a rest and explained what happened at the hospital. How Kumar told them to use the situation to collapse the government. I said, didn't I tell you he will use the situation to our advantage? But how does Kumar know they will do this here? I said, he is always prepared for any eventuality. He must be knowing this is the time to collapse the government and act. But where did Kumar go? He said, I saw him going towards his house. Kumar. I was feeling restless from the time I returned from the hospital. What I wanted to avoid with the girls has happened. I got up and took the car and went over to the hospital. The nurse saw me earlier come with the key and she did not object to me going to their room. I went and sat on a chair beside the bed and touched Prachi on the hand. She opened her eyes and a smile escaped her lips. I smiled at her and asked, how are you doing? She said, I am fine. Did you return for me? I said, I could not see you both like this. I was trying to save you and kept you here. I did not think they would target you, but I took the precaution of keeping constables behind them. I don't know how they could have escaped them. I saw them following us. They must have thought we were going with them knowingly. But they must be close by. At my first call for help they came inside. But in the melee, Kajal was injured. They must be trying to find out how the information leaked to his father. I said, his father must be furious as he had to give Mr. Khanna a position in his cabinet. The nurse came in to check if I am interrogating them or what. Seeing me chatting with Prachi, she asked who are you to her. Before I can answer, Prachi said, he is my husband. I said, she calls me Patiji, not the real husband. She is under my protection. I should have had the constables trail these two rather than those two. The nurse asked, who are those that attacked these two? I said, they are psychopaths, we were following their activities for some time. Yesterday I had a reception and those two came from Delhi. I was cautious and put them under surveillance. But still, they attacked these two. I caught her hand and chatted with her. The nurse came after some time later with a newspaper in hand. She showed me the article and said it seems they are from a political background, how are you going to deal with them? I said, one of them is Haryana CM's son. The only way to deal with this kind of people is to remove them from power. The nurse asked, can you do that? I said, we are planning that only. That is why we got the news printed. My satellite phone rang. It is Mr. Khanna. He said, I got a call from the center. Pratap Singh's matter reached Delhi and central leadership want to confirm the matter and to take advantage of the news. I am taking Mr. Das with me and meet with the central leadership and discuss the matter. I said, you got a good chance to put what we discussed and take the matter forward, get Loveleen to send you both to Delhi. He said, okay, and cut the call. I said to Prachi, now the central leadership would be behind these two and they can run the show from behind. I came out and went to nurse station and asked when will you discharge Prachi. She said she will be discharged tomorrow morning, you can take her home then. I went back and said I will come later, if you need anything, you give me a call. Loveleen. Dad got a call from principal advisor to the party and he inquired about the news. It seems someone from the party sent the details of the news to the center. Now victims are the daughters of Mr. Das has given credibility to Dad's information when they inquired about the incident. Dad explained clearly what happened, and why he did let it go for the first time, even though it was supposed to be his daughter. Now those two had come down to Bombay to do these heinous acts, he could not sit idle and let them get away, so he got it printed in the newspapers. Now with the help of Mr. Das, they want to remove Mr. Singh from the CM's post. So, the party leadership has asked them to come and meet with the party leaders. So Dad called Kumar and went over to Delhi by transporter with Mr. Das. Kumar came after 2 hours. I asked where did you go? Kumar said, I went to meet Prachi, I wanted to find out details of the attack. I asked now what will happen. Kumar said if Mr. Singh approaches your dad, they should reject helping him by saying Mr. Das is not agreeing to let go of the matter. He wanted only resignation from Mr. Singh. If he approaches me, I would demand the same and also both of them to be treated by my machine if they want to avoid jail time. Let us see how this turns out. However it turns out, Dad has a good chance of becoming the next CM. Now it depends on how he plays the game. Kumar. I came home and had tea and went over to my study, which I shifted from my house to Loveleen's. There on the table were printed stories worked out by writers. I started to read the scripts and made small corrections in between to bring clarity to the story. By evening I finished 2 manuscripts and came down to the hall for a cup of tea. I asked Jyoti for a cup of tea and sat on the sofa. The phone rang, it is Bob. He asked, you called me, any emergency? I said, I wanted to ask about Nandini. He asked, what about Nandini? She went over to another timeline, it seemed to be the original timeline, she went to meet Kumar there, who was very old and on his deathbed. She went and took him to their hospital and joined him there. She brought to him 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl and told him their names is Atul and Reena. So, by calculating she would be in the year 2020. What have you got to say about this? He asked, what will I say about that? I said, now I know it was you who sent her there. Knowing she is pregnant, how can you do that? When will I see my kids? He asked, why do you think I have sent them somewhere else? You picked that timeline Nandini and brought her here and you have sent Nandini there in replacement in the future. You must have made up a story that she had time traveled as my alter ego. Now you are saying you can't see beyond somewhere in 2020 and certainly can't see 2021 and beyond. So, how she could land there? I think you must have sent her to the last position in time you can reach and must have left her at the hospital. She would naturally move with time and can't be reached. Do you think she would be in a dangerous situation? So, you have to send her into a time where she can't be reached by your enemies too. But, where did you go all this time? He said, I was called by superiors for consultation. So, what conclusion you have reached? He replied, I can't tell you all that, but it seems you can reach into the timeline we can't see. How could you do that? I think being Nandini there helped me to see that future. She must have thought going to that timeline Kumar would help her get her message through to me. He said, you have a point there. I have not seen any other Kumar with your intuition and who could look that far into the future. If so, why can't you see into the future? I said, I started to see their future when you started visiting them. First I started to see where my alter ego went and read the story of the dead Kumar. Then when you visited Pujari Kumar, I could see his life story. When you visited young Kumar, and when you gave them the blueprints, I could see his life story and also could read the blueprints. Now using the mind-reading machine, AI software could decode what I have received and put them on paper. I could develop some of them, like transporter, sharp shifting machine and invisibility cloak. But when Nandini visited that Kumar, I could not only read his story but also could look into his future. Maybe if you put someone else from my time into another timeline at the farthest point you can reach, when they change over to next time frame, we might be able to see that future too. He said, it is a good idea, but at this juncture I can't send anyone over there to check. I said, what I can't understand is what the old man was saying about I am ready for whatever coming up. What is really coming up and what do I have to be ready for? He said, how can I know what they meant by that? I myself was wondering what is sneaking up after 2020. The virus outbreak itself is a great calamity. There must be something in the year 2020 and after, which is a very volatile situation. You know, the events leading up to that time will determine the future of the planet. I asked, but why are you creating these timelines and putting us through all this? He said, we have been instructed to find the best person to help us in our future endeavors. So we have been creating timelines and trying out for a best person. About that, we will speak at a different time. But you were asking about Nandini. I asked, will she come back to me? What about the kids? He said, I think you will be reunited in the future. But I can't give you an exact time or date. I wanted to send a transporter to New York, but Praveen's wedding has been delayed due to Nandini's death and his travel to NE. I also want a seat for Lena in the USA to study senior school there. I want her to study and take over the lab. Bob said, I will make arrangements for her to get a seat there and make other arrangement. You send the transporter to the NE, I will make arrangements for it to be placed there. What should I do about the future? Do you have any recommendations? Bob said, you do what you feel is necessary. The future will depend on what decisions you take. You will be responsible for your actions. Don't worry about the future, do what you have to do. So, I don't have to think about repercussions in the future and should act as appropriate to the situation. I called Praveen and inquired about the wedding date. He said, it is fixed for the 31st of March. We are having a simple ceremony and we got Karishma's visa also cleared. So, when are you expected to leave for the USA? He replied, we booked tickets for the 7th of April. I said, I am sending a transporter to NE, if you give me your address I will send it to be set up in your house. I am planning to transport our material through the transporter for quick receipts here. I hope you can manage the transportation. He said, I can do that. I said, I am planning come there to start a branch for our software products. I can help out in the branch. If required I will join with you. I said, I am planning to send Lena to the USA for studies after her 10th this year. He said, okay, we will look after her, if required. I said, call me for the wedding, we'll see you at the wedding, and cut the call. It is the 31st of March, we went to Vijayawada for the wedding of Praveen with Karishma. We took a room in a hotel with Praveen's family members and called Srinu and Pradeep to come and meet me at the hotel. When they arrived, I told them the plan to start TV cable transmission and setting up systems. I wanted a room to set up a cable transmission. I want a person to look after the business here. Srinu said I am working in railways, if you want some help I can help you out. But, Pradeep said, I can look after the work, but where did you get the money for all this? I said we have a company with a capital of 400 crores. This is one of the companies. We are also planning with mobile phone transmission here also. That is our next step. We are planning other businesses. I want someone here to look after those businesses. Pradeep said, I am ready to look after the businesses around here. I said, let us go the wedding. He is one of the partners in our lab in Vizag. Srinu asked, did you have a lab in Vizag? What kind of lab is it? I said it is a virus research lab. My wife Nandini set it up with her friends. They all put up 30 crores for setting up the lab. Pradeep exclaimed, 30 crores, where did you get all that money? I said, 15 crores my wife invested and the rest her friends chipped in. Pradeep asked, but why did you invest so much in virus research? Will there be returns on investment on that? I said, we did not think about returns when we invested in that. No one knows that there was a meteorite fall in the jungles around Vizag. We were asked to find cure for that, so we had to set up that lab. Now, we found medicines and vaccines and have sent a team to vaccinate people around that area who are in danger zone. They both looked at each other. Srinu asked, what other businesses are you running? I said, we have a software company, a computer assembly and electronics manufacturing unit. Computer assembly and electronics manufacturing unit were both acquired by this other company, and software I am running on my own. At this time Loveleen came inside. I introduced them and I introduced Loveleen as our operations director. Loveleen. She said, I got the transporter as you asked, where do you want to place it? I said, that is what I am discussing with them. We will place it in our office, which will be set up here. For the time being we will put it at our grandfather's house. Loveleen said, I am going to the wedding hall, Sonali and Amanda are sitting in the car. I asked, why did you not bring them here? She said, okay, I will meet you at the hall. And went away. Pradeep asked, where did you catch this beauty? I said, don't talk like that, she is my wife. Srinu asked, you said your wife is Nandini, when you married Loveleen. I said, Nandini is missing for the last 4 months and we just married last week. Srinu asked, when your wife just missing, you married again. I said, she is not just missing, her lookalike was brought to us and later she died. Pradeep asked, do you mean to say your wife Nandini dead? I would not say dead, she is somewhere safe and she had twins. The problem is I can't reach her. Pradeep said, so, what you mean to say you married Loveleen now? Who are the other 2 girls she was mentioning? I said, they are partners in our medical equipment company. My daughter Leena has partnered with them. What is Leena's age for you to make her partner in a company? I said, she is around 15 years now. Srinu said sarcastically, 15 years old and Leena is your daughter now. Who is her mother? Her mother is Sahiti, she is Maharashtrian, I met her when I went for Dashehra vacations in degree, first year. Srinu said that must be 1981. I said, forget all of that, let us go to the wedding. We went to the wedding hall. I introduced Nandini's parents to Srinu and Pradeep. I took them aside and gave them information about Nandini having twins and she is looking after your hospital from the year 2015. Don't worry about her, she would return after some time. Srinu asked, what are you telling them? I said, I was informing about Nandini and her having the twins. Pradeep said, we can't understand what you are saying. Then Loveleen came with Sonali and Amanda. I introduced Sonali Mukherjee and she just completed her MSc. She will now work with her father in their pharmaceutical company. And this is Amanda Rodriguez, she is working with her father in their hospital. Pradeep asked, Sonali, are you Bengali? She said, my father is Bengali and my mother is from Andhra. I did my schooling in Vizag. I said, I met her while she is going to Vizag for her friend's wedding and I was going to visit the lab with Loveleen for checking. And Amanda, we supplied software for their hospital. Then we met and decided to start a medical equipment company. I said I have a crew ready, and they all said they had to check with their fathers. I ordered equipment first and then we started the company. I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned around. How can I forget that face? She had put on some weight, her cheeks filled up but her features did not change, she is Nimisha. She hugged me hard and held my face in her hand and said, after how long I have met you. Pranila standing beside her, Nimisha said, meet Pranila, Pranita's younger sister, and showing a boy of around 6 to 7 years and said, he is my son Harshit. I remembered Pujari Kumar had a son with her by name of Harshit. I asked, where is your husband? She did not reply to me, instead told her son to say namaste to uncle. I said to Pranila, I want to speak with you privately. I took her to the back and sat down on chairs placed there. I asked her, why did you target Nandini? She asked back, why would I target Nandini? I asked, then why did you engage a private detective? She said, I did not engage any private detective. I asked, then why did you come to our house in Bombay twice? She replied, I was asked to check the machine, so I took a security guy from the lab and came there. I did not understand where I had come. I was told by pressing the button inside the box it would open the door, and after setting the location by pressing the button it would take us back to the set location. The second time, I could not get back, so I set the location to Hyderabad and went there. When I banged on the door, some servant opened it and let me out. I was in Nandini's house. From there we returned by train to Vizag. I asked, what do you know about Harshit? She replied, it is a complicated story. I said, I want to know about it. She narrated the story, we are 2 daughters and my dad wanted to have a son. Then my mother had to have her uterus removed due to a cancer scare. Now she can't give any more children. Then my dad married Nimisha, who is our aunt's daughter, secretly and kept her at the bungalow here. I was told you were doing deliveries there to her. Dad was asking her for a son, then one day she said she is pregnant and after 6 months she gave birth to Harshit. I asked, which year? She said he is born in the year 1984, October. Until I sold off my house here and went over to Bombay, she was meeting me regularly. It must be during those times, she must have conceived and he should be my son. If Nimisha did not want to tell this about to him, it is okay by me. I asked, where is Pranita? I heard you are looking after the lab in her absence. She replied, she is with her husband abroad. He has businesses in many countries. It seemed someone had used Pranila to mislead me. She asked, how did Nandini die? I replied, you must have heard from others, she died due to a heart attack. I heard you sold your companies to another company. I said, we have incorporated bigger company and they have taken over the factory. I am still controlling the factories. I heard you were looking for office space in Vizag. I said, we are looking for TV transmission and mobile telephone set up in Vizag. In Vijayawada, Pradeep said he will look after the branch here. Same way we are looking for people and offices in all the major cities. In another 3 months they will start the Star TV operations for Indian subcontinent. By that time we want to be ready with our offices and cabling. She asked, so you don't need the office space in commercial area? I said, we need space in residential area. She said, okay, I will see what I can do. Now all the partners have come to us together, what are you seriously discussing? I said we are discussing business and called Sonali to come. I introduced her as Sonali Mukherjee, she completed her MSc. And she will help me in cataloging medicines and vaccines from the future. I am preparing data. So, we will give them preference in manufacturing medicines and vaccines. We are setting up vaccine manufacturing with them. So we will file patents for these in the name of the lab. Then the pharmaceutical company can purchase them when they are required. I promised them the first priority in producing them. We were discussing the improvement of the lab when Loveleen came and called us for the Muhurat coming close. We went and stood close to the couples, while they put jeera and jaggery mix on each other on the Muhurat time. Then the pujari continued with other rituals. We came down and sat on the chairs placed there. When the rituals were completed, Praveen was given the Mangal Sutra to tie on Karishma's neck. Then after everyone put rice mixed with turmeric on the couple. The couple was given loads of rice mixed with turmeric to put on each other. With that the marriage ritual completed. Then they got up and went to the elders to take their blessing by touching elders' feet. While in north they always touch elders' feet, in south it is one of the few times they touch elders' feet for blessings. After their Garbhadhan was completed, Loveleen went and sent them to Manali by the transporter and came back. We sat around and Nimisha said, come to my bungalow, we will have a party, and others agreed. I reluctantly went with them to the bungalow. After the party, we returned to our hotel room. We went to Srinu's shop. He said we can use a room in the first floor for our TV content distribution. We put the transporter there and told him we will send the material and a person to set up the distribution and cabling. From there we drove to Vizag with the second transporter. When I reached there I called Pranila and she gave us an address to come. She said they have a 2-story house and she will get it vacated and will give us for setting up the office. From there we drove to the lab and stored the transporter there and returned to Bombay by the transporter, leaving the car there. I prepared a database of medicine combinations and their uses and gave them to Sonali to prepare a list of patents. Then I prepared a list of vaccines for various diseases and sent them to the lab for checking and prepare a sample vaccine prepared wherever possible and file for patenting. Where actual virus is required for preparation of vaccine we put them on hold to wait for the virus to appear. As Loveleen became busy with operations management, Sonali became my constant companion. As she treats me as her brother, Loveleen did not have any problem with her working with me. In our bungalow, we started an R&D lab for preparing future products for general consumption. Like mobiles, TV sets, Wi-Fi routers and electronics equipment like CD players, etc. Electronics companies from the USA would buy blueprints from us and pay us a royalty for the same. Bob got Lena admission to the New York School for Senior School and she would fly to the USA with my mom to chaperone for the first time. I want Lena to officially fly to the USA for the purpose of visa and passport stamping. From then on she can come and go as she likes. In Delhi, both Mr. Khanna and Mr. Das played their hand very well. They went and met the party president and they put their plan forward and the party president said they will support their game plan and they slowly started putting the CM in an impossible position with opposition tightening screws about Pratap Singh. Mr. Singh approached me to get him out of the situation. I put 2 of my demands forward to him. One, he should dissolve the assembly and announce elections as they are just 2 months away. He can save face in this way. The only way to save his son is to hand over Pratap and Guru to me to be treated, so they won't do this kind of thing again. Now when I said they will be treated without any blowback to him, he agreed and handed them to me. First I checked with Guru and tried to retrieve his memories for study. What has caused him to act this way with girls? After going through his life history, one incident caught my attention. When he was in junior college, his seniors as part of ragging asked him to have sex with an older woman. 3 things contributed to his impotency. 1 was the peer pressure, and second is his inexperience with the sex, and the third is the way the lady handled him. Instead of encouraging him, she heckled him and made him feel insecure and pressured, which later turned into anger, and in a fit of rage, he picked a knife kept on the table for cutting fruits and pushed it into her vagina. He felt immense pleasure from that act, and he ejaculated at that point. From then on he would use violence. Whenever he had sexual desires, he would resort to violence against maids, which his family brought silence with their money. At last, they decided to marry him, and they thought would get cured by his bride. One thing they did not think, how he would act with her. My intuition about him was correct, he would have treated her like trash. I selected the parts where the seniors ragging him and his experience with the first women and later with maids, and deleted them from his brain. I put a suggestion in his mind against using violence on women and that they should be treated with dignity and respect. After the treatment I sent Guru to his family to arrange for a bride for him. Now Pratap to be treated, I linked him to the machine and downloaded his experiences. After going through his memories, I could not find a reason for his act of violence against women. It should be his lack of empathy, or he must be having one of those violent tendencies in his genes. I could not find a way to treat him and decided to do some experiments with him. I connected to the machine and started to use various girls to sit in front of him and downloading his reactions about them. I used Jyoti, Sonali, Prachi and Vijeta. Then compared his reactions of seeing them. Unable to find anything, I transported Sonia to Bombay and sat her in front of him. His reaction to her was instantaneous, he was filled with rage seeing her. I had to restrain him and send her out of the room. Unable to find the reason, I got his blood tested. There is an unknown chemical found in his body immediately after seeing Sonia and against the normal blood sample. One thing I could not understand when he saw Vijeta, was why he did not have the same kind of reaction, but he tried to attack her on that night. Finally decided it has something to do with him being with Guru. I sent him back to his family, saying to look after him for the time being, as I need to find a cure for his behavior. Maybe I will find some medicine in our database. As expected, the assembly was dissolved and elections were declared and the state was put under the governor's rule. Now the parliament was also dissolved, and with a few other states, general elections were declared. Now knowing a high-profile politician would be assassinated by a belt bomb during electioneering, I decided to play safe and got him called to Delhi by Mr. Khanna and Mr. Das on an emergency consultation. We averted his death but could not save the elections for them. They lost when their opponents and the ruling party won with an absolute majority. Later the plot to kill him was revealed by the security agencies when they caught the kingpin in the operation. In the elections, Mr. Singh did not take part and took political retirement, with his son's actions looming large on his political career. Mr. Khanna and Mr. Das's party, even though lost in the parliament, could snatch victory in the state assembly from the ruling party without their leader. In the month of October, we found out Loveleen is pregnant when she was feeling morning sickness and took her to the doctors. Both our families were very happy and we called for a party. Now Loveleen's father is the CM of Haryana and our business is booming with introduction of many products through our R&D in electronics, which I have picked up from the future. We are starting mobile services throughout the country in a phased manner. We are using many companies in our consortium to manufacture them, with taking licensing from the USA with the help of Bob. Items like ICs we are getting through the transporter and showing as developed by our factories, thus by paying excise duty instead of higher import duties. As they are not passing through the ports or flights or courier companies, we could avoid detection. As we are only using them in our own production and using them for our own usage, we could do it without problems. Now whenever we are setting up offices for mobile and TV transmission, we are installing transporters and using them for transferring people and materials. Not only that, we are using them commercially for transporting people and documents for a rival courier company at a price. With the idea of delivering documents within an hour of booking, they could snatch business from other courier companies. Now others are asking us for their deliveries too. As the courier company rejected our offer, we did not break any contacts and we freely offered our services to whoever requested them. Now we got more equipment ordered from the USA and installed at Rao's Hospital in Hyderabad. For the time being, I sent Sonali as administrator for the hospital. She would come back in the evening to Bombay in the transporter. We provided her with a room in Loveline's bungalow for staying the night. Now we got an MRI machine, C-arm and angiogram machine installed at Hyderabad. We installed a transporter in the shape of a lift there and would transport patients from Bombay to Hyderabad. We got another lift like a transporter machine installed in Rodriguez Hospital in Bombay. It would appear that the patients get in the lift of Rodriguez Hospital and come out and have tests done and return through the lift, thinking they are in the same hospital. Patients from all over Bombay would come to Rodriguez Hospital and would be brought to Rao's Hospital in Hyderabad for tests and return, and reports would be sent to Rodriguez Hospital, which will be sent to the hospital where patients came from. This way Rao's Hospital could recover the costs easily and Rodriguez Hospital doesn't need to put up the investments and earn commissions. We are in consultation with other hospitals in the country for providing these services in the guise of providing their own services. With the help of our spyware, we were helping the central government in its day-to-day activities. When the news leaked that Pakistan, with the help of China, trying to build nuclear bombs, we sent our raw agents with the help of a shape-shifting machine and an invisibility cloak. They retrieved copies of the blueprints from their secret labs, and our scientists started developing them secretly. Chapter 2. The year 1992. Kumar. We started helping the central government, and we started getting government projects in quid pro quo. As the Punjab situation cooled down, the government decided to hold elections there. Even though their party did poorly in the Punjab elections, they did not mind the results and thought the state would return to normal. On the 3rd of April, Loveline gave birth to a baby boy, and as expected, we named him Dhruv. Due to her pregnancy, Loveline's work took a back seat and Vijeta started helping her. Now Prachi and Vijeta stayed back in my flat at Andheri. Prachi did not stop her push to become a star. We have even been approached about using our bungalows for film shootings, but we did not accede to their request as we do not want to disturb our projects. With the information received from the future, AI is becoming all the more powerful day by day. Now it can design and check the products before sending them to R&D lab. Now the consortium members are coming to us for their R&D requirements, as we can provide them with the products with minimal work. Now, whoever invested with the company got a two-pronged advantage. They can have their products developed in our labs and also earn dividends through royalties paid to our company. When the capital requirements have arisen, the shareholders are ready to invest further with us without any hesitation. When the financial year closed and accounts finalized, we had 1000 crores in turnover and our profits were 250 crores after the taxes for the year. Our investments in the mobile and TV industries were around 200 crores. We could cut costs by developing technology indigenously with the help of AI. Now the USA companies were asking to use our AI for developing robots and self-driving cars technology. I have been receiving information from Nandini through the original timeline. Kumar. He had recovered fully with the treatment from Rao's Hospital. They were not as developed as our timeline's Rao's Hospital. But from the time Nandini started to look after it, it started to grow. After Kumar got discharged, she took him to her house and gave him a room on the ground floor and allotted him a servant to look after his needs. She would sit with him at least once a week and would tell him all the details of her life and how the children are doing. The kids also come and sit with him daily for at least half an hour and would tell him about their school and sit with him to study. I think Nandini would encourage them to spend their time with him. Now, when the time came for the Babri Masjid demolition, two things happened. First, the government in the center was different from other timelines. They could dictate the Karsevaks with restraint. Second, using my closeness to the government, I had shown them the future of riots and bomb blasts, and they tried to stop the people from demolition. But nature took its own decision regarding the same, and after 3 days of actual demolition, a meteorite fell on the masjid and flattened it. So, indirectly their wish was fulfilled and the Bombay could avoid the riots. Now we know the people behind the bomb blast were still active. I used my closeness with Key from CID depth and informed them about the people behind them. They kept these people on surveillance, and when they are about to plant the bombs, raided them and foiled their plan and confiscated all the bomb materials. It has become another feather in the CI's cap, and he was selected for the medal in the Independence Day celebrations. Chapter 3. The year 1993. Kumar. With the change of events in the country, our timeline has surpassed other timelines. The Industrial Revolution has entered our country, with many countries setting up manufacturing facilities in India, seeing the industrial and technical expertise in the country. We not only have cheap labor, but now they are getting technical expertise. Consortium members were the ones who are in the most advantageous position with it. They made joint ventures with foreign companies and set up companies in India as per their expertise. By the financial year end, we doubled our company income and our profits for the year expected to be 600 crores at conservative estimates. Even after providing for taxes, our profit after taxes would be 400 crores. As our capital requirements are increasing, instead of going for a public offering, the shareholders decided not to take any dividends and reinvest in the company. As our company is engaged in providing technical expertise to other members, they don't have any objection to our profit retention. Our software company did not lag behind. AI software was used by many companies in the USA, and now they are contemplating starting their companies in India for the development of software. Companies like Microsoft, Oracle, and IBM have started looking for offices and campuses around India. While our lab is developing cutting-edge technologies for curing many chronic diseases, Sonali started to help the lab to catalog the cures developed by the lab, patenting them and getting them developed by their company. In Rao's hospital, we started a wing for poor people, and Mukherjee Pharmaceuticals was supplying the medicines at discounted prices for this wing. We are foregoing our royalty for these supplies. I went over to meet Mr. Sabha Rao to discuss the hospital's development. He has completed his work with the power plant and came to meet me at the hospital. I was waiting for him in his room, and Mr. Sabha Rao went to meet some guests who arrived suddenly to visit some patients. I was working with my laptop and making notes. I heard a voice say, "Excuse me." I turned around to find a doctor with a white coat and a stethoscope on her neck. I was stunned and kept looking at her. She is none other than Mitali Sharma. We studied 10th together in the village. She said again, "Excuse me." I came out of my shock and said yes. She asked, "Where is Sabha Rao, sir?" I said, "He seemed to have gone to see some patient." "How are you doing? I am seeing you after more than 10 years. She looked at me closely and asked, "Do I know you?" I said, "I am Kumar, we studied in the same high school for our SSC. You seem to have become a doctor." She replied, "Yes, I am a gynecologist here." I asked, "Can I help you?" "I am Sabha Rao sir's son-in-law. I married his daughter Nandini. I am looking after the hospital administration now." She came and sat down in a chair beside me and asked, "I heard she died due to a heart attack." "I am so sorry. I heard Nandini married a guy from Bombay who is in software development. I joined after you were married." I said, "It is okay, now we have lots of businesses. Uncle asked me to look after the hospital. I am here to review the working of our medical equipment. We have a company that imports and installs medical equipment. If you have any specific requirements, you can give them to me. We have many companies. Future India Development is our main company now. Do you have a mobile phone?" She said, "Yes, I left it in my table drawer." I said, "It is ours, we provide the services and mobile sets. Do you have a Star TV connection at home?" She said, "Yes." I said, "It is our company that provides the services. You must be having a flat screen TV." She replied, "Yes, recently we brought one." I said, "The technology for that is developed by our company. Have you seen how we transport patients from Bombay to our hospital for testing?" She said, "You mean the lift that transports patients?" I said, "It is my invention. We have so many inventions like that. Did you hear about the cancer treatment we are offering? It was developed in our lab near Vizag. If you are interested, we are planning uterus and breast cancer treatments. I can get you to work in that study." She asked, "Did you study medicine as you mentioned in the classroom?" I said, "No, I have done my BCom. And then started my software firm. From there we started assembling computers and then manufacturing electronics components. When a meteorite fell in the jungles near Vizag, we started the lab to find a cure for the virus. Now we are cataloging medicines and diseases and taking patents for cancer treatment. You must have heard about the wing we started for poor people, where we supply medicines at the cheapest prices. Then we started medical equipment supply. These CT scan, MRI, C-arm and angiogram equipment we have only supplied. Then we started Future India Development with the help of top companies in the country. These mobile phones, TV cable services among others we are providing through them." It seems she did not understand half of what I said. I asked, "How about helping in cancer treatment for the ladies?" She said, "But you said your lab is near Vizag." I said, "We have excellent residential quarters." She said, "I have family here, how can I go there?" I said, "Then you can stay here and go to the lab whenever required. We have a transporter available, you can be there in the lab in a second." She said, "Then let me think." I said, "You take your own time. I am looking for people I can trust." Mr. Sabha Rao came in and said, "Yes, Mitali, what can I do for you?" She said, "First check what Mr. Kumar wants." He said, We need longer time for discussions, you tell me first. I closed the lid of the laptop, told them I will just return and came out, lit a fag. Loveleen. It is April and now Dhruv is 1 year old. We plan to have a party for Dhruv's birthday at our bungalow. Kumar just received the news that he is selected to receive the Best Entrepreneur of the Year 1992 by the Chamber of Commerce. Now it seems consortium members have suggested his name for the award and the award will be presented on the third afternoon and we will have a party for Dhruv's birthday on the same night. It is a double celebration and I planned everything for the party. We went to the hall to receive the award in the afternoon and returned to our party in the evening. Now all the shareholders of the company were present for the party. Also our employees, other members, partners of our business empire and politicians from Dad's party. Also, our partners from the USA flew down. Veena, Praveen and his wife came through the transporter. Those who could not attend the award ceremony were congratulating Kumar. Kumar brought a lady to me and introduced her as Mitali, his classmate in high school. She is a gynecologist working with Rao's hospital and he is enlisting her for cancer research with the lab. I asked her, how did you meet Kumar? She replied, I recently joined Rao's hospital in Hyderabad and when I went to meet Sabha Rao sir, Kumar was sitting in his room working on something on his laptop. He asked me can he help me. Then he told me we both studied in high school. He explained to me what he was working on and asked me to help in cancer research for women. Who is developing medicines in the lab? What kind of lab is that? I said, he picks the cures and medicines from the future, after they are found to be effective against the diseases we register them and start the testing. We know they have already passed tests, so we can take up testing without fear of side effects or side effects are already known to us. Then his friends came from Vijayawada, they came to Bombay for the first time. They were looking around in wonder. Then all the partners in the lab came over for the party. Pranila was there and also Pranita was with her husband Anand. He came over to the party to get some advice from Kumar on some business decisions. After the cake cutting, everyone went to the party area where drinks are served. Kumar. Loveleen was telling me about the award is another feather in my cap. Pranita's husband Anand came to me to ask me if he should invest in our ventures. I said, if you are interested, I might think of something. He went away and Mitali came and asked me, can I ask you one thing? I said, you can shoot. She said, I was told you married Loveleen within 3 months after the death of Nandini. I asked, so what is your question? She said, why did you not wait for some more time? Is it not against conventions? I asked, what are conventions? What you don't know is that Nandini I married did not die, the one who was dead is just a doppelganger brought with a heart problem and she died a natural death. Now, I had to marry Loveleen for some other purpose. She asked, what the reason could be. I looked around and found Leena standing beside my mother. I called, Leena, come here. She came over and asked, what daddy? I said to Leena, she is my classmate, Mitali, and to Mitali, she is my daughter Leena, what could be her age? She looked her over and said, she would be 17 or 18. I said, so how can I have a daughter of this age? She said, I heard you had adopted her. I said, that information is for others. She is my and Sahiti's daughter. Leena was born in 1982, and by that, she would be just 11 years. She spent 7 years on another timeline. She was returned to us at 7 years of age after 1 year of her birth. Now she is studying in the USA to take over the lab after completing her studies. So, every one of them has some purpose in the future. So, I have to act according to the set course by some unknown forces. I hope you understand this. She said, so Leena has grown 7 years in 1 year to take over the lab, perhaps in another 3 or 4 years. What is she studying? I said, I want her to study microbiology to research viruses. I called Sonali and introduced her and said she is at present looking after the hospital administration. She and Amanda with Leena are partners in the medical equipment company. Then we went over to my brother Ram. He is my brother Ram and with him is his wife Nishita. She said she does not look South Indian. I said, no, she is Gujarati. Then these are Mahira, Krishna and Raj. They are looking after the factory. Then I took her to the girls working in the factory. They said to me, Namaste Bhaiya. I said, these are kidnapped by a gang. We caught the gang leader with the help of police and these are working with us since that time. Remaining are the shareholders of our company. You will find top industrialists at our party. I showed each one of them and explained who they are. There is Mr. Tata, Mr. Godrej, Mr. Mehta from Reliance, Mr. Bajaj. Then Mr. Lal was coming towards me. I said, this is Mr. Lal from the courier company. What can I do, Mr. Lal? T said, I heard you are using the transporters for courier purposes. I said, I gave you a priority offer for using them. You dilly-dallied about the offer. I had to take decisions about starting the branches for our mobile and TV transmission businesses. Now we installing each of our offices transporters. We are transporting mail and people on an emergency basis. I am not taking over the courier business, I am supporting your business. Who pays me will get services. It is not like before I would let you take advantage of me, you would have understood my tactics. T said, let us sit and come to an understanding. I said, you are always welcome, prepare a plan and come to me what you want. T went away. She asked, what were you telling him? I said, once I prepared software for transferring the data. Then I gave him an idea for using that system for online pan-India matrimonial services. Where once data is fed for a potential bride or groom, the data will be available throughout India. He took the idea and tried to cheat me. I had already taken trademark and patents, they had no option but to pay me 50 lakhs. I gave him the option to buy the transporters and transfer couriers and people to their branches. He sat on that for a long time without replying to me. Now when we are starting branches all over India for mobile services and TV services, we started installing transporters. If he had replied in time, I could have used their branches for our mobile and TV transmission. Now they not only lost the chance but their competition is using our services. I gave him a chance because it is his 50 lakhs as my seed money for the software company. I did not touch him for a long time, he called after I sent a transporter through courier. So, from then on I am patenting my inventions and taking trademarks. One of the writers came over to me and said, Sir, I have an idea for a story. I said, first you complete what I gave you, then we will see what is that story about. He went away. I said we have a division for writing stories and registering them. I give them stories to develop and later I read them and we register them. Loveleen walked over with a man and looked at Mitali. I asked, what is the problem? Loveleen said, he is a minister's PA, he suspects the opposition people put a lady with a minister. Now they will expose the minister with his secrets through the lady. He came to us for advice. I remembered how dead Kumar stayed with Sunita in the minister's house after removing the minister's lady friend. I asked PA, are you married? He said, yes. I said, you take your wife in a burqa to the house where the lady stays and exchange the burqa with the lady and send her somewhere unreachable to the opposition people and start to stay there with your wife. When the opposition tries to get to the lady, they will find your wife there instead of the lady. Or you can put someone else there. He nodded his head and went away. Mitali asked, why do they come to you for advice? I said, Loveleen's father is the CM of Haryana, I helped put him there. Mitali asked, what all are you doing? I said, I am getting information from all over the world. I invented the machine to read my mind and put them in computer files. Recently I read some people's memories and used that for therapy too. Mitali asked, what kind of therapy? I said, you see Sahiti, Leena's mom, was kidnapped and sold to someone in Calcutta. When she returned she learned her parents were killed by her kidnappers. So, I cleaned those memories to make her memories pleasant. Another person became a psychopath after ragging by his seniors. I removed those memories from him and tried to make him a model citizen. Now his friend is also a psychopath. When he sees certain girls, he tries to attack them. I could not understand the reason for his actions. What I could find is when he sees her, certain chemicals in his blood are elevated. I still had to find a cure for him. I suggested these two should be kept away from each other. Mitali asked, what is that chemical? I said, I don't know what is that chemical, I am trying to scan the data for such kinds of persons. Mitali asked, what kind of data do you have? I collect the data from future computer servers and download it into my system. Mitali said, I can't understand what kind of person you are. It seems she does not know anyone here, so she is standing with me and chatting with me. Mr. Tata's PA came over and said, Sir is calling you. I said, come to Mitali, and we went over. He said, please sit. I signed Mitali to sit and sat down in front of him. He asked, the documents you sent to me regarding the agreement Pakistan had with China, how reliable they are? I explained, we got it direct from the Kia station head in Rawalpindi, they got them from ISI promising them 5 billion in extra aid for them. Now we used shape shifting and invisibility cloak to retrieve them from the Kia station from their diplomatic bag. Now when it reached the USA, they found blank papers and they thought ISI had cheated them and did not release the aid. Now I have obtained the data relating to our nuclear tests done in 1998, we can use the data and start our own nuclear reactors. We will be ahead of Pakistan by at least 5 years. The USA and other countries will try to put sanctions on us, but I made a plan on how to counter them. We will come out unscathed, but Pakistan will be hit hard by those sanctions. I will send them to our Delhi office, you get them to PM immediately. They wanted to test nuclear weapons but they are hesitating. Mr. Tata asked, is it advisable to go for nuclear weapons? I said, this testing will help in two ways. One is we can start nuclear power generation units and the output of nuclear waste can be used for nuclear bombs. They are necessary to thwart Pakistan and China from threatening us with nuclear warheads in the future. He said, okay, I will inform the PM and let him know your views too. What do you want to discuss about the excise policy? I said, the new excise policy would have been brought by the year 1995-96 financial year. Now due to change in central government, it may not be brought by this government. He asked, what do you mean by the change in the government? I said, you must have read about the assassination attempt on the opposition leader. He said, I read it, some Sri Lanka Tamil unit wanted to assassinate him, but when he did not attend the election rally, he was saved. I said, we had a role in that, I got him called back to Delhi on an emergency and he got saved. If he had been dead they would have won the elections on sympathy vote and they would be in power. It would have led to Babri Masjid demolition and riots and bomb blasts in Bombay, which we could avert. Now anticipating the change in excise policy in 1995 I prepared my software. The new policy would be beneficial for both the government and the business community. I think you should push for the changes. If you want to take it up with Finance Minister, I will send those details. He thought for a minute and said, you send me those details, I will speak about them when I speak to them about the nuclear policy. I said, thanks. He said, no, I should thank you, now I am seeing how you are changing history by knowing the future. I understood stopping an event can have repercussions on other events, but all of them turned out positive. One person approached me and said, sir, Bob has sent this message. I took the note and read it. It said one Sneha Kumar was sent to our cancer research unit for treatment. I told him I will take care of the patient. I gave the note to Mitali, we got a patient for your cancer unit. She is a friend and another friend's wife. They have looked after Lena for 7 years. You take care of her, I will come and visit later. She put the note in her purse. I thought, where did Bob take Sneha for treatment? It seems he had us in mind when taking her for treatment. But why did he wait for this much time? He must be waiting for us to start the unit for women with cancer with Mitali. I explained to Mr. Tata, she is Mitali, a gynecologist from our hospital, I am putting her to look after the women's cancer unit we are starting. We have developed cutting-edge technology in our lab. He said, I heard your lab is doing very well. I was told by my PA that you have treated one of our employees with lung cancer. He is fully cured. I said, I am only trying to bring our country into the next century, as a developed country. I can only read the future up to the year 2020. I was told the future beyond that is fluid and will depend on the events leading to it. I lowered my voice and said, I was told there is an evil person hiding in China and persuaded them to act against India. China and Pakistan are coming together to attack India. We don't know what other countries he had connections. He might be having links to terrorists. Mr. Tata's PA came and said, sir, time to leave. He said, we will continue this discussion later, bye. And he went with his PA. Mitali said, I don't understand what you are. What is there to understand? I am a multi-talented personality. I have multiple businesses and have links to a consortium of business companies. I have invented some electronics products and I am taking advantage of them for the country. Let us go and see Sneha. She asked, at this hour. I asked, did you have your dinner? She said, not yet. I said, then have your dinner and come, I will drop you at your house. She looked at me, are you crazy, you want to drop me at Hyderabad, and went over to get herself a plate. I called a waiter and asked him to get me a glass of whiskey. Sat down sipping it. Loveleen came and asked, did you have dinner? I said, not yet, after this peg, I will have. Mitali came with a plate and sat down on a chair beside me. Loveleen went away seeing me having company. I got up and said I will get something to eat and went and brought some food. She looked at my plate and said, you eat so little. I said, I eat very little at parties, this food does not agree with me. She looked me over and said, you don't look like you eat very little, how much workout do you do? I said, workout, I don't get enough time to sleep, where would I get to work out? I gulped the drink and started to eat, completing it in 2 minutes, I drank a little water and sat back relaxing. I got up and said, I will be back in a minute and went over to the pawn shop outside and brought a packet of fags and lit one. I asked, what is the news? T said, I heard they caught the stone-throwing serial murderer. I said, there is no mention of it in the newspapers. T said, the news is not out yet, they are interrogating him to find out if he is the original killer or not. I said, oh, like that. Okay, see you. I went back and Mitali sat there for her to complete her lunch. She must have smelled smoke on me and asked, do you smoke? I said, sorry, once in a while I smoke. Let us go to Hyderabad. I took her to the transporter installed in Loveleen's house is a type of lift. Now we are going to Hyderabad hospital, which has the same type of transporter. We both stood in that and it has switches inside unlike the earlier transporter has switches outside. I selected the Hyderabad hospital and pressed send. We reached the hospital and we went to the newly launched ward for women's cancer patients. Our first patient in the ward is Sneha. I went and sat on a chair beside her bed. She must be feeling lonely, what with her family in another timeline. I caught her hand and said, Sneha. She opened her eyes and looked at me. It seems she could not believe what she is seeing. She said surprisingly, Kumar. I said, it is me only. How are you doing? She asked, how come you are here and so young? I said, you are in a hospital, we started an experimental cure for cancer patients. This is the women's wing we started for people like you. Think this is your own hospital, don't feel shy. I said to Mitali, come I will drop you at home and return to Bombay. We came out and took a car and I dropped her at her house and back to Nandini's house which is closer than the hospital and transported myself back. I went to the bedroom, Loveleen is not there. I changed and sat on the bed. She came after 10 minutes. She asked, where did you disappear? I said, I went over to see Sneha who was brought to our hospital for cancer treatment. Loveleen said, oh, sorry, I thought you lost touch with her. How did she come to the hospital? I said, she is not our timeline Sneha, she is Pujari Kumar's wife who looked after Leena for 7 years. She was brought to us by Bob, who made an agreement with Pujari Kumar in exchange for developing an island. Loveleen said, you seem to have spent the whole time with your classmate. I said, I know we kind of had a rivalry during our SSC. She was the class topper. I could get good marks, but I didn't spend the whole time studying like her. In the final exams, she got top of the school, I could not get very good marks as I had developed headaches during that time. I just want to impress her to accept her to look after cancer patients. I left Sneha to her care and came. I took her close and asked, how is your work, can you cope with it? She replied, I have Vijeta to assist me, she giving me slack in the work and office and house being close has also helped. I woke up with a jolt. I looked at the time, it is 8 am. I must have slept late, what could be the reason I woke with a jolt? I looked at Loveleen sleeping beside me. She is sleeping peacefully. Did I ever think she would sleep beside me like a wife? I never thought Nandini would go away like this. I am happy she is somewhere safe with our kids. It must be a consolation for her to have kids and she could look after the hospital too. I kissed Loveleen and she moved a little and went back to sleep. I got up, went to the bathroom and brushed and went to the kitchen, prepared myself a coffee and came to Dhruv's room. He is awake and playing by himself. I put the cup aside and took him in my hands, picked the cup and came back to the bedroom. Dhruv's ayah came looking for him with a bottle of milk. I took it from her and put it in his mouth. He started to drink it while looking at me. When he finished the bottle, I put his head on my shoulder and tapped until he burst. Then I put him on my lap. He said, Dada. I said, Dhruv. Leena came searching for him. Now she is at university studying microbiology. She would be a future scientist. I told Dhruv to say, Didi. He said, Dada. I said, Didi. He said, Dada. I said, Leena. He said, Anna. It seems he will take a little time for speaking. His ayah came to take him for a bath. I gave him and asked Leena, how are her studies? I picked up the coffee cup and moved to the hall. Seeing Leena yawning, I told her to go and take a rest. She went away to her room. I picked up the newspaper and started reading it. On the third page, my award story is printed with my speech on what the industry can expect from our company. After completing reading the paper, I went to take bath. After having breakfast, I went over to the office and connected the leads and switched on the machine. I let it do the work and closed my eyes. I felt a touch on my shoulder and a voice calling Daddy. I opened my eyes and removed the leads. Leena said, Daddy, Auntie is calling you. I nodded my head. I wanted to check what had been downloaded, but as Leena is waiting for me, I went with her to the house. Loveleen asked, what are you doing at the office on a Sunday? Before I could answer, Leena said, Dad is connected to the machine with wires. Loveleen asked, what happened to connect at this time? I said, I woke up with a jerk, I want to find what I had dreamed about. Loveleen asked, so, what did you find? I said, I did not get time to review the downloads, Lena came to call me. Loveleen said, okay, you can check it after lunch, Lena was waiting to have lunch with you. I said, Lena, you must be having trouble adjusting when you come here, it must be midnight there. Lena replied, no problem, I would be studying until late there. I sat down on the sofa, and she sat beside me and asked, how could Nandini auntie could die of heart attack? Wouldn't she know how to take care of herself? I said, she was not the original Nandini, your auntie is somewhere safe and she had twins also. Loveleen came in front of me asked, you did not tell me about her having twins. I said, that is what I went to check with the machine. She went over to the timeline where Nandini who had been brought here came from. It seems when she went away, she was pregnant and they left her at the far end of the time where they could reach. She moved over to the time where we can't reach. Now she came over that problem by going over to Kumar of that timeline. First I did not understand why she took him to her hospital and tried to look after him. Then she brought the kids to him to show. Then I understood she wanted to send a me message through him about the kids and how they are doing in that timeline. I said I am going to study and went over and took a notebook and started making notes. I wanted to offer new products to the consortium members at auction. One is lighting. There are two types of lighting available in the future. LED lighting and the other is CFL lighting uses the same system as fluorescent tube lights. AI will provide the technology for developing these systems. Mobile phone manufacturing, I have the technology and software. Mobile and computer accessories like earphones, mouse and cameras for computers. UPS and stabilizers, mobile chargers, Wi-Fi routers, CD players, DVD players, Blu-ray players and other electronic equipment whose technology is being prepared by AI. My first priority is starting the internet and connecting it to US servers. I think I would set up servers around India, especially for metros and connect them with satellite and then set up a server in the US and connect it to their internet server and take satellite subscriptions and connect it to our satellite. This way we can bring internet to India. With the internet, there will be search engines like Google in the future. I think AI can search content from around the world and by the time we can get better internet connectivity we will be in a better position with our services. I still have a lot of work to do to reach my ambition of becoming a business conglomerate. I should be in a position to take my name along with Tata and Birla. I should command the markets not just in India, but also around the world. I have seen with so much population how China is rising in might in the world, we should stop China's world domination. Seeing how they can't beat us in other sectors, China is trying to create problems for our country. I prepared a note and put it up for consortium members. Now is the time to start email servers. I should get the AI to prepare the email software. I think I should have more servers doing the software development. Our developers can't develop all the software I have in mind. As I have been downloading the software, AI can develop the software from that. I should use more systems with AI to develop all the software. I noted down the point in my diary. I have called the shareholders meeting to auction the product ideas to the companies. Up to now, I am offering the products to consortium members to develop and gave them paying us royalty. Now I want to offer them first to the shareholders and if there are no takers, I will offer them to other companies. I started my speech, as you are aware we are developing products in our company which I am offering to the shareholding companies to develop, manufacture and market in India. I am planning to approach other companies outside India for sales outside India. Now we will have each product for auction at a minimum bidding price and royalty percentage. You can bid to increase the price and royalty will be kept fixed. Remember whatever price you purchase the rights to manufacture, you not only will earn from the products but whatever you pay for the product will reach you indirectly. First, we are offering two types of light bulbs, one is fluorescent bulbs and the second is LED bulbs. All the specifications and technology I made available to the members. If you might be wondering, seeing the technology available, people will start making their own products. We have taken international patents. If anyone tries to copy, we have lawyers to take action against them. It was decided before the meeting that the members will submit their quotes and they will be opened after the completion of the meeting and allotted to the highest bidder. Presenting the items has taken me more than 2 hours and they were given a week's time for submitting the bids. For the items for which bids are not received within a week, we will offer them to outsiders and will call bids on the same way. Next week in front of consortium members we opened the bids and choose the best bids and sent a communication to all the members who have bid for the items. 2 ways it will help out the firm in this. 1. We get money on bidding and royalties. 2nd, we import or manufacture the parts for electronic items and we earn income from that too. Now the bulbs, both fluorescent and LED bulbs, will contain electronic circuits and parts, and PCBs are manufactured by us, and if they want we can assemble and give them, and then they can fit them in the bulbs. We have expanded our production facilities. Except for ICs we are producing everything. For ICs we are paying from our income from patents sold to USA companies and the foreign exchange we are using for paying for imports. On the 11th of May 1993 the government ordered to test nuclear weapons at Pokhran test range. I think change in the political environment has helped in conducting the tests in advance. When some countries have threatened with sanctions, we could threaten them ourselves with not providing medicines and technology, which have become our weapons of export by India. They just imposed sanctions for the namesake and removed them periodically. We and our firms have come over the import of items from them by routing them through the transporter. So, whereas we sailed through other timelines after the 1998 test had to face a very difficult time. Year by year our incomes doubled and capital requirements are met by retaining the profits and not paying dividends. The investors were not worried about their returns, as they are getting returns in some other way. By our supplies and products offering, and selling themselves. So, our company has become intermediate production house. We are filing for trademarks right, left and center. We have put our hand in all the industries. We even have a hand in the agriculture industry by setting up a lab for researching seeds and soil conditions. Chapter 4. Mitali. It was strange meeting Kumar after all these years. I could not understand how he could achieve all this in such a short time. What is strange is all those girls he is surrounded with. His second wife Loveleen, she is a Punjabi girl and she is most beautiful girl I have met. And their son Dhruv was most adorable kid I ever laid my eyes. He got his mother's color and Kumar's eyes. He is just 1 year old, but most gorgeous boy. Kumar said his first wife died of heart attack and she used to run a hospital as administrator. Now Kumar is looking after the administration on her absence. How Mr. Sabha Rao has accepted him to look after the hospital. He is saying he got more than 5 crores of medical equipment installed in the hospital. Ours is the best hospital all over India. He is getting patients transported by a machine from different cities. I heard in foreign countries they use helicopter services to transport emergency patients. Here he is using a transporter which sends people across the country in a second. Now he is telling me to look after the cancer division set up to treat women with cancer. There is a head of the department who treats patients with those medicines, my job is to monitor them. Now who is Sneha? He is saying he studied with her and her husband has looked after his daughter for 7 years. But she would be 46 years of age. How that is possible? How he would study with her? I went and spoke with her and she was telling how they studied for 2 years and when her parents sent her to her grandparents' place, how he came to visit her and how her cousin gave him a whack on his ear and sent him back. When she came back to visit her mother, how he took her to some village and they spent some time as village doctors, then he became Pujari and then became Swami. How they have started ashrams and old people's homes and doing public service. How she found out she got cancer and after surgery, how one Bob said he will take her to the USA and brought her here for treatment. But she could not understand how this young Kumar came to admit her to this hospital. So, from all this what I understand is that she was with Kumar in intermediate and after that, they run away to a village and he becomes Swami and now he is doing public service. Bob told them he will send her to the USA for treatment and instead brought her here. It seems she was brought to this younger Kumar. He also knows her and her husband and says they have looked after his daughter Leena for 7 years. If I correlate everything it seems she is from some alternate universe, where time runs in a different way. I have to ask Kumar about this. I have to speak with the administrator, about allotting more nurses for the ward. She is also a friend of his, Sonali Mukherjee. I went to the administrator's room and finding Sonali there gave her the request for extra nurses as new patients are getting admitted to the ward. She looked me up and told me to sit down. I will be with you in a minute. She completed her work on the computer and asked me how many nurses would you like to have. I said at this time we need 1 each in 3 shifts. Then if more patients are admitted we may require more nurses. She thought a minute and asked does junior nurses would be alright. I said if 1 senior and 1 junior nurse are put together it would be alright. Because they have to monitor the medicines. She said, okay. I heard you were Kumar's classmate in school. I said, we did our 10th together. After all this time this is the first time I met him in the hospital. I did not recognize him, but he recognized me and offered me the job of looking after the cancer ward for women. Sonali said, he is like that only, he will find people just like that. I asked, how do you know Kumar? Sonali said, I was going to Vizag for my friend's wedding and I met him on the plane. I sat beside him on the seat and he was with Loveleen and introduced her as his partner. Then I asked what purpose he is going to Vizag. He replied they have set up a lab there and he is going to check up on the lab. He seemed worried about a virus which was found with a meteorite in the jungle. He was saying if they don't find a cure for that immediately, there will be a big virus pandemic around the area. I asked him can I come with him to the lab. He said you are welcome to come and see the lab. The previous day my father was in a meeting with pharmaceutical and big business houses, which they call as a consortium. They were looking for support for the lab. I went with them and Kumar was all acting under weather. He went to sleep just sitting on the sofa. Then Loveleen took him to their room. She was telling me she has to look after him as he was all acting strange. The next day he was in a meeting with the lab head and he asked him for the details of how they were doing the research. He noted down the details and asked for a computer and typed how to create a vaccine for the virus and he called and asked to order some chemicals from the USA. He was acting as if he knew everything about finding the cure for the virus, which the research head had no clue about. Then he sends me to Vizag by jeep. When I reached, the bride asked me to call them to the marriage. There it was found his father-in-law was related to the groom's family. In the marriage, there was a problem with the dowry. He offered to pay 1 lakh rupees if the bride's family failed to pay and the wedding continued. Then I found out what kind of guy he is. He doesn't care about money. He told us his story at the insistence of the bride's father. How when he was in intermediate he was unable to give 5 rupees for riding a rickshaw with Sneha and they had to walk for 1 hour each day. Then when she was taken away, he started working while doing his degree and bought a house in Vijayawada, which he sold off when he went to Bombay. Now 2 things happened during that time. He had a one-night stand with Sahiti and she had a daughter Leena, but in another timeline. Sahiti was looked after during her pregnancy by Sneha, who is in a hospital, and Pujari Kumar. Now Sahiti returned when she gave birth to Leena. He met Sunita in the 2nd year of his degree and he took her to Bombay for the summer holidays. At the Dadar station, they found Leena, but she is now 7 years of age and she was born just 1 year back. Then after going back to Bombay he joined a courier company as a courier boy and then elevated to marketing executive. Then one day Bob came to him and advised him to learn computers and told him he will send him to look after a big conglomerate. Then he started to use the computer knowledge in the courier company and he developed the software for transferring data between branches, for which they had to cough up 50 lakhs. At this time Sunita met with an accident and went missing. Then he went over to Hyderabad for his sister's marriage, where he met Nandini and she seduced him and their families fixed their marriage. She asked him to develop hospital software, which he did without any help from others, and later he started a software firm and she helped him in developing the company. Then he started with his friends a computer assembly firm in which he made them partners. Now when he went to Nandini's cousin's wedding, there he met Nandini's friends and they decided to start a manufacturing company. But Bob beat them to it and ordered machinery and paid for them, and over that he paid import duties and all. Instead, he asked them to invest that money in the lab. Nandini took it upon herself and developed the lab with the help of her friends. This is the story he told us after the wedding. After reaching Bombay, I went to their office and found his wife Nandini stunningly beautiful. Then they installed a server to transfer data between branches. He has taken us to the factory and then we stopped at Loveleen's interior decoration firm. Later he suggested we start a medical equipment firm. We each invested 1 crore in the company and he put his share in his daughter's name. By this time, he invented the transporter, with which we can travel between 2 transporters in seconds. Then he asked me to help him cataloging medicines and patent them. He said he will offer us a priority in manufacturing and selling them. We offered to start a company manufacturing vaccines plant. But Nandini's death came to us as a shock. I thought he would break down. Instead, he picked himself and married Loveleen, which was not a surprise for us. He had started Future India Development with the help of the consortium and he is developing new products there. He started mobile telephony and the internet. His best invention is AI, which he is using for developing all these products. He says he is getting all these cures from the future and developing them in the lab and taking patents. I asked, who are these Prachi and Vijeta? Sonali said, they are connected to Loveleen's politics. Her father is now CM of Haryana and Prachi's father is deputy CM. That is the story with Loveleen. I don't know fully what is their story. But one guru who was supposed to marry Loveleen and ex-CM's son was involved in some kind of scandal and Kumar cured guru with the help of the machine, but could not cure ex-CM's son. So, Prachi and Vijeta stayed back and started helping him in his business. Vijeta is helping Loveleen and Prachi is helping Kumar. I said, it seems all of his friends seem to be girls. She said, he is some kind of women's rights propagator. If anyone comes close to him, he would help them in some position. He has two guys, with whom he gave partnerships in his assembly unit. You must have met them at the party, Krishna and Raj. I said, you mean to say those two, one short guy and one tall guy? Sonali said, they are his friends from his degree college days. He met them when he met Sahiti at the Type Institute. I asked, do you mean to say he met Sahiti at the age of 18? If he had Veena with her, then what would be her age now? Sonali asked, you mean to say how she can be 18 now? That is what he said. She was with Sneha and Pujari Kumar from another timeline. Now Sneha was brought from another timeline for treatment here. I asked, how is that possible? Did he have a time-traveling machine? She said, if he can develop a transporter, why can't he have a time-traveling machine? If he does not have one, Bob certainly has one. One time Nandini was missing for 2 days and Andhra police came to his Bombay office to arrest him. Then he called Bob and he went 2 days back and brought Nandini and her friends and stopped them from getting on the train to Araku and brought them to him. I asked, then why did Kumar let Nandini be dead? Couldn't he do anything about her? Sonali replied, he says she is not dead, but somewhere in another timeline and she had twins by name of Atul and Reena. He knows she is safe somewhere, so he did not break down and he married Loveleen, knowing Nandini will never return to him. And Kumar and Loveleen are supposed to have Dhruv, that is their fate. He says he has changed an event in the history of this timeline, that he saved a politician from being assassinated. Which changed some other events like the Babri Masjid demolition. It was supposed to be demolished by Karseviks belonging to the present government in the center. Because he stopped the assassination, that party did not win the elections and instead of Babri Masjid being demolished, it was flattened by a meteorite. So, the masjid demolition is a fixed event in the timeline, which cannot be changed. Now, this event changed further events like riots and bomb blasts in Bombay, which is a good thing. Now Kumar is worried it will affect some more events like changing the excise policy by the central government. When he sold the software in the beginning, he made a challenge that if the rules were not changed, he would refund the money collected for the software. They would not ask for a refund, but he feels his word will lose value. There is still a time of 2 more years for that to take effect. He is trying to get them to bring the changes in the rules. I asked, how will he do that? Sonali said, he got the government classified documents pertaining to an agreement signed by Pakistan and China. Based on those documents, they have conducted nuclear tests at Pokhran. I asked, how could he get those documents? Sonali replied, he has used some of his spy inventions to recover those documents. I asked, what are those inventions? Sonali said, I don't know properly. I heard rumors they have a shape-shifting machine, an invisible cloak. He won't let anyone come to that room, it is locked by enhanced security. Only Loveleen knows about them. I said, you seem to know a lot about Kumar. She said, if you ask anything, he would patiently explain everything. I asked, I heard he had lots of girls in his factory, how he treats them. She replied, you know they are all have been saved from a gangster called Dolly. She also got Sahiti kidnapped and she sells the kidnapped girls in an auction. He with the help of police trapped Dolly and her accomplice Rakesh along with their gang members and released these girls. Wherever possible he sent them back to their family members, who can't be sent, he gave them training and absorbed them in his factory. They call him Bhaiya and tie him Rakhi. He gives them bonuses and gifts on Rakhi Purnima Day. Raj is a big flirt, but he does not try any of the girls in the factory, he is scared of Kumar. I asked, but Kumar seems to have many physical relationships. Did he treat everyone like that? Sonali said, for that, I have to tell about his partner Joy's story with him. He had brought her from USA, where she was scared about her senior and he spoke to the management and he got her transferred to India. He was taking her daily to the office and back. One day she said she had seen her senior and from then on she was staying in his flat. At that time Sahiti was kidnapped and sold to someone in Calcutta, and he was in relationship with Sunita, who was working as an air hostess. It seems Joy has forced herself on him and he went to stay at his parents' house. Then Joy had a party with the girls from USA in his flat. When Kumar returned to the flat next day to change and found a girl dead in the hall and Joy was missing. Later he resigned from the courier company, sued them for using his software and they paid him 50 lakhs for it, and Sunita was involved in a flight accident and was missing the next day. At this time his sister's marriage was fixed and they go to Hyderabad for wedding, and there he meets Nandini, who seduces him. Except for him seducing Sunita, all other girls he had relationships had seduced him. Even Loveleen had seduced him when they are going to Delhi by train for checking about Guru. I asked, what is there to check about Guru? I think you told me Kumar had treated him with a machine. She said, Laveen's family were thinking about fixing her alliance with Guru as they are business partners and they had political clout too, which her father wanted to use for his political career. Now when Kumar saw Laveen, he told her past and future and Guru was supposed to be important and also would treat Laveen very badly. He offered to check up Guru with help of some call girls from Delhi, who he had saved from Dolly, who did not leave their trade. Then Kumar took Laveen to Delhi and he went and met Guru as an escort services and offered to send him girls. He sends one Dimple who is a call girl. Next morning, he goes to pick her up and he finds Guru did not have sex with her, but she could not walk properly and took her 1 week for her to recover. Now it is found that Guru is not only important but also a psychopath. Now Laveen's father wants to use Guru for his political aspirations. When Guru asked to send Laveen for a date, Kumar got Dimple's roommate Sonia to act as Laveen. Laveen planned to discredit ex-CM and planned to use their children. At this time Pratap Singh, ex-CM's son, takes Sonia with the help of Guru and injures her with a knife and Vijeta is an eyewitness. When Prachi approaches Kumar, he sends Vijeta to Bombay and they play a game and make Laveen's father a deputy CM and he brings Prachi to Bombay along with Laveen. From that time Prachi stayed back in Bombay for fear of Pratap Singh. I asked, how did Joy become his partner if she is missing when her friend died in his flat? Who killed her friend? She said, Joy's senior had given Supari to Dolly's gang to kidnap Joy. They killed her friend and kidnapped Joy and her friend and kept them in dark rooms. When he did not pay for keeping her, they decided to sell her in the auction. Kumar went to the police station to lodge a complaint and he found Joy sitting on a bench with other prostitutes. He got her and the person who was transporting them and through him, they came to know about Dolly's gang. Kumar took Joy and Nandini who had come to check on hospital software to register the company and gave both of them a 25% share. He must have seen some talent in her to give her share without putting any capital. Chapter 5. Kumar. I got a call from Mr. Tata's PA. I asked, what can I do? He said, there is a call from Finance Minister PA, he is calling for a meeting tomorrow at 11 am at his office. Can you be there? I said, yes, I can be there. What is the meeting is regarding? He replied, it must be about the new excise policy you suggested. You better have your notes regarding that. I said, I will keep that in mind, thanks. By 10:50 am I was in the chambers of the Finance Minister. His PA met me and took me to sit in the conference room. He said, I had spoken with Mr. Tata regarding this, Mr. Tata was talking about some changes in excise policy, what is it? I explained him about input credit in the excise policy. It is for the manufacturing companies, the excise duty paid on their inputs will be deducted in the payments to be made in the final output. He asked, how that will help the government increase the income from excise duty. I said, if the manufacturers know they get the input credit for their purchases, they would certainly buy from those paying the excise duty, which would cut down on the people trying to evade the excise duty. Same way VAT system works. It is called value added tax. You give the rebate in sales tax paid by way of sales tax paid in the input goods. Later they combined these two and brought a system called GST. They combined these two into goods and service tax. Products are grouped and they are taxed. For example, medicines are taxed at 10%. Services like we are providing mobile, they are taxed at 15%. Then some companies are providing consultancy services, they are taxed at 18%. This tax will replace excise duty and sales tax. The last seller will pay the tax deducting the tax he paid in purchasing them. So, everything in this country will be taxed at one point or other. Can you show some examples? I said, have prepared a show on my computer and I can show them like a movie on the wall. Can I set it up here? I took out my laptop and connected it to a projector and showed him a clip of how this works. He looked at his watch and said, okay, I will call others, and went and called the minister and his advisors. I showed them the movie I prepared and explained how it will work and passed on the workings of the system in printed form. I prepared 3 sets of systems and how they will work in an actual environment. Now we can start to bring services into the tax bracket. I made some workings of how it will increase the income of the government. They took the files and said they will discuss them with the PM and the advisors have left. The FM and his PA were left at the table. FM asked, I heard you had to save the opposition leader from possible assassination, which lead to us winning the elections. Why did you do it? When you helped them to win the Haryana elections. I said it has nothing to do with my political affiliation. I had to do it to help my wife, Laveen. She is the daughter of Mr. Khanna. I have developed a mind-reading machine, which turns the memories of the brain into files, a readable matter by artificial intelligence we developed as software. Now I was worried about the demolition of the Babri Masjid and its after effects like riots and bomb blasts in Bombay. By stopping the assassination, I stopped his party to win elections. If he had been dead, their party would have won on sympathy vote and whoever was elected as PM would have let the Babri Masjid be demolished. Now it was stopped because your party is in power and you don't want to create disharmony in the country. Now it was destroyed by a meteorite, which is another matter. It proves we can't change some things. Recently I helped our raw agents with some products to retrieve the agreement between China and Pakistan from the Kia. I have also provided the matter related to nuclear testing and its results, on the basis of which we have conducted the tests at Pokhran and the results must be matching the reports I have submitted. These tests were conducted at least 5 years in advance. With our clout with the business community in the USA, we have soft-landed with the sanctions imposed by them. In 1998, following us, Pakistan made the nuclear tests which led to tougher sanctions on us. Now by the time Pakistan starts preparations, we will be in a better position with the USA to impose tougher sanctions on Pakistan. I wanted the USA to stop providing aid to Pakistan. FM asked, but how do you know all this to download using the machine? I said, I have been helped by some unknown persons, in connecting with the future. But I could read the future until somewhere up to 2020. Now the time after 2020 would be volatile and unknown, for which we have to be ready. He asked, what else do you know about the future? I said I know of some coming events, which we can avoid by planning ahead. One such thing is the Kargil war, which information will be given to the government at the correct time. FM got up and said, we will look into this and come back to you. By seeing you, shook my hands and I came out of the room and went to Loveleen's house where she is waiting for me. She asked what they decided. I said, they took the details and they would discuss it. Would you like to stay back? I have to go and check the software being prepared by AI. Loveleen said, you go ahead, I will come by the evening flight. Nowadays, when Dhruv was with her, she would travel by flight instead of the transporter. I don't know if she does not trust the transporter or what. Nowadays I am replacing box-type transporters with lift-type transporters. I landed in the office and reviewed the production. I think the time has come for starting IC's production in India. The only problem is very high initial capital. At conservative estimates, we would need $3 billion. If we can set up this, we can export them instead of importing them. I don't have to share my blueprints with them to manufacture the ICs. But how to get the investment? If we get from Mr. Khanna, the opposition may create problems. We have to get support from central government only. We need land for setting up the factory. I don't know if I can approach Monica for the land. How about Pranita, can she give required land? How about Pranita's husband Anand, he was inquiring about investments. Would he like to invest in this venture? If he could get partial investments, we can go ahead with the planning for the project. I checked for his number and placed the call to his office. They told he is in London and gave me his London number. I placed the call and when call connected, spoke about his well-being and how Pranita is doing. Then I came to the point. I said I have an investment opportunity for a big project. The total project cost would be around $3 billion. If we can start this in our country, we will self-sufficient and we can not only save foreign exchange, we can earn foreign exchange ourselves. I have delayed the production of some products because I don't want to send out the blueprints outside the country. Anand asked, what are the products you want to develop? I said, I have got blueprints for some futuristic items like mind-controlling communications, anti-gravity packs, thrusters, etc. Anand asked, how they are useful? I replied, mind-controlling communications devices are useful for communicating with the mind, no need to talk and no need to have telephones. Anti-gravity packs can be attached to heavy items and can be lifted and moved. Thrusters can be used to move in the air. By using an anti-gravity pack and thrusters together, we can use it to move a heavy item in the air for a distance. These are just examples of what I had in mind. Anand asked, aren't these shown in English movies? I said, they are something like that. You know, I have a machine that can read the mind and get the memories into files. It can also wipe selective memories which are painful or unwarranted. Say you have a girlfriend and you want to forget her, and I can delete her from your memory. Sometimes people lose memory in certain accidents, it is called amnesia. If I can store the memories beforehand, I can retrieve them for such amnesia patients. I even cured a psychopath. Anand said, okay, give me a week, I will see what I can come up with. I said, you be on that work, I will see what I can come up with from my side. I cut the call and thought, where can I get the capital for this venture? I should have a meeting with consortium members and see what they will come up with. I prepared a meeting request for the consortium members and sent it to Tata's PA. I got a call from Sonali. She requested, can you come down here, we have to discuss something important about the oncology ward. I went over to the administrator's cabin. Sonali and Mitali were both there in the cabin. I sat down on a chair and asked what is the problem. Sonali said, Mitali is asking for extra staff for the women's oncology ward and the accounts department is saying there is no budget for extra staff and I have to use the present staff for the oncology wards. I said, what is the need for taking permission from the accounts department? Put those expenses on the lab account. These are for research on medicines developed by the lab. These patients are treated on the lab's account. We will bear the hospitalization expenses. Even though these are not human trials, as we know the outcome of these medicines. For the purpose of showing the government, we have to show them as human trials. Before the patients are sent here they have to sign forms for trials. So, don't worry about the expenses and provide them with everything. Sonali nodded her head and said, I will pay from the lab's account for the wards. I looked at Mitali and asked, can I do anything else for you? She asked, one thing I can't understand, if Sneha is your college mate, how come she is looking older? It seems there is more than 15 years of age difference between you both. I said, she is my college mate but she came to us from the future. It must be year 2010, where she was diagnosed with cancer and brought here by Bob. She asked, so, you mean to say Lena was born and brought up in the future and returned to you? I said, from what I understood from the information gained through mind reading, there are 7 timelines and an original timeline running. Now my wife Nandini went to the original timeline and had twins there. Lot of people from original timeline are present or have their presence felt in the other timelines. There are 2 timelines where he studied with Srinu, Pradeep and Sneha for just 1 year and then went over to Bombay. There he married Loveleen and then they have differences, and in one timeline they come back and in another timeline they take divorce. So, I feel the time has split after their marriage and after they started to build their lives. In another timeline he goes straight away to Bombay after 10th and joins in the junior college and does his BSc. There, for those 5 years, he was given company by his neighbors and they later marry and goes away. At this time, he meets Sahiti and he with her learns typing and shorthand and joins the courier company and later a hotel as stenotypist. After some time Sahiti goes missing as her parents take her away to their village when she becomes pregnant and she dies in childbirth. Then he joins a paints company as data entry operator and raises to be EDP manager. When he goes to Madras he meets Sunita, who is Lather's sister. Lather is his classmate and marries another classmate and shifts to Madras. He returns with Sunita to Bombay and she had just been appointed as trainee air hostess and had to go to Delhi for training. On their wedding day she cancels the wedding and goes and brings his and Sahiti's son and later they marry. But she keeps him away due to work pressures. At this time, he meets Loveleen in a train journey and he helps her conceive as her husband is important. Then he appoints Joy as a developer and later meets Nandini when he goes to their hospital for a hospital software project. She follows him to Bombay and they both go to the USA, and she finds him in a desperate position and seduces him. They return back and when Nandini came to know Dhruv was his and Loveleen's son goes back to Hyderabad. He calls her back, but by this time Sunita realized her mistake and they are back together and they get a daughter. After knowing this Nandini and Joy goes to court get their investments back and he safeguards by putting all the patents and software in the name of his children and they purchase all the hardware by third parties and safeguards his position and later Joy was killed by her husband who returned from USA. In another timeline he goes to Bombay directly and studies in a diploma and joins paints company as typist. There he helps a hotelier and meets 2 girls and he had to elope with them to get them away from their families. He lands in Vijayawada and goes to temple, there he meets with Bob who sends them to future to run a hotel there. I will come back to his story later. Now here he joins in junior college like me and meets Sneha who stays opposite his house and he goes to help in his grandfather's clinic. They study together for 2 years with Srinu and Pradeep. He goes to Bombay after second year exams and Sneha was sent away to her grandparents' village because she tells her mom she ate non-veg. Now from this time is split in 4 ways. Mine is one of the timelines and you know my story. Another Kumar forgets her goes to Bombay joins in degree and also does his CA simultaneously. Here he meets Sahiti again when he joins Godrej as an accountant and she is already working as chairman's PA. They later marry and she is kidnapped for some official papers and later they have Reena. She was kidnapped at the age of 1 and taken by her kidnappers to a village. After 1 year while coming to Bombay, something happens and her guardians die. And she lands in another timeline, where he is staying in the same bungalows as we are and he was having software business and assembly of computers. She was sent back to her parents at the age of 7 and she becomes a microbiologist and works in a lab like ours. Now the one who was staying like us on the beachfront eloped with Sneha and takes her to Hyderabad where he is studying degree. After finishing their degree, they both go to Bombay and he joins Kirit who runs a tin manufacturing company. Here he meets Sahiti near the paints company where he goes for deliveries. Later at his sister's wedding Sneha goes missing and thinking she married again and got twins, he marries Sahiti with whom he was staying after Sneha goes away. When she learns that he is remarried, Sneha returns back and they all stay together. At this time, they start a hotel and he sends Sneha to help in the hotel. She dies in a fire accident and they raise the kids with help of an ayah. Then Loveleen hits his scooter with her car and asks him to come to her office. He goes there and she comes over to his house to visit. He helps her with her father becoming CM. And she helps in starting a software firm. She uses drugs on him and gets a son named Dhruv. Later he comes to know of her husband's cruelty so she resorts to drugging him to get a son. Later they invest her money all over India and become a big business house. He saves Joy when she drowned in the sea and also had Sunita in his life as a friend. Joy's husband comes to kill her and he is killed instead. Now the Kumar who was sent into the future lands in this timeline and runs a hotel and later learns he will get all this wealth on his 21st birthday. He learns software and goes to claim his inheritance when he had to close the hotel due to virus quarantine all over the world in 2019. He starts looking after the company. One thing he was wondering is, how he finds the timeline with reference to the dead Kumar and later my alter ego has his sister who remembers him missing all those years ago and also he has Sneha in the village where he had tiffin center. I think those two timelines were merged as a test. Last the story of the Sneha who is the patient here. He starts to study like me in Vijayawada and also works as a delivery boy in the evenings. Sneha comes back to Vijayawada to see her mother who is hurt in an accident. They both elope and went to a village near Vizag and stay there as a night watchman. He becomes a village doctor and then starts acting as a pujari. Later he does some yagnam to help a zamindar who is Pranita's father in that timeline to get a son. Then over the time he becomes Swamiji and starts an ashram and gets lot of money and Swiss bank deposits. Their Joy and Sunita reach his ashram and Loveleen's father approaches them to get the CM of Delhi post and get Loveleen a son through yagnam. Then he starts to invest in Sikh industries and super bazaars. Later he starts old people's homes and sick people's homes and starts helping society. He is the one who after Atul was born goes to Bombay and saves Sahiti and takes her home when she is pregnant and looks after her until Leena is born. She goes back leaving Leena with them. They look after Leena as their daughter and she also goes back to her timeline at the age of 7. But here only a year has passed. So, when I am in my second year, Leena returned to us and I was studying for second year degree. I left Leena with my parents and returned to complete my degree. At this time, I was with Sunita and I returned to Bombay after completing of the degree and Sunita stayed back to complete her final year. Due to a misunderstanding, Sunita broke up with me and I decided to marry Sahiti at least give Leena her mother. Sunita comes back to Bombay after her degree and spoils that wedding and later Sahiti is missing being kidnapped by Dolly's gang at the insistence of Suresh her neighbor. I tried to locate her and when I could not find Sahiti I went to Sunita and tried to force her to go and mend ways with Sahiti. But she found our Sahiti missing and she came back to me. Later I got the 50 lakhs check and she went to her mother to ask about our marriage. Sunita's mother locked her up and when the watchman told them the cab is waiting for her, they let he go and she met with an accident and presumed dead at that time. We went to Hyderabad for my sister's wedding and I met Nandini there as my father's friend and she took me to show her hospital and then told me we had to collect some papers from her house. At this her parents went to some other wedding and she was alone at her house. She seduced me and I was sad because of missing Sahiti and Sunita presumed dead, I let her leave. Later my parents fixed our alliance and I went back and started developing software for their hospital. When I finished preparing a prototype, Nandini came and stayed with me until we developed software. Later we were married, and Sahiti was recovered, and Dolly was caught and Sunita came back to us in a state of amnesia married to a hotelier. Mitali asked, are these natural occurring or someone is manipulating the time by creating timelines? I said, I feel they are being manipulated by some intelligent beings. Bob must be one of them. I have been taken to the Himalayas and was given powers by the old men and after that, I almost grew 6 inches in height and put on weight. 2 years back I was not like this. Mitali said, that is what I was thinking, you were short and sheepish in school. You were more interested in games then. I thought that is the reason you could not beat me in the final exams. I said, we were studying late into the night, opposite Nagraj's house. But at the last minute, I got a problem with my sight and got a headache. I could just scrape through. She said, when you got your marks deducted for wrong counting and Ramakrishna went and got himself extra marks, we thought were you mad or what? There was no need for you to join tuition, you could do the problems before anyone. I said, I joined tuition just to see you. You were my crush then. I want to beat you in your studies. I could get good marks in subjects. Somehow, I could not do that in finals. She said, but at last, you turned out well. I said, I am like a hybrid person. In the original timeline, Kumar had endured so much. His studies were disturbed. He could not get proper elevation in his job even though he was considered a genius and got top posts. At last, he was without any job even though he got many years of experience. I could only know about him after Nandini went over there. She went to him finding him alone in a single room, she took him to her hospital, got him treated and then took him home and gave him a room. She and her children would go and spend time daily with him as if they are spending time with me. Nandini knows I could see all the timelines and thought this way she could reach me. She asked, when you know Nandini is well and living, why did you marry Loveleen? When in other timelines she was married to Kumar or she was married and finding her husband important and got children with Kumar. Now this time when she met me she was not married and her alliance was about to be fixed. After studying the story from the timeline where he elopes with Sneha to Hyderabad and when he meets Loveleen, she was separated from Guru and he goes and tries to discredit Guru and in the process, her father becomes CM. Now in this timeline she was not married and when I checked Guru was more dangerous than I thought. Which is the only way we can give birth to Dhruvas by marrying her. That must be the way those people who were manipulating us want it. That could be the reason they took Nandini outside our reach. They want us to have Dhruv. He could be having some purpose in life like Leena. She asked, what purpose does Leena have in life? I replied, in another timeline, Leena was a scientist finding a cure for viruses. In her timeline in 2014, they had a virus scare and she was ready with medicines and vaccines. It is going to be a turning point in her life. I have not yet documented her further life. So, I am planning for my daughter Leena in the same way. That could be the reason she returned at 7 years of age. So, I decided to have her study in the USA. She would be a microbiologist in another 2 years. Phone on Sonali's desk rang and she lifted the phone and spoke. She said to Mitali, the nurse from the ward asking for you. Mitali got up and said we'll speak later and went away. I asked Sonali anything else I can do. She shook her head and said nothing. I got up and took the transporter and returned to Bombay. There is a communication from Tata's PA regarding fixing the consortium meeting. They fixed the meeting for the Saturday afternoon in our office conference room. I can show them the inventions I have readied and blueprints for other items can be shown to them. I will put them in some kind of display and can explain them the relevance of those items. I have to prepare the working of the factory and costing of the machinery and import duties. We have to get some rebates on import duties and rebate of taxes for some time duration. When setting up of our factory or the lab we did not think about tax rebates and all. Now this is the biggest project our country would undertake in the private sector. Our first priority is to get investments. Then we can decide on the area and other items. I prepared my plans and sent copies to consortium members beforehand. Before the meeting started at the conference room I took them for a tour of my inventions or prototypes I prepared. Others I prepared painting or blueprints of the inventions or the items that are not available in India or very costly. For example, CD players were out of reach of general public and they don't know about DVDs or Blu-ray discs. Hard disks are very costly for a 1 megabit. 100 megabytes hard disk would cost around 8,000 rupees, which is jacking up the cost of computers. A basic computer would cost around 50,000. And a Unix server with simple SCSI hard disk would cost around 1 lakh. With setting up this unit we can develop and manufacture ICs which not only cut the costs but also make products smaller in size. We can manufacture memory chips with higher memory capacities. I showed them the machines which are used for shape shifting and invisibility cloak. Also showed them prototype of mind-controlled communication device which need to be kept small in size for the purpose of ease of use. My memory retrieval machine and how it can use to store data and send back the memories if memory is lost. How it can be used to remove unwanted memories. How it is done on Sahiti and Guru. Then I showed them prototypes of mobiles and laptops with higher capacity at lower prices. USB flash memory, mouse and earphones, high-end cameras and digital cameras. Different software ideas are used in the coming days. Coming operating systems and their looks and uses. I have presented them with ideas which are available in the future. Some I have prototypes, some I have blueprints and some ideas I presented with pictures or sketches. It took me more than an hour to show and tell to the consortium members. I presented them with a booklet of medicines and vaccines developed in our lab and patented. what experimental medicines we are developing in our lab and testing at our hospital. Mr. Sabha Rao is basically a builder and he had given me the operations of the hospital. I am thinking of appointing Mitali as the medical superintendent. I have explained what we can develop in our factory and what needs to be developed at the new factory I am proposing. I explained how I am proposing to acquire some investment and what kind of investment support I needed from the consortium. I also explained them what would be our profits from the company and how much foreign exchange we can save and how much we can earn by exports. We moved to the conference room, and Loveleen came to join us. I gave them time to correlate what I have explained to them to the notes I passed to them. After consultation with each other, Mr. Godrej asked, "What are you expecting from us?" I said, "I would like to have investments and looking for tax rebates. As we can expect to export, we could expect some import duty rebates too. You can advise on how we can achieve this." Mr. Mehta said, "If we need this much capital, we should go for a public offering." Mr. Khetan said, "If we have to go for a public offering, instead of going for a new company, how about we start this as a part of the existing company and start off and then go for a public offer of share?" I said, "We need the capital for setting up the manufacturing facilities. So, if we have to start manufacturing, we need to go for the public offering and then import the machinery. Our main aim is to develop products without sending our blueprints outside the country. Most of the capital would be spent on setting up the factory. Some of the production facilities would be used by our company manufacturing electronics items. The remaining capacity will be used for export. Due to availability of facilities of this new company, we could enhance our production in future India. This new company would produce only ICs. But our factory would use ICs produced by this new company and would come out with new products. Some of you are aware that we could help our government in procuring sensitive documents using one of these products I just showed you. We used a shape-shifting machine and invisibility cloak to retrieve some sensitive documents pertaining to the Pakistan-China Agreement on Nuclear Development in Pakistan. Based on those and other documents relating to future information on nuclear testing, the government went ahead with the testing ahead by at least 5 years. We have some more information for the government which will be sent to them at the appropriate time, which will strengthen our bond with the government. Another achievement for us will be the reduction of our dependence on China. You decide how we should go ahead and I will plan accordingly. They discussed among themselves and Mr. Tata said, "We have to look into our finances and have to speak with the ministry. We will have another meeting next Saturday to finalize the matter." When everyone went away, I and Loveleen were left in the room. She asked, would they come back with investments? I said, if they want to take our country into the future, they would come back with investments, otherwise I have to take help from Bob. He is our last resort. Loveleen asked, would he invest for us? It is not a small amount. I said, it would not matter for Bob. I don't know where he gets the money. He seems to have lots of resources. I will call him and inform him about this project. I will ask him to help in ordering the machinery. If I don't get enough capital, I can ask him for help. Let me get confirmation from Anand, then I will call Bob. On Thursday I received a communication to attend a meeting in PM's office on Friday. I readied with my notes and went to Delhi with Loveleen and Dhruv. I went to our office and checked the progress of the internet connectivity project. I verified the number of connections we are getting for TV content distribution. We need to pick up TV subscriptions in the Delhi area. Mobile subscriptions are also slowly picking up. We have to speak with the board about lowering the call charges. When the subscriptions pick up, we can increase the prices. I saw people using the mobiles as a pager, just checking the number and calling from a landline. We have to charge higher rates for calling landlines as we have to pay landing charges to the telecom department. For incoming calls, we are charging mobile subscribers. We have to provide subscriptions for fixed amounts, so we will get more subscribers. I have to put someone in charge of mobile and TV businesses. After the birth of Dhruv, Loveleen became complacent in the work and Vijeta is picking up the slack. It seems they are not working on picking up the side of the business. I came to the meeting with Loveleen. The meeting is organized in PMO and the Defense Minister and Defense Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Home Minister have attended. Mr. Tata and his PA came after 10 minutes. He was apologetic for the delay in flight. Defense Minister asked what I am proposing for their department. I put my briefcase on the table and said, what if I put some documents in this briefcase and can send them wherever I want with just a press of a button? We can give our agents this briefcase and they can send us the secret documents without worrying about being caught. I showed a photo of my shape-shifting machine and said, this machine can turn a person into anyone else or an animal or even a bird. We just need that person's DNA, like a string of hair, or saliva or something of that person. Then I showed the photo of the invisibility cloak, which makes a person invisible and had to wear a type of coat and he will be invisible to the naked eye. We need to decrease the size of these machines. That is only possible with the development of smaller size ICs, which we are proposing to develop. Then we have blueprints for mind-controlled communications. We require smaller sizing to use. Then we have other items to develop from blueprints, where we need smaller size ICs. Then we are developing smart mobile phones. We need to develop these ICs here in India, otherwise we can't contain the secrecy of these items. That is the reason I have not sent them to the USA for manufacture. We can also save foreign exchange. In fact, we can earn foreign exchange by exporting our products, not just ICs. The kind of products we are developing would have been developed somewhere in the future. I have also information about some security issues in the future, which I can only inform you when the time is right. The defense minister asked what kind of security issues you are talking about. I said, it has to do with the Pakistan border. I can only reveal them at the appropriate point. Take for example the opposition leader's assassination. You are aware, I know about it and called him to a meeting and averted the mishap. That helped your party to win the elections. The Home Minister asked how did it help our party win the elections. I said, if he had been killed, their party would have won on the sympathy vote. So, I had to avert that. The Home Minister asked, when you helped their party win the assembly elections, why did you not help them in general elections? I said, I had my mind on two things, Babri Masjid demolition and nuclear test. He asked what his assassination has to do with those two things. The PM who was in his place led the Babri Masjid demolition and rejected the nuclear testing, and the testing was done after the next elections. Which is 5 years too late. But why are you worried about Babri Masjid? It was however demolished by a meteorite. I said, you have to see the effects of the demolition if done by Karsaviks. Its after effects were felt for many years. There were riots and bomb blasts in Bombay, which we averted with the help of CID. I heard you are awarding the key who caught the gang with a presidential medal. I was working with him for many years. He said, I heard he caught a gang who were kidnapping and selling young girls. They also had a lot of illegal activities going on. I said, I had helped him in uncovering the gang. They have kidnapped my girlfriend and sold her off to a businessman in Calcutta. I paid the gang to get her back and took the bungalow near to them on rent and changed the watchmen to their constables to monitor the activities. Slowly we cut down their activities by arresting the gang members, catching them red-handed from the information given by constables placed around, and when they are thinking of jumping to another state, he arrested them. When she jumped the jail, I read her mind through my machine and cleaned her mind, or else she might attack our family with her gundas. The PM must have thought I was going in the wrong direction, and asked, what else you can tell about future disasters? I said, there will be bomb blasts throughout the country by terrorists, but one notable incident I can mention here. In 2001, the terrorists will hijack a plane and try to drop it on the White House. When they could not do it, they hit Twin Towers with 2 planes. One happy news I can give you now is that NASA will come out with a report that our Indians are most suitable to live on Mars. After that, we will send a probe to Mars for getting information and will plan for a trip to Mars in the year 2030. This is all possible because of your party in the center. They looked at each other with those words. I indirectly indicated that they will be in power for foreseeable future. I continued, our scientists will invent a speed drive to travel through space. The space probe will do 2 things, test our speed drive and get information from Mars. I also got some names of the people selected for training to be sent to Mars. I can't reveal their names now. If the names come out, our enemies will try to sabotage the trip by targeting the team. You know there is a virus pandemic in the year 2019 onwards. China will try to target the team by developing a virus to target the gene which will be mentioned in the NASA report. Now, this virus will escape their lab and infecting the scientists who are working on them. Then whole cities are quarantined in China and it spreads all over the world and crores of people are infected and many millions will be dead from that virus. The Home Minister asked, you have a lab, can't you find a cure for that? I said, the only problem is that I can't see into my own future. I am getting my daughter to train as a microbiologist so she can develop the cure in our lab. If it comes out I have the knowledge of the virus, they will target me. PM asked, they will target you, means? I said, they will try to kill me for interfering in their affairs. Another person was targeted in the same way. So, I try to work in the background. I got the knowledge which I acquired through my mind-reading machine and AI software. I gave this information to our lab head and get the work done. They looked at each other's faces as if to believe me or not. Mr. Tata said, I have seen the work he has done until now. The mobile telephones and internet are all visions of his future. The Defense Secretary asked, so, what you can do for us? I have plans for you to transport top-ranked personnel from place to place. So, they can monitor forward positions. We are planning to have drones with cameras, those are small planes to monitor border areas without actual soldiers manning the posts. They can sit behind the shelter and monitor the borders. Then I have plans for developing electronic circuits which will be helpful in various operations. There will be an incursion from Pakistan in our border areas, which we will fight and defeat them with some loss of life, which we can avoid with some planning. Now the USA is providing aid to Pakistan for providing USA with logistics support. Pakistan is providing bases and things like that for operating for the USA. Now our aim should be to make the USA cut that aid. If we can provide better support, they should cut the aid to Pakistan. That is a policy decision, I can't involve in that myself. My aim at the present time is to cut foreign exchange outflow and increase inflow, which we can achieve through our company. By exporting medicines, we did the same thing. Where we had to import the medicines with US patents, we are patenting the medicines and exporting them to them. Same thing I want to do with electronics. I can provide a mind-reading machine to interrogate spies. With the shape-shifting machine, they can reach them and get information. With this briefcase transporter, we can transfer the documents from the other side. If you have any ideas, we can develop those too. We can help in developing indigenous weapons systems. PM asked, what are you expecting from us? I said, we need licensing to start our firm and some kind of tax rebate. So, I can get investors. The Defense Secretary said, we will discuss it and come back to you. I got up and shook their hands, came out and waited for Mr. Tata to come out. We had to wait for 15 minutes. At last Mr. Tata came out and said, they are thinking of investing in our firm. Maybe they will invest through some company like LIC. They will come out with something within a week. I nodded my head and said, we have a meeting tomorrow, we will meet tomorrow and discuss. Mr. Tata asked, when are you returning to Bombay? I said, I will return tomorrow morning, Loveleen wants to stay here for another 2 days. Mr. Tata asked, don't she attend tomorrow's meeting? I said, maybe she will attend and come back leaving Dhruv here. Mr. Tata said, yeah, you can use the transporter to travel. I asked, why don't you use a transporter, you can save lots of time. Mr. Tata replied, where am I wasting time, I can look at the documents while traveling without interference. I said, maybe you think the mobile telephones are an interference. He smiled and said, no they are not, I leave mine with my PA. He looked at his watch and said, I am getting delayed, bye, and left. I turned towards Loveleen and said, I will go to Bombay and will return in the evening. I have to check AI. I gave it some blueprints to make. Then I will print and check. Loveleen asked, how are you getting all these blueprints? I said, Atul in the future retrieved them and passing on to Kumar there. Through him, I am getting. She asked, how Atul can retrieve them? I said, there is a technique called hacking in the future. He gets them from servers from all over the world. Loveleen asked, is he stealing them? I said, I don't think it is stealing for him. He is employed by a government agency to do the hacking. He is sending them to Kumar who has time traveled to 2017, through him to the government. I am getting them in the pipeline. She asked, but how could you prepare blueprints from them? I said, they are using a technique called digitization of the blueprints. My brain catches the files and AI regenerates them. I could not have done that without help from the mind-reading machine and AI. She asked, so you are still downloading using the machine? I said, I spend at least half an hour daily downloading. She asked, do you think Dhruv will also get the ability to see the future like you? I said, I don't know at the moment. He might get connected to Atul or Dhruv from other timelines in the future. I don't want to check him up at this young age. She said, yes, don't think about it. I said, I might ask Leena if she is receiving anything from other timelines. She might receive information from Pujari Kumar's timeline, as she traveled there. I have a connection to Leena who was kidnapped and spent time with the Kumar whose timeline my alter ego went. She is the only connection other than Kumar's from other timelines. It might be because Bob went to give her the vaccine procedure. We reached Loveleen's house and we got down from the car. Seeing us, Dhruv came running in his small steps. He has a small problem stepping over the door frame because it is a big door. He stopped there and I went and picked him up and took him inside. I miss the childhoods of Leena, Atul and Reena. But Dhruv, I could see him from being an infant. What with my busy life, I could only spend a few minutes of the day with him. I kissed him and handed him over to Loveleen and said, I will go to Bombay and return in the night. I got in the transporter and reached the Bombay office. I checked the servers and started preparing for tomorrow's meeting with the consortium. Late in the night, I got a call from Anand. He informed me that we can expect around $1 billion in investments from his side. His investors have reviewed the potential of setting up the manufacturing here and are satisfied with the returns. Now it is up to me to convince the consortium members. We left Dhruv in the care of the Aya and came to Bombay through the transporter to attend the consortium meeting. I set up my presentation and went through it with Loveleen. When the meeting started, I informed the members about getting $1 billion investment through a friend. Mr. Tata informed the members that he is confident of the government coming up with a part of the investment. Now we have to decide what we want to invest in. I started my presentation and explained to them what I want to achieve with the company and how our future India will benefit from this new company. We will place our orders and manufacture items through Future India. All our government orders will be fulfilled from Future India as we expect foreign investment. We don't want to leak our product designs and only will order ICs through them. I have also received blueprints for display systems. These can be from 1 inch to hundreds of inches in size. These will be used in calculators, pages, mobile displays, advertisement boards, TVs and home theaters. At conservative estimates, the cost of setting up this manufacturing process would be around 10,000 crore rupees. We can take up this as a part of a new company or one of the consortium members can pick up this company. Circuits can be developed and supplied by our Future India. All these technologies belong to the 21st century. I have received information that another group of companies like our consortium have offered to provide investment in this company. They would like to have 2 board members and will provide an investment of up to $1 billion. They don't have an objection to developing the factory anywhere in India. Anand even promised to provide the required land in East Godavari. It will be close to Kakinada port and we can get electricity directly from the power plant developed by my father-in-law Mr. Sabha Rao. Mr. Tata said, I have received communication from PMO that they are considering setting up a defense-related production unit in Andhra Pradesh. If we are developing any products related to defense, they are willing to take them and produce them. Now about the investment, from the consortium members, we can come up with an amount of 50 billion rupees. For the remaining amount, we can take loans or go for a public offering. Maybe the government will pick up some shares through one of the corporations. As the capital requirements arise, we can work on that. Mr. Kumar, how are you planning to operate this company? I said, the blueprints belong to my software company. Future India will pay a royalty to my software company and acquire them and order ICs from the new company and develop the products in Future India. So, the technology will not be transferred directly to the new company. This workaround, I have done keeping in mind the participation of foreign investments. This company will not have any information about what products we are producing. About the proposed defense factory by the government, we can transfer technology or parts for the defense products from any of the companies. Technology can be transferred from the software company or parts can be sold through Future India, or ICs or any other parts manufactured by the new company can be sold through them. This way we can maintain our monopoly in technology. Another thing to maintain a monopoly is through patenting only. So, all our inventions I am getting patented in the USA. I found a conduit for technology from one of the timelines. So as soon as the blueprints are prepared, I am sending them for patenting. Hope this style working will work out for the members. Mr. Mehta said, this way you can retain control over technology transfers. Future India will gain by manufacturing products and this new company will get orders from Future India and others for manufacturing. Now if anyone wants to take up manufacturing of display system, let us discuss them. Bajaj and Godrej already have a JV for manufacture of TV sets and they are ready to take anyone from the consortium for a JV for manufacture of displays. I think they will discuss among themselves who should be part of the JV. I said, if anyone wants to take up manufacturing, they can select products. I think we have some products left over from the last auction. If nobody wants them, I can look into the production of the same. Haryana government want to develop some areas, they are ready to provide land for setting up factories. Next area I would like to look into is agriculture. Most of the country uses manual labor in agriculture. It is only periodical or seasonal. If we can help them using mechanical means, their productivity would increase and costs would come down. The free labor can be used in the manufacturing sector, so they will have regular employment. In the future who are working in agriculture sector would like their children to study and get regular employment. They think this agriculture field as manual labor. So, We have to change this perception and try to help marginal farmers too. One way is to provide services and collect charges in kind after harvesting. We can take insurance for security against crop loss. I am planning to start this in Haryana on a pilot project basis with the help of a friendly government there. Next is education sector, which needs major changes. It is turning out to be exam-based system rather than knowledge-based. Students tend to go towards malpractices rather than gain knowledge. Employers also see exams results than the worth of a candidate. Those who finish college don't get opportunities because they don't have knowledge, and those with knowledge don't find proper opportunities and tend to get stuck in their jobs without job satisfaction. Then there is the fashion industry. I can get future fashion haute couture designs. Another industry where we can invest is in green energy. We can invest in solar energy and wind energy. In the USA they are already working on an electric car with the help of AI. If any of you have any ideas, please put them in our meeting. We will discuss and see what we can do. Mr. Tata said we will start incorporating the company procedures. Once the share capital is received, we will start ordering machinery. On that note, the meeting is adjourned for next month. In the evening I got a call from Madhvi, the courier company's telephone operator. She asked, "Are you at your office?" I said, "I am at the software office, it's the third bungalow from last." She said, "Mr. Lal is in the area and he wants a quick consultation." I said, "I can meet him for half an hour." I informed Laveen about Mr. Lal's visit. She said she will with me in 10 minutes. He reached in 5 minutes. He must have got Madhvi phoned on the way. I asked him, "What can I do for you?" He said, "When the UPS people came to know of your offer, they were very angry with me for not informing them. They wanted to buy some transporters and try them out." I said if they want to check out the transporter, we have some transporters in the USA. We have one in New York, they can try it out. Or we have many offices across India, you can check them out here. He asked, "I heard you were considering starting a new company, what kind of company is it?" I said, "We are planning for an ICs manufacturing company. We are expecting to put a capital of $3 billion US. He asked, "Where are you getting the capital?" I said, "One of our partners' husband is arranging $1 billion and our consortium is arranging for another $1 billion. We are expecting some government investment and remaining we will offer to the public." He said, "Our parent company is considering investing around $500 million. I said, "If they are willing to invest, we might not need to go public." He asked, "Can you get me details of the project?" I said, "I think I have my copy here, you can take it. It might have some notes by me." He looked over the file and said, "It is okay, they might be useful for explaining. Can you give me a quotation for 100 pieces of transporters?" I said, "We have many models of the transporter, from briefcase to cargo lift models." He asked, "How do the briefcase models work?" I said, "They would be useful for transferring documents on the move. They have battery backup for working on the move." He asked, "Who would need to transfer documents on the move?" I said, "They are specifically developed for our agents." He said, "Oh, okay. You better get us cargo model transporters." I asked, "Where do you want them to be delivered?" He said, "I will check with the parent company and come back to you. I will give you information regarding the investment by Tuesday." He got up to go. I said, "Wait, let us have a party, you have come after a long time." After 2 pegs he loosened up and started to speak freely. He asked, "Recently I met with Sengupta, he was telling me it was he who had elevated you from courier boy to marketing executive. Why you have to work as a courier boy?" I said, "My whole degree college days, I was working doing deliveries and later started my own business of buying and selling. With the money so saved I bought an independent house there and later sold it and came over here. Then not getting any job, I joined as a courier boy and later our BM took me to close the deals with clients. He took me to a tough client and challenged me about a girl. I fulfilled the challenge and he had elevated me to ME. Then we started to sign contracts left, right and center. One day one man approached me from another courier company to join them. When I said, I wanted to leave the job and go into business, he came up with learning software. I learned software and he took me to his office and lay me on a bed. Later he told me to go home. I asked where is my business empire. He said he sent another me to look after a business. Later I started to see what my other me started to do. From that, I started developing software and all the data transfer software I received from other me. Lal said, Mr. Smith was wondering where did you learn to code that software? I had the idea for matrimonial software from them only. He completed his peg and looked at his time, and said, okay I will take leave. I told him all this to make him understand I am not stealing ideas from anyone. If he believes it or not is his lookout. Loveleen came and said, let us go to Delhi, Dhruv must be waiting for us. I said, you go ahead, I will complete work here and come. I left her at the lift and went over to the factory. The team is having their weekend meeting to check the orders and supplies. Earlier Mahira, Krishna and Raj were just shareholders in the assembly firm. Now after the transfer of shares, they are shareholders in Future India and they have control over running both manufacturing and assembly. Ram was not present and Nishita was attending the meeting for both of them. I asked Nishita that. She said he had gone on a trek and will return on Sunday evening. Nishita is the driving force behind him. If not for her he would not take so much interest in the production. Now I don't have to worry about them taking their share and going away. Our company is so big, they can sell their shares to whomever they like. Now Nishita would not dare take him away from the company. Maybe there, after Kumar was dead, they lost faith in the company. I let them finish their discussion for production for the next week. I announced we are going to start an ICs manufacturing company and our production has to be enhanced to cater to the needs of new products. We will have to produce and deliver the electronics board fully soldered. I will order new equipment for that. They know with an increase in production their work will also increase. I will reduce their work by importing the latest equipment. I said I will come back and went and met Kirit. I told him his firm has to do our accounts auditing. He said he will send his proposal and quote. I said okay and told him to come and meet me sometime and return to the factory. They closed the meeting and were ready to leave for the house. I told Sahiti to wait a minute and let them move out of the room. I asked about her well-being and asked about her opinion of Krishna. She said she don't have any feelings for him. I said it is okay, if you have anyone in your life, please let me know. I want to see you settled down in your life. Why don't you go and visit Veena for some time? I asked how are you going home? She said she is going with Raj and Krishna. I said okay, I have to go to Delhi. I will go home and collect some documents and will go to Delhi. I wanted to tell her under what circumstances I had to marry Loveleen, but could not tell her all that. In my life everyone has their place, her place might up to giving me Leena. That could be the reason, when I tried to marry her Sunita came and spoiled it. I came to the office, picked up manuscripts for study and went to Delhi. When I entered the hall, Dhruv came running to me calling me daddy. I caught him, went and sat on the sofa, dropped the manuscript on the table. Loveleen's mother came from inside and I said, Namaste auntie. She said, Namaste beta, kaiso ho? I replied, I am okay, and picked the manuscript. Dhruv asked, Daddy, tell me a story. I said, okay, I will tell you story of Mirchi boy. Once upon a time there is a small Mirchi boy, the size of my small finger. Seeing his size there were no friends for him. He went to his mother and cried. His mother soothes him and he says he wants to marry the princess. She gave him some money and he went in search of princess. On the way he met a head lice. She asked him, where are you going, Mirchi boy? He told her he is going to marry the princess. She asked him to take her with him. He put her in his bag. Then he went a little distance and he meets a river. The river asks him, where are you going? He tells it he is going to marry the princess. The river asks him to take her with him. He rolls him up and puts him in his bag. He collects a monkey and a snake. After collecting all the things, he reaches the castle. Seeing him sneaking in, the soldiers catch him and take him in front of the king. The king asks him what is his work in his kingdom. Mirchi boy asks him for the hand of the princess. King laughs at him and tells him what are his qualifications for asking for the hand of his princess and puts him in a dungeon. If he had been put in jail, he could easily come out of the gate. So, they put him in a kind hole, so he could not come out of it. Now he releases the head lice and it goes to king's palace and hides in his flowing beard. He released the river and floods the dungeon and he rides the water and comes out. He releases the snake and it scares all the soldiers and they run away. Then he releases the monkey. It goes to the king and wakes him. The lice bites him on his beard. Monkey takes a sword and pretends to attack the king. Mirchi boy reaches the king and the king offers to marry his daughter to him and offers half of his kingdom. So Mirchi boy recalls the snake, river, monkey and lice. They come back to him and he puts them in his bag. After the wedding, he takes his bride and reaches his house. He takes back his mother and goes to the castle to live happily ever after. Dhruv claps and says, Hey Mirchi boy. Loveleen, who sat on another sofa listening to my story, asked, Where did you hear the story? I said, Our grandmother used to tell stories. I remembered this now. She said, Come, I will serve your dinner. If I compare Nandini's house and Loveleen's house, I feel more comfortable in Loveleen's house. I feel stifled in Nandini's house in Hyderabad, maybe because she used to leave me at the house and goes away. Here Loveleen never leaves me alone. Sometimes I stay at the house, where we operated at the beginning, there I feel at home. I took Dhruv to the dining table and sat him at his feeding table and sat on the chair beside him. His ayah came and put on a bib and brought him his food of something mashed. She fed him a little and left to him to feed himself. He put the food all over himself rather than in his mouth. I ate while watching him. I don't get to watch his feeding daily, as my timing are different from his. It seems today his feeding is delayed. After he made a mess of the food and himself, Ayah took him away to wash. After cleaning him and changing his dress, she brought him to us. By the time my dinner is completed and I came and sat on the sofa holding him at my side. In 10 minutes, Dhruv started to doze off. Ayah came and picked him up and took him to his room. I picked a manuscript and started to read it with a pencil in my hand. Wherever I find corrections, I made them or noted my comments. By bedtime, I completed half the book and put it down. I went to the bedroom and put the book in the cupboard and sat on the bed. It seems Loveleen is already asleep. I sat there and thought about how my life is turning out. Business-wise it is picking up. I am doing better than dead Kumar. But my personal life is not up to the mark. All the people who entered my life left me. Now only Loveleen is with me. From the time she conceived, we are growing physically apart. We hardly have sex. What with my constant moving around the country. If we did not have the transporters it would have been much worse. At least by the end of the day, I could return to Loveleen and Dhruv. Even with regular downloading, my brain seemed to overflow with information. Sometimes I am scared, can I fulfill my obligations to the companies? Sometimes I am confident about doing anything. At present, I am running 4 servers running AI to prepare software picked from the future. Another system is preparing blueprints, and now I have acquired a printer to print them out. I don't have to go to printers to print them out. The manufacturing company turned out to be more of a development of products than components. I know Indians are great at developing duplicates. I did not let the blueprints leak and I kept a secret component or two in the products, so they can't duplicate the items. Another thing is they are from so much in the future, they don't have duplicating facilities for our electronic items. If anyone wants to manufacture our products, I am ready to give them licenses. We can earn our income from components themselves. I also encourage our consortium members to go for manufacturing facilities for any products. That is the reason I gave them TV sets products and offered them in the auction of other items. Loveleen touched me and said, "What are you thinking?" I said, "Sorry, you must have been disturbed by the light. I will switch it off." She said, "It is nothing like that, I was waiting for you and slipped into sleep." On Monday morning I went over to Hyderabad. I went to Sonali's cabin and asked her to call Mitali. When Mitali came, I asked her, "We are looking for a medical superintendent, would you like to take up that job?" She asked, "What are you offering?" I showed her the offer letter Sonali prepared for her, with details of responsibilities and duties and what we are offering if she takes up this post. She asked, "Can I come back to you after checking with my family?" I said, "Sure, you take your own time. I know we need a medical superintendent immediately, but I decided not to press her. Let her decide on her own time." She went away and I went to meet Sneha. She seemed to be recovering well. When she was admitted, she was not in a position to sit on the bed and speak. Now she can sit on her own without help and speak freely. I sat with her and asked about how she felt after running away. I know their story from the perspective of Pujari Kumar. I wanted to know how she felt. She told me how she has to attend every function in their village. She had to come home with all that turmeric and kumkum on her face and body. It was toughest time for her when Leena disappeared. I explained to her how she reached me at the railway station. How I had to take her home and tell my family lies about her and make them look after her. Until she went over to the USA for studies, she stayed with my parents. Sneha told me she is happy to finally know Leena was safe back with her family. She felt lonely when her husband started running the ashram. He would be away from home for long periods of time. How she immersed herself in the village development and gave advice to the people. She has concentrated on helping people medically. I asked, how did she feel when he did the Putra Kamesti Yagnam and what rumors were created around the village? She said, "My husband told me before taking up the Yagnam, he wanted to return the favor to Nimisha for helping them elope and giving us life after that. I was not concerned about the rumors, as people will spread the rumors irrespective of their status. I have seen the outcome of the Yagnam not only to our family but also helped the whole village to become a sacred place to visit to fulfill their desires. It is how a small village of 50 houses became a small town later on. Irony in that is the same area in our timeline we are using for our lab. Our lab is self-sustained and gets everything from Vizag. So, there is no development around the area. Normally, when a factory is set up, the surrounding area is developed with people starting to work there, living in the surroundings, and small businesses will flourish. With our lab, we wanted to keep them away from our lab and kept the surrounding lab area as a buffer zone. I said goodbye to her and went over to the lab to check the status of the papers they are writing. From there I am back at the office, and the manuscript I made corrections is sent back to the writer for corrections. I sat at my desk and started checking the blueprints prepared by the AI for verification. I had to verify for any kind of marking related to the original developers. I would change the marking to my own, to make it authentic for patenting. After checking the blueprints, I sent them to the printer. I connected to the machine and let it do its work. I woke up with a touch on my shoulder. I opened my eyes and finding Loveleen in front of me asked, "When did you come?" She said, "I came by the morning flight, I just arrived." I asked, "So, what is today's agenda?" By the time we finished the day's work, it was 5 p.m. I told Loveleen to go home to Dhruv and started going through what I have downloaded. Nandini sat with the original timeline of Kumar and was asking him about his story. She told him about the timelines, and when everyone else is so successful, why are you unsuccessful in your life? It seems Nandini has told him about other timelines and their stories. He said, "My downfall started after I came back to Hyderabad after my mother's death. I learned from the story I read, his father died after his marriage and his mother died a few years later. So, he must have shifted to Hyderabad finding no one else is there for him there. Maybe his wife forced him to shift." He continued, "I was working with the paints company as EDP in charge and the company went into lockdown because of workers' problems, and at the same time we found ourselves without a house. We were staying with a family in a single room and my wife Anita talked about the owner's wife's sister to the owner's wife. So, she asked us to look for another house. After coming to Hyderabad, I could not get any job and I continued working with clients from Bombay, who has links to the Hyderabad. Then I got a job with GVK for a paltry sum, which I did for some time. Then I tried to go and live with friends in Bombay, tried to find a job there. During that time, I went to paints company and got my final dues cleared and got my PF account closed for payment. By the time I returned to Hyderabad, my bank account was cleaned by my father-in-law. With no money in hand, I had to go and live at my in-laws' house. At the time Anita was also pregnant. Then I got a small job with JK Industries and they took me as a software programmer to develop their software. Then I completed the software in 6 months and when they did not provide any increments, I shifted to developing hospital software." Nandini interjected and said, "It seems I heard the story somewhere." "Yes, I remember, I saw all this in my dream. I will tell you, at this time you got diabetes and later developed a heart problem and had to have open heart surgery. In my dream I got you the surgery in a hospital. Where did you get your surgery?" He said, "I got the surgery done free from the hospital. I developed hospital software. They billed a low price and wrote off the amount. Later on, I was working with another hospital, and seeing they are not giving me proper respect, I left the hospital and joined a software company on a project basis. At this time, I was in a good position with 2 software contacts and 1 software project. When the software project was completed, I lost the other 2 too. Then with difficulty, I went back to the software company for another project. But they didn't pay on time and I took up a job in Noida. After completion of 6 months, I lost that job too. First time in my life, I lost my job and from that time I could not get any fixed work. I thought what could be the reason for his downfall? Is it his bad luck or shifting to Hyderabad? It might be his bad luck." She asked, "But why your wife is not living with you?" He said, "I have to tell you about one incident. I was having a bath in the bathroom in the bedroom. I had my bath and came out and opened the cupboard and looked inside for a dress. My wife went out to a relative's house and returned and pushed the bedroom door. I did not even know it was closed. I had a towel around my waist and stood in between the doors of the cupboard. I turned and looked at her when she entered the room, and she was looking straight in an angry mood. I closed partially the cupboard door and looked at where she is looking. What I find is that her sister Sugandha is standing on the other side of the bed holding her sari to her blossom. It looked like we were in bed and hearing the sound I hid behind the cupboard door and her sister was trying to dress up. My wife turned and walked out and Sugandha threw the sari she was holding on the bed and left the house. She was fully dressed. I don't know what is Sugandha's idea to act like that. It seems she was angry with my wife to act like that. The only thing I remember is that she was miffed with Anita for not allowing them to have the car for some traveling. She must be angry with Anita for showing off, and trying to take revenge on Anita, rather it has become a punishment for me. After that, I had become depressed, with no money, no work and no one to look after me. Nandini said, so your present situation is because of your wife's sister. Did she have any feelings for you? He said, I don't think so, she never acted like that. I always thought she had some kind of aversion for me. She always looked down on me, as if she is a beauty queen and I am the kind of person she would look down upon. I never thought she would do something like that. She did not even think if this news reaches her husband and her family, what would be their reaction. Maybe she plays them on her little finger. He must be a henpecked husband. It seems she is keeping a grudge against my wife for a long time. What I could not understand is why she targeted me. I thought about what I would do in his position. One does not know until one faces such a situation. How long ago has this happened? What was his age then? He came back from Delhi in the year 2014. He must be 50 then. At that age, why his wife would believe in that kind of scene? Did she suspect him of infidelity? From his life story, he did not seem that kind of a person. Maybe she suspected her sister Sugandha. I could not make up my mind about his situation. Nandini's next words surprised me. She said, I had once a dream about my husband Kumar. When I returned from outside and went to my bedroom and opened the door and found my husband and Loveleen in a compromising position, I came back to the hall and sat on the sofa. Kumar came to me and I asked what are you doing with Loveleen. He said she was feeling lonely and he is giving her company. I gave him an ultimatum and asked him to choose between me and Loveleen. He said he would choose me. So, I asked him to pack and come with me to Hyderabad. What happened next is what you explained about your life. I woke up when he was having open heart surgery in a hospital. Seeing how his life turned out, I quit thinking about shifting with him to Hyderabad. I left him and Loveleen to work out their schedules and did not interfere with their work again. But what I don't understand is why I saw your life in relation to Loveleen. Do you have a photo of Sugandha? He said, I might have some photos on my hard disk. I saved all the software and photos and things like that on an external hard disk. She said, I got all your things packed and brought here, I put them in the storeroom. We will go and check. They both went over to the storeroom and she showed him his packed personal effects. He rummaged through them and found a white color external hard disk with cables. They both went to the hall and Nandini brought a laptop and put it on the table, with a power outlet to connect the external hard disk. He showed her the photos from the hard disk. She said, Sugandha is quite beautiful, but she looks nothing like Loveleen. What could be the reason I saw Loveleen and Kumar in that position? Tell me truthfully, did you have a relationship with her? He said, it never crossed my mind to have a relationship with her. I always looked at her like a younger sister. She might be having those thoughts, which might have reflected on your dream. She asked, what are all these folders? He said those are all the software I developed during my lifetime. She looked at the folders under the folder name software code, and said, you seem to have done lots of projects. She read the names, hospital software, TPA software, water billing, telecom marketing, invoicing system, seeds manufacture, R&D, B2B portal, B2C portal, Vista, DataVed. What is this DataVed? He replied, I had developed software for those who wanted to date, wed. She asked, is it something like a pan-India matrimonial application? He asked, what is this pan-India software? She said, my husband planned the software for the courier company by using the data transfer technology he developed for them. It works like this, they have branches all over India and if you go to a branch they will collect your details of the bride or groom and feed them into their system. At the end of the day, the data will be uploaded all over India by connecting through phone modems. He replied, now we have internet, we connect through a server and web browser, the data fed will upload to the server and we can check directly with the servers. She said, why don't we start a software firm? I had worked with my husband for more than 5 years in the software selling. I can help you in the firm. He said, you know, I don't have any money. She said, what is the need for money? You have so much software, it is more valuable than money. I will sell the software and you install and maintain the software. He said, okay, we will do that. The telephone rang and I lifted the receiver and said hello. It is Loveleen. She asked how much more time you need. I said I am coming now and I closed the file and got up and went to the house. I went and changed and came and sat down at the dining table. I asked Loveleen what Dhruv was doing. She said he is already sleeping. Loveleen served dinner and I silently completed dinner and went to Dhruv's room and kissed him on the forehead and went to the bedroom. I sat on the bed and waited for Loveleen to come to the bedroom. She came after 10 minutes, changed and came and sat on the bed. I looked her over, she did not change a bit even after giving birth to Dhruv. She returned back to her original figure in less than a year. She asked, what are you looking at? I said, how beautiful you look after all these years. I remember you as I saw you on the eve of my birthday all those years ago. I was worried all this time about what would Nandini do if she came to know about our relationship. It seems she had an idea to take me to Hyderabad. But she was scared after she got a dream if she took me there, she would spoil my life and I needed open heart surgery. Now it seems she saw the life of the original Kumar and decided not to go ahead with taking me to Hyderabad. Loveleen asked, how do you know all this? I said, she was talking to the original timeline Kumar and was telling him all this in relation to his story, which she found similar. Loveleen said, when you are talking about Nandini, I told you I had a dream about her trying to take you away to Hyderabad, and you told me what if she takes you away. I had to come back to work here. I got up from sleep and sat up on the bed. What did I dream about? It was the story of the original timeline Kumar's continuation of the story. Nandini started a software firm with Kumar and she has provided office space in her hospital. He was sitting in his office room and his mobile phone rang. It is his wife. She must have called after 1 year. This is the first time she was calling after walking out on him. He waited for her to respond. Anita said, Sugandha called me and told me that she played a prank on me. You were not aware that she was there. She did not expect me to walk out on you and for that she wants to apologize. Kumar asked, tell me what really happened. Anita said, Sugandha had some problems at home and she went to meet her Guruji. He told her that whatever she is doing was wrong and told her to go and apologize. When she said it was just an innocent prank, he said to her that whatever she had done in the past is not a prank, they were deliberate acts and karma will come back in a full circle. If she did not absolve herself from what she has done to your family, it will destroy her and her family. If she does not believe him, she could wait to test it out. But if anyone in her family gets hurt, he can't help her anymore. Now her younger daughter has met with an accident. She went back to her guru. He advised her to first go and beg for forgiveness and return whatever she had taken from them. She has brought their property papers and cash and came to me to ask for forgiveness and return those. He asked her, you mean to say she has taken from us all those properties and cash? How did she do that? She replied, she has used black magic on our family and was siphoning off our earnings to herself. He asked, when did she start that? She replied, it started when we came to Hyderabad. You were always saying Hyderabad was bad luck. It was not that, it was they used your talent for their selfish reasons. When the water has come up to her neck she is now coming out. She was telling that her Guruji told about you, you had a guardian angel behind you, and now another angel come to your rescue. The angel not only takes care of you, but she will also save you from all of those evil deeds. She took a breather and continued, where are you? When I went to your room, the owners said you had vacated the house and a lady came and took you in a car. What happened? Kumar said, I was in a very poor state and Nandini came and put me in her hospital. When I got cured, she took me to her house and gave me a room there. Now she started a software company and she told me she will look after the sales and I concentrate on installations. Now I am at Rao's hospital. She has a house on Gayatri Hills. She said, okay, we will come and meet you at the hospital, it is closer. Anita with Sugandha was at the hospital within half an hour, and a compounder brought them to his room. Kumar told the compounder to call Nandini to his room. Anita asked, what are you doing here? He said, it is my office room. I am installing the hospital software here. So what are you saying? At this time Nandini came and he introduced them. Nandini sat on another chair and looked at them. Anita said, Sugandha want to say something. They all looked at Sugandha. She said, I am so sorry for causing all this pain to you. I want to absolve myself of all the evil things I did to you. I brought these property papers and bank account details. She put a folder on the table. He picked up the folder and looked inside. There was nothing inside the folder except some white papers and folded newspapers. He looked up at Sugandha. Sugandha laughed manically and looked at Kumar mockingly. Sugandha said, what do you think, I will let go of my lifelong earnings like that? Looking at Nandini, is this your new angel who came to save you? I will see what she can do. If required I will spend all this money, but I will not give you a rupee. Anita asked, why are you doing like this Sugandha? What did I do to you? Did I ask you to apologize? What have you against me? Why did you do that in my house? Why did you act like that, as if you had a relationship with my husband? Do you have any feelings for him or is it just to break us up? Sugandha waited for a minute to see if Anita will say something. Seeing her seething with anger she said, I wanted to see this face of yours, seeing you helpless and do I have feelings for Kumar? Yes, I have feelings for him, I despise him. I hate him and I hate you. I hate you for being born my sister. I hate to share my parents with you. I hated that I had to share everything with you. Dad always liked you, I was nothing for him. Anita said, you were always Mama's coochie. Mom always supported you, why do you need Dad's support? Do you think he did not like you? Then when he came to see you, why did you refuse to entertain them? When Mom wanted to see you, why did you tell her not to come to your house? Sugandha got up from her chair and threw the papers on Kumar's face, shouted keep the papers, and stormed out of the room. Nandini looked at Anita as to what is all this. Anita said, sorry for her behavior, she was always like this only, she was jealous for no reason. How do you know Kumar? Nandini said, he is a friend. Anita asked, what Sugandha is telling about an angel behind you? Is it Nandini she is referring to? Kumar said, how do I know to whom she is referring to? Anita asked, what will we do? Kumar said, what will you do? You go back home and let me do my work. Anita looked at Kumar angrily. She might have thought Sugandha lied to her about their relationship, or whatever she said was lies. Now he is telling her to go back to where she came from. He did not ask her to come back. How can he say that he was dependent on Nandini? If anyone has to invite her to stay with them, it has to be Nandini, and she kept quiet. Even if Anita wants to comment on them, she would be around 30 years and he is 55. Anita stormed out angrily. Anita came back and said, Sugandha met with an accident, I saw her being brought into the hospital. They all got up and went to see what happened. Loveleen. It seems Kumar had cooled down on the bed. He was telling about what Nandini thought about our relationship. It was as if she knew about our relationship and decided to ignore it for the sake of Kumar's well-being. But Kumar was not like before in the bed. It must be his busy schedule. He has to look after all these companies and over that Nandini's father gave him the hospital administration too. Maybe he will put someone there and take a break. Now he has to concentrate on the new company, which is biggest of all the companies he set up. At $3 billion United States dollars capital, it will be one of the biggest companies in India. If he is successful in this endeavor, it will take the country at least 20 years into the future. He is going to target every industry with this company. He is sitting on the bed and thinking about something. He must have received some information. I went and looked at Dhruv. He must have just gotten up and he was moving his hands and legs. I picked him up and brought him into the bedroom. Kumar is still sitting on the bed. Normally he would get up and fix a cup of coffee. I sat beside him and handed him Dhruv. He took him and put him on his lap. Then he came back to the world. I asked him, what are you thinking? He said, I am seeing the original timeline, Kumar's interaction with Nandini. He is having some domestic problems and his wife left him and went to stay with their daughter. Now the reason for that is she thought she has seen him with another lady. Now, this lady informed his wife that she had played a prank. But there is more in the background about his misfortunes. It is not our concern. Today, courier company MD said he will inform about the investment by their parent company. I said, I will go and have a bath and come. Kumar. It seems Sugandha met with an accident and was put in the same hospital. Now what does it means? Did she met with accident because she did not apologize for her behavior? What do Sugandha's Guruji words mean? I have to see what happened next. I went over to my cabin and connected the leads to download the memories. I resumed reading the story. Anita called her mother to inform her of Sugandha's accident. She tried to reach Sugandha's daughters and no one took her call. She tried her husband's number. He did not lift the phone, so she left a message on his WhatsApp. He called back after half an hour and Anita informed about the accident and told him Sugandha is at Rao's hospital. Anita and Kumar went to see Sugandha in the emergency. She is being wheeled into the operation theatre. On the instruction of Nandini, they took her to the OT. After half an hour, Sugandha's husband Venkateshwarulu came to the hospital with their two daughters. He asked Anita, what happened? Anita replied, she met with an accident outside the hospital. Kumar is doing software development for this hospital. So, the hospital administrator gave go-ahead for the surgery. Venki asked, but what is she doing here at the hospital? Anita asked, didn't she tell you, Baba? Deepti said, she said she is going to see Guruji and went in the morning. Anita asked, Deepti, did she tell you that? Deepti replied, yes. Anita asked, but when did you come? I heard Priya met with an accident, did you come to see her? How are you doing, Priya? Deepti hesitated and replied yes, and Priya replied, I am okay. Kumar thought they are hiding something. Venki said, Deepti is staying with us now. Kumar thought she must have come back from her husband and they are trying to hide it, and Venki must be the kind of person who can't hide things. But why did she come back from her husband? He had been to their wedding, they are respectable people and distant relatives too. If they had some kind of disturbances, they should have involved relatives and brought them back. It might be karma circling back. It was her own words, not mine. Priya asked, but what is she doing here? Anita replied, we both came to see Kumar. Deepti asked, did mom have some kind of health problem? Anita replied, no, she went to see Guruji and he advised her to apologize to Kumar. Priya asked, but why would he advise to apologize to Kumar uncle? Anita replied, Sugandha played a prank on Kumar and because of that I left him staying with Rashmi. They all looked at Anita, what kind of prank Sugandha could have played? Anita did not reply and said, she brought me here saying she will apologize to Kumar, and at the last minute, she turned around, retracted her words and threw these papers on Kumar's face. Venki took the papers and looked at them and said, these are white papers only. Anita asked, Deepti, why did you come back from your in-laws? Deepti replied, he is having an affair. Anita said, he is not like that, who is he having an affair with? Deepti said, you know his cousin Tanmay's wife. Anita said, don't talk rubbish, why would she have an affair with your husband? Kumar thought she is hiding something, I know their family. Why would he do that? Tanmay mostly stays at home, how Deepak would have an affair with her? It is not his concern, what they do. But why Sugandha should target him to break us up? What is her end game? Is it what karma catches up with, by breaking her own daughter? Nandini came and informed them that the surgery is in progress and it might take some time. Kumar said, come, we will sit in my room. Sugandha's family said, we will sit here. Nandini said, Anita, come with me. He looked at Nandini, she nodded to come along. The three of them went to Nandini's cabin, leaving them outside the OT room. Nandini asked, what is their story? Kumar said, Deepti is married to our relative's son, now the girl they are accusing him of having affair with is their uncle's son's wife. These two families are close. Sugandha must be jealous of their closeness and accused her son-in-law of having affair. Anita continued the story, I came to know from some relatives what happened. After accusing him, and they went to their house for Deepti's daughter's birthday. Then later they took some relatives and reached their house and accused him of many things. After the relatives fixed up the matter, went away. Sugandha phoned the relatives returning and told them their son-in-law under influence of alcohol abused her in the night. Whereas in reality, she slept with her mother-in-law. They brought her from in-laws to their house and left her there and went away. Now it is confirmed that she had sent all the gold and cash in her procession with Venki 2 days prior to this meeting. It seems they have done this drama purposefully. Nandini asked, purposefully means they enacted this drama, just to get the gold and all. Anita said, it seemed like that only. Nandini asked, what it has to do with you two? Anita said, Sugandha enacted a drama to separate us. Blindly I fell for that. Nandini asked, what did she do? Anita said, I went to a nearby relative's house, leaving the main door unlocked as Kumar is working in the hall. Kumar left the door unlocked thinking I would come back and went to have a bath. I came in and opened the main door which was unlocked and entered the bedroom. What I find in front of me is that Sugandha is standing on the other side of the bed in front of the door holding her sari in front of her. I thought she was having an affair with Kumar and stormed out and later sent my daughter to collect my clothes. Now, what I understand is that Sugandha was fully clothed at the time and holding the sari in front of her just for show. Recently Sugandha's younger daughter Priya met with a small accident and Sugandha went and met their Guruji and he advised her to do penance else something terrible would happen. So, she called me to apologize to Kumar and return what they have siphoned from us. I did not understand that part. How they could siphon off money from us. You have seen how she behaved. Nandini said, I can't understand what is her problem. Anita said, Sugandha was having jealousy problems from the beginning. With the help of our mother, she would abuse others. Now I am getting an idea of how she could do all this. She must have acquired a taste for money. It seems they have started taking others' money using black magic. From the time we landed in Hyderabad, we started having money problems. Then after lots of problems we started to settle down after Kumar got a hospital project and later joined a software firm. In the software firm, he had to meet many clients. Then one of my relatives offered to get us a car and asked Kumar for payslips. From the time of his supplying the payslips, his problems started. He had to get the car as he can't drive a bike. The hospital he gave software has no proper access to the bus service. He appointed a driver to take him to his clients. Through the software firm, he got a project with another hospital. He was servicing these two hospitals. Then his manager joined the hospital and offered him an IT manager's job with the hospital. He had to maintain the car, because of transport problems. Now all these people became jealous of us having a car. She must be one of them. Nandini said, from all this what I understood as Sugandha is the type of person who wants to get her way. Anita asked, how long were you running this hospital? Nandini replied, this hospital, I was running for the last 5 years. Anita asked, what were you doing before that? Nandini replied, after completing hospital administration in the USA, I started looking after my father's hospital. I met my husband when he came to attend his sister's marriage and my father sent me to them to help out in their marriages. They are from Bombay. We clicked and I helped him develop hospital software, and our parents fixed our wedding, and after the wedding I went over to Bombay to look after his software firm. Then in the year 2014, I came back to this hospital to look after it. Anita asked, so, you left your husband in Bombay to help out at the hospital? Nandini said, no, I did not leave, I was sent here to look after the hospital. Anita asked, so, what is your interest in Kumar? Nandini said, he is a link to my husband. Anita asked, what do you mean by that? Nandini replied, my husband is somewhere I can't reach directly, so if I speak with Kumar, my husband can receive the messages. It took me 4 years to find Kumar. I inquired in Bombay, I checked with software companies there, but I could not find him. Then luckily I found him in Hyderabad through my connections with hospitals. No one knew where he is. At last one of his friends gave me his address. I went and found him in a perilous position, what with corona and all. Then I took him to a hospital, treated him and gave a room at our house. From then on he is staying with us. Anita asked, us means, who stays with you? Nandini replied, I have twins, one boy and one girl, Atul and Reena. They are 5 years now. Anita asked, but how could you send messages through my husband? Nandini said, if I tell you, you would not understand. Anita said, please tell me, I will try to understand. Nandini said, I came from another time and time traveled 20 years into the future. Kumar silently looked at them, listening to them talking. Anita said, you are correct, I would not understand. Kumar said, that is what I was thinking about, how you could be so young. Anita looked at him suspiciously and asked Kumar, do you know her? Kumar said, she is supposed to be my pen friend from the 1980s. Anita asked, so you are assuming she time traveled and she could be a pen friend with you? Nandini said, he is not my actual pen friend, I don't have any interaction with him until I came in search of him. Anita said, okay, I don't have a problem with you being friends. How much are you paying for the hospital software? Nandini said, don't worry about money, I know you were in financial problems. I am expecting a client for his software. If the sale is finalized, your financial problems will be behind you. Anita asked, Kumar, are you coming home? Kumar replied, you go ahead, I will come later to visit. Anita got up and went away angrily. Nandini said, why did you tell her that? Kumar said, you know how she left me and went away, why should I care for her feelings? Nandini said, you seem to take everything coolly, whereas she seemed to be hot-headed. He said, when she left me, we were married for more than 20 years, still she did not think twice before leaving me. Maybe at that time she must have thought I don't have any money. There is an announcement for Nandini to come to OT. She got up and went over. I completed reading the file and saved it under original timeline folder. I have not received anything useful from his story. But it seems our software knowledge has been transmitted from him only. How he being just a commerce graduate became an EDP in charge with his hard work. I took the printed blueprints and filled the forms sent with the driver to Bob for patenting. Different softwares are being prepared by AI for mobile phones. I need to develop ICs for these phones to use them. My mobile rang and it is Sonali, she said. Mitali accepted to become medical superintendent. One problem is solved. If Sonali becomes free, I can use her in one of my enterprises. I told her, try to appoint a manager under Mitali and pass on the responsibilities. I have more work here for you. I will come and meet you later. I am more desperate for top management people than dead Kumar. At least I had an easy run with the people who worked for me. He had to do the test and run strategy. Except for Pujari Kumar, all others have prospered in Bombay. Pujari Kumar's life is altogether different, all others have gone into software development including me except for maybe CA Kumar. But this original timeline Kumar seems to have shifted to Hyderabad, which must be the reason he could not develop a software development firm. Later on, he started with his relatives but failed due to interference from some quarters. Maybe Sugandha's jealousy has some hand in it. What happened to Sugandha and her family? I closed my eyes. Kumar was visiting Sugandha daily to check her progress. She was in a coma for the last 2 days. And when her husband Venki came to visit her, Kumar asked, "Where are your daughters?" Venki was flustered and did not answer. Kumar looked at him, he seemed confused and with problems. He thought that his problems was not his concern. But Sugandha was his concern as she was in the hospital owned by Nandini. It was a week after the accident. Kumar sat down beside Sugandha's bed and saw her still in a coma. I felt that Kumar was mentally caressing her and feeling her. He was thinking of touching her boobs and pressing them. Then he came down to her cunt and touched her and moved his fingers around. Then he started to feel her in his mind and he did everything short of having sex with her. I thought, what is he doing? Why did he do that? Did he have any feelings for her? Then I saw Sugandha having a disgusting face even in coma and she started to move. Kumar got up and went to call the nurse. A nurse went in and Kumar stopped at the door. Seeing her moving violently, the nurse went to call the doctor. Kumar went and sat in front of Nandini. She looked up and continued her work. After a few minutes, a nurse came running and told Nandini, "Madam, your patient has come out of the coma." Nandini asked her how did it happen. She replied, "I don't know." We all went to the room where Sugandha was kept. He went and stood at the side with Nandini. Sugandha was looking at him angrily and trying to say something. It seems she could not talk and looked at us with fire in her eyes. Kumar smiled at her and said, "Did you wake up?" She glared at him. Nandini asked the doctor for her vitals. The nurse said she is better now. She should recover in no time. Nandini asked her, "Did you call their family?" She said, "I tried to call her daughters, but they came switched off and her husband did not lift the phone." Kumar said her daughters did not come to visit for the last 5 days. Sugandha has a scared look. Kumar said it seems her daughter went back to her husband. She tried to say something. The nurse tried to understand what she is trying to say, but could not understand. Then Venki breathed in and asked, "What happened?" The nurse said she came out of the coma. Kumar looked at him. Instead of relief there is fear on his face. Kumar said, "She is asking where are your daughters." Venki looked around as if to tell in front of us all. Sugandha moved her head in question. Venki said to Sugandha, "You know, I took a loan of 10 lakhs through an app and they were demanding repayment. Now that money I had lent to various parties and they were not ready to repay immediately. So, they have taken our daughters as collateral." Kumar asked, "When did that happen?" Venki said 6 days back. Kumar asked, "Did you report this to the police?" Venki replied, "They said not to report to the police." Kumar said, "Have you gone mad? Why did you not report then? Now it is too late to do anything." He stood there thinking. His thoughts were passed on to me. Whom to contact? Then Kumar called his sister Rajani and asked for the phone number of a relative of Deepti's husband. He is Tanmay's father. He explained the situation to Tanmay's father and he said he will look into the matter. In half an hour Tanmay landed at the hospital with Sandesh, Deepti's husband. Kumar took both of them to his office room in the hospital and explained the situation. Sandesh said when Deepti went from her home she took all the gold under her handover and went away. I heard Venki sold off all the gold and turned over the money in loans. So, what is the need to take a loan? Kumar asked what amount he could have got on the gold. Sandesh said he would have at least got 25 to 30 lakhs on that. Pranay asked what happened to auntie. How did she meet with an accident? Kumar replied, Anita and Sugandha came to me to apologize. Pranay asked, apologize? What for? Kumar replied, Sugandha played a prank on me and Anita, at least that is what she told us. Sandesh asked what kind of prank and why would she play it? Kumar said, I feel shy to even say this. But you have to understand the situation, so I am relating the turn of the events and explaining how Sugandha played it. I don't know what kind of feeling she has for us. She came to Anita that she will apologize to me but instead, she threw white papers in my face. I don't know what she wants to achieve by that. When she is going from a hospital, she met with an accident outside the hospital. Sandesh said I suspected she has gone mad with jealousy. I did not understand her modus operandi. Until our wedding she was okay. Slowly she started to fill Deepti's mind with unnecessary things. Otherwise, how did she get these ideas about I am having affairs with his wife? She was like a sister to me. From the time of their marriage, she was tying Rakhi to me. Over that, I treat their children as nieces and nephews which she could not bear. Until our daughter was born she was somewhat okay. After that, Deepti changed drastically, maybe due to staying with her parents. She was not doing any work at home. Even my mother did not admonish her for not helping her. She would come down from her room leisurely, would have breakfast and go to her room only come down for lunch and dinner. She kept me away from the time of her pregnancy. In the meantime, Anita came over and stood at the door and listened. Kumar looked at her and told her to come and sit. He explained the situation with Venki's daughters. I felt a hand on my shoulder and opened my eyes. My vision was broken by Loveleen. I looked at her. Loveleen said, "Come for dinner, it is getting late." I got up from my chair and sauntered home. After dinner, I sat on the bed. Loveleen came after 10 minutes. I asked her did Dhruv slept. She replied he is already sleeping. She came and sat beside me. I remembered Kumar's mental treatment of Sugandha. Where did he get the idea to bring her back from the coma? Can we use the same way to bring people from the coma using our mind-controlling machine? Thinking about the mind-reading machine, I remembered first Kumar's interaction with Loveleen when they met first time in the hotel room. Does all these memories are mentally blocking my sex drive, which has reduced tremendously during the last 2 years? Or is that after Nandini went away? Loveleen asked, "What are you thinking?" I said, "I was thinking about the original Kumar's interaction with his sister-in-law." Loveleen asked, "What did he do?" I replied, "He did mental therapy to wake her up from the coma." Loveleen asked, "How could he do that?" It seems she has connected to him at the mind level, so he used that by thinking dirty thoughts about her, and she woke up from the coma. Loveleen said, "She could have woken up naturally from the coma, you might be thinking otherwise." I said, "I saw her face when she saw him at the hospital, she has a problem with talking, otherwise she would have blasted him for touching her inappropriately." Loveleen asked, "Did he touch her inappropriately?" "No, he was just thinking that, when she woke up she had a disgusting face as if someone raped her." Loveleen said, "It seems he has read one more leaf than you." I said, "Who is he? We have come from him only." Loveleen asked, "What do you mean?" I said, "He is our original, we have split from him only. We have the same childhood as he had. The split did not start until he finished SSC. I took her face in my hand and started to kiss her and she kissed back passionately. After our coupling, I thought I have not lost the touch. It must be my busy schedule or Loveleen's motherhood. It is the first meeting of the shareholders of the IC's manufacturing company. The first point on the agenda is the name of the company, and I proposed Kumar's International Silicon Manufacturing Company Public Limited. I wanted to have my name part of the company. My name should be known by the company. I don't have much capital, but the knowledge itself makes for the management of the company. Even if someone else takes over the management, I won't lose much. Because I have set up this company to manufacture ICs for Future India. We will receive royalties from the development of components. And Future India will receive income from sales of products manufactured by it. In between, I can develop and manufacture the future items required by Bob. From the visions, he had collected blueprints and prototypes from me and delivered them to other timelines. I thought I would have some opposition to the name and thought of some alternative names. But they have unanimously accepted the name. They must have thought the name would not matter, or they must have thought having my name would bring some kind of authenticity. The second point is accepting the share capital and investment by the members. I submitted the list of shareholders and their shares in the capital amount. The members unanimously accepted the list of shareholders. Next in the agenda is objectives of the company. Our main objective is developing and manufacturing integrated circuits, or take orders from clients for manufacturing chips, or other items which are capital intensive. Land for the factory is already provided by Anand near our lab at measuring 20 acres. My father-in-law Mr. Sabha Rao would be building the factory. He is already doing the recon work. We will be importing equipment from the USA. I provided pro forma invoices to the members for review. Finally, the selection of board members has been done. Various groups have appointed their directors. And from the side of the government one director has been appointed. Finally, all the points put forward for the members have been approved. After the meeting, I sent the papers for registration of the company. A bank account has already been opened for receiving the share capital. Any 2 authorized signatures have been provided for signing the checks. Through the document center, I have sent the documents ordering the equipment to New York for immediate delivery to the manufacturers of equipment with appropriate advance. Future India has received an order for circuits for defense equipment from the government. Design and development would be done by our software company. Manufacturing will be done by Future India by ordering ICs from the new company. Before the company set up, we started to receive orders for Future India. We got an order for flat TV circuits from the JV of Godrej, Bajaj and Reliance. So, from the time of starting production, the new company would be busy for a year without receiving new orders with it from Future India. It took us 6 months for building the factory. As it was being built by my father-in-law, he did not require constant supervision. In anticipation of the supply of ICs, I started preparing the circuits. I got them ready for the insertion of ICs. When the ICs are ready, they need to be put in, the products would be ready. When the factory is ready and the equipment is installed, it became a state-of-the-art manufacturing unit in India. Chapter 6. The year 1994. Kumar. Kumars International was inaugurated by PM as the government have a controlling interest in the unit. Now the production started and I started to send the blueprints received for production to Future India, who would in turn order ICs from Kumars International. After 9 months I got some breathing space and gave a party for Laveen's birthday. From one party to another party our guests are increasing in numbers. All our shareholders and friends and consortium members were present at the party. We had to use the 3 bungalows backyard for the party. With all these people, politicians and Rajveer Khanna's party members were present. PM has visited briefly with his defense secretary for a consultation. Finance minister had agreed to bring reforms in excise duty collections and was contemplating tax collections too. There is a background talk of going directly to GST format too. They have collected from me documents pertaining to the 3 formats. They have put up the changes in the form of a bill and put up for Parliament discussion. They called it Excise Duty and Sales Tax Amendment Bill 1994. After discussions, opposition parties have made suggestions. It seems they made those suggestions just to make them. Finally the bill was passed and made a part of the budget for 1994-95. Until today I did not get a chance to look at other timelines data received. First I checked with original timeline. Sugandha was in the hospital for 3 months and her voice did not return. Doctors said during the accident, some part of the brain was damaged which controls speech. At the time of discharge, she was passing on the messages by writing on a slate or on the mobile while outside. Nandini used her contacts in the hospital industry and got another hospital contract for Kumar. They wanted to purchase the software with code and she haggled with them and finalized 50 lakhs for the software. She sold the data away to a matrimonial service company for an amount of 1 crore. Now Kumar is flush with funds. Deepti went back to her husband. Venki went and hid in his in-law's place until Sugandha was discharged. He tried to recover his loans but he could only recover small loans and bigger loans were asking for more time. Pranay and Sandesh got some relief for him to repay the loan to the app. Venki asked Sugandha for land papers to clear the loan, but she refused to give them to him. Next, I looked at Pujari Kumar's file. Sneha was cured and returned to her timeline. Bob brought her to Kumar and collected the balance of $500,000. Atul and Molly were going steady. Kumar and Sneha were planning to fix their marriage. In CA Kumar's timeline, Leena was given a team to develop vaccines for various viruses. As the head of the team, she was given a grant and they moved through the world collecting viruses from countries like India and from the countries of the African continent. They would take them to their lab and check for existing medicines and vaccines against those viruses. It seems she has not reached the year 2019 when a virus from China struck the whole world. I wanted to see what she does in those circumstances. It seems my timeline and CA Kumar's timeline alone have a chance of escaping from the virus attack of 2019. All other timelines have crossed the time and have stopped somewhere at the end of 2020 and I could not see beyond that time. So, I have to review the original timeline once more to find out what happened there. Laveen. Kumar threw a party for my birthday. It was the biggest party thrown by Kumar until now. VVIPs and even foreign guests have arrived for the party. I don't know how he managed the capital for IC's manufacturing. They built a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility. Now he is busy with this company. I had to take the burden of the manufacturing company. Kumar is transferring and ordering product by product for manufacturing. If he had not brought equipment, it would have been difficult for reaching the targets. He is supplying the TV circuits to the JV. There are many companies are asking for circuits for their products, which they would package and sell. Even Prime Minister visited briefly. This must be a first for the PM to visit a birthday party, even though they wanted to discuss about some matters. It seems Kumar asked the Defense Secretary for consultation. It must be a serious matter for him to call them for giving information and for PM himself to come to the meeting. When I asked Kumar about their visit, he replied it is about an order for Future India. I did not expect to get an order from them to the tune of rupees 500 crores to be delivered in 6 months. Kumar asked for the ICs for this order to be delivered immediately and asked Future India to ready the circuits immediately. Out of this order, 50 crores are being paid to his software company as royalty for the technology and 50 crores for manufacturing of ICs and the rest of 400 crores as income for Future India. Now I understood how these companies were set up by Kumar. Now for this order, he had ordered equipment worth 200 crores from the USA. These are state-of-the-art circuit manufacturing units. This equipment will be able to produce circuits at unimaginable speeds. I understand this will speed up the order processing for other companies too. I heard companies like Intel and AMD have approached him for manufacturing computer CPUs. Kumar has also taken up the production of computer hard disks at Kumar's International. Overall, these companies have become very busy in bringing the country into the 21st century. Kumar was telling in another year India will surpass the USA in technological might. Chapter 7. The year 1995. Kumar. On the day of the 1st of January, I look back at the last year. Our Kumar's International has orders for another 6 months. We stopped accepting orders for this financial year. Our first priority is completing government orders, especially defense orders. Then orders from our consortium members, then from shareholders of Future India. Then others orders. I took Sonali to my software firm to help in cataloging and patenting blueprints and software. Most of the software development is done by AI. Joy and her developers work to only check and pass the software, install and maintenance. We with the USA firms have taken transponders on satellites and started beaming internet. We have set up servers in the USA and searching and cataloging information, the work of Future Google. We have taken trademark of Google and set up a company in the USA being run by Praveen. This company I set up from my own funds received from selling royalties in the USA. Now our smart mobiles are ready after testing and I am ready with the software for auctions. I want to sell software apps on mobile phones. Companies can buy and provide services through the apps. The same way I am auctioning Windows applications. Now Windows 95 software is out in the market. We are ready with the applications to run on them. I am in consultation with MS to provide them with a higher version of the Windows software. My mobile phone rang. It is Manali Hotel landline number. Normally Pratap Singhania would call on his mobile phone. Must be some staff member. I connected the call and said hello. It is Sunita. There is an urgency in her voice. I asked, Sunita, what happened? Sunita with a quiver in her voice, Pratap went on a trek with a group and he is not replying on his satellite phone. I asked, why did he go on this weather? It should be snowing. Sunita said, those tourists have asked him to take them trekking. I said, I am coming now, don't worry. Cut the call and thought what should I do? I called Ram and asked him to go to Manali, I am also coming there. I picked up the GPS scanner, went to the transporter and transported it to Manali. Ram has not yet arrived. I called Pratap's mobile number and it is out of range. At present we are only covering the town around the hotel. I tried his satellite phone. It is ringing and no one picked it up. Either it is left someplace or the holder of the phone do not able to attend to the phone. It has taken Ram 1 hour to reach Manali. He has come with his full gear for trekking. We have taken 2 of the local guides with us and started our search with the use of GPS scanning for the satellite phone. I don't know much about trekking, but my brother Ram is an experienced trekker and he even tried to scale Kanchenjunga peak. They had to return due to their food supply has been vandalized by animals in their base camp. I followed the group by scanning the GPS location and general direction of the people who went for the trekking suggested by the local guides. We reached the base camp and they left part of the food items there in a tent and took the GPS scanner and went further up to check for the group. I sat down in the tent and has nothing to do so I dozed off. I heard the sound of a helicopter and looked at the time. It is after 5 p.m. I came out of the tent and looked up. It seemed to be flying towards the accident site indicated by the GPS. It seems they found the team members. After half an hour I heard the sound of the chopper and came out and looked at the sky. The chopper seemed to be returning. They dropped the guides and Ram at our site and flew away. After half an hour the chopper returned to pick us up. We returned to the hotel and paid the guides and they left. Sunita already left for the hospital and we took another car and reached the hospital. Sunita informed us that 2 of the group are dead and the rest are seriously injured. Their status is only known the next day. I told Ram, you can take a car and return to the hotel and return from there to Bombay. I sat with Sunita outside the ward where the group were treated and waited for any information on them. Loveleen. I called Kumar on his mobile. He answered and when asked where are you, he replied he is in Manali. Pratap and a group of tourists were met with an accident, 2 of the tourists dead and others are in serious condition. He is waiting with Sunita for any information on the patients. Then Ram called me and explained the situation in Manali and how he had to go there and rescue them with the help of 2 of the guides. I got a call from Kumar's International. They called to say Kumar is not reachable. I told them he was in an unreachable place and to try now he will be available on his mobile. One writer came and dropped 2 manuscripts on the table and told me to pass them to Kumar and went away. I opened the manuscript and started to read it. Kumar. I cut the call from Loveleen and the mobile rang again. This time it is Bob. It was the first time him calling me. Normally I call him with requests. I connected the call and said, "Tell me, Mr. Bob." Bob asked, "Where are you at present?" I said, "I am in Manali. Pratap Singhania and some tourists have met with an accident and I came to search for them. Now they are in the hospital." Bob said, "Can you come to Bombay? I would like to take you to the underground bunker on the island." Part 10. The final chapter. Chapter 1. Kumar. Bob took me to Madras by flight and we landed at Madras airport. We changed into a helicopter and we flew to an island. There we landed at a marked place. We got down and walked a few meters. He pressed a button on a plaque standing there in the middle of nowhere. It revealed a numeric pad. He pressed some numbers and earth shifted to reveal a lift which came up. We entered the lift and we went down. When the lift stopped and its door opened, we entered a room. Bob punched keys on the keypad and the door opened to reveal a kind of lab. He showed the many types of equipment placed there. Bob said, "This is where we are operating from at present. We were trying to read the future, but we can't move forward from 2021 September. So, we don't have any idea of the future of this earth. There are going to be life-changing events after September 2021. We decided to merge all the timelines we have split your life into. At present we have 7 timelines running and 7 Kumars with their families, which are slightly different in each timeline. Each Kumar is also into different occupations with different assets he accumulated. We will shift all of you into a single place in the original timeline and would merge these timelines. When these timelines are merged, each of you will also be merged and become one person with the abilities of many. After the merging, we will check each of you and find your abilities, and as per the situation at the time we will inform you what your role in the world would be. We hope you will take appropriate decisions at the required time and bring the world from the turmoil." I asked, "Why do you think the world is going into turmoil and who would be responsible?" Bob said, "You must have read the story of Lord Krishna, how he with the help of Pandavas went and destroyed the Rakshasas. Somewhere someone has left over or hidden by them. They are working underground and are trying to destroy the world. If you have seen the history of the 20th century, it started with the First World War and then Spanish flu hit the world. Then there is the Wall Street crash of 1929. Then World War II. Now some countries in Africa are reeling under famine. But all over the world, it is cyclones, floods and loss of life and crops. Then there is a war in the air. Then we don't know what they planned." I asked, "Who are they?" Bob said, "I told you they are whom you refer to as Rakshasas or demons. They must be planning something huge. They have links to a lot of terror organizations. Whenever a major event happens in the world they would have some hand in it. Like the Twin Towers attack, and the Mumbai terror attacks to name a few. Now the world is inching toward the Great Prelaying, that is the Great Flood. If it happens there is no way the world could recover from it and the total earth and its life forms would be destroyed. There is no way we can recover mankind from such an event. We don't have the manpower to do that. We have requested extra manpower but our heads have refused to provide help, saying this has to happen now or later. Our hands are tied, so we are left with doing our own experiments to save mankind. Now our representative Kalki is supposed to be raised at this point, but we could not get our head to send the required DNA for doing that. So, we created you and to make you stronger, we have created timelines and will merge them to make you a stronger person. Then on, you will be called Kalki. You will be the savior of the world." I asked, "But what can I do to stop all this?" "You are the most read person of all. I have made sure you have read all the Puranas to understand what was the past and how they all have worked to bring the world into order. You are also the most knowledgeable person of all the Kumars. You have already read all the timelines and their effects on the world. I have seen how you changed the atmosphere in the world with your knowledge of the future. By stopping the assassination, how you changed the future by stopping the Babri Masjid demolition, had preponed the nuclear testing. You have used the knowledge acquired through the mind-reading machine, by putting it to good use. You could come with big companies, which no other Kumar could do. With your efforts, you have changed the world order and made India one of the most advanced countries in the world. Now our superiors have asked me to bring you to them to have some consultations. You hand over the company to Loveleen to look after while we visit my boss." I asked him how long will it take to go and come. Bob said it might take around a year. I asked where are we going, which will take a year to travel. Bob said, we will be going to Mars and my boss would be reaching there. We will consult him and will return, so the total time would be 2 years. I asked, you mean to say, I should keep away from these businesses for at least 2 years? Bob said, do you doubt they can't take care of the businesses when you are away? I thought I am not dead Kumar who left his partners to fend for themselves. I have given them enough training and free hand to run the companies. Can't they look after the companies for 2 years? I can delegate authority to Loveleen to look after the companies. She can check the blueprints prepared by the AI and then send them for production. The board can appoint someone to take charge or let Loveleen look after the companies until I return. If I go with Bob, at least I will have an idea of what I can expect in the future, which I have no idea at present time. Instead of worrying what happens after 2020, I can prepare myself for that period. I am already ahead of 20 years in technology. I said, I know they can run the companies without my intervention. The AI can take care of the products for many years coming. I don't think there will be something to be care of immediately, either politically or personally. Bob said, that is the spirit, let us go back to Bombay and you prepare for the journey. I make arrangements to travel to Mars. Chapter 2. Kumar. I informed the board about my going away for 2 years to attend some personal business. I recommended to appoint Loveleen as interim MD for the time I will be away. The products developed by our software company will fill the gap for another 25 years at least. I informed our partners in the lab about my going away for 2 years and informed them our lab will develop and deliver medicines and vaccines for foreseeable future. Set everything. I went and met Bob at his office. First, we were transferred to the moon base on the original timeline. From there we have taken a spaceship, which was parked on the dark side of the moon. At the correct time decided by the captain of the ship, which would take us to Mars in the shortest time and shortest route. The design of the spaceship and its gravity flow in the speed at which it is traveling all point to it being developed by intelligent beings far more advanced than us. Bob explained that this speed drive was developed by Future India in the year 2018, which they have incorporated into their ship. This gravity system will be developed by your company in the year 2017. They reversed the system of anti-gravity packs to develop this gravity system for spaceships. Future India develops a Mars probe with the Indian Space Agency. I didn't understand why Bob was telling all about my future events. Bob took me to the library on board the ship and told me to look at the mythological books. He said, I know you have some knowledge of the mythology, but I will update your brain to read the books in the original language, not translated versions. He told me to sit on a chair and placed a kind of helmet and removed it after a few minutes. I took a book from the cupboard and looked at the preface. It is most probably in their language and I could read it and understand it. I sat down in a chair and started reading the book. Chapter 3. Kumar. We landed on Mars near a hill. Bob has given me a spacesuit and we walked to the entrance of the door on a small building near the hill. Bob put his hand on the door and the door opened and we entered a small enclosure the size of a big elevator. The door closed and another door opened in the back of the small room. We entered a big hall with lots of instruments and computers on tables and people sitting there and monitoring the systems. Bob took me to a room and told me, this is your room, you take a rest and we will meet our boss later. I went and lay on the bed and closed my eyes. From the time I was on board, I was not receiving any dreams from other timelines. Once I lay on the bed, I was bombarded with dreams which were overlapping. I was disturbed for over an hour and went to deep sleep afterwards. Loveleen. It is now 6 months since Kumar went on a tour. He said it would take at least 2 years for his travel. The board of directors has accepted me as the managing director for Kumar's International and Future India too. I am the kind of person who would take my work seriously if I am given independent charge. We have another year for Dad's Haryana elections. I know I can't give any time to him with all these business activities. I hope he will be able to manage the elections. Being in the chair has its own advantages. The phone rang, and it's Sonali asking for permission to send blueprints for production. I said, bring them to me, I will verify them and then you can send them. When Sonali brought the blueprints, I verified they were patented and approved for production. If not, they will start duplicating the items, especially the items we are developing for defense. My whole day is spent going through the company's affairs. It is 9 o'clock when I reached home. Dhruv was waiting for me to come home. I asked him, why aren't you sleeping? Dhruv said, I want you to rock me to sleep. Where is Dad? I took him outside and showed him the stars and said, Dad went over there and he will come back in some time. Now if you sleep, he will come in your dreams. I put him in bed and rocked him, he slowly went to sleep. I changed and came into the dining room to have dinner. I felt odd to have dinner without Kumar beside me. From the time Nandini went over to build the lab, he was having lunch and dinner with me. Now, when will he sit beside me to have dinner? I completed dinner, sat on the sofa, took the file on the teapot and started to go through it. Kumar. I don't know how long I slept. I was awoken by the light earthquake. I put down my feet on the ground. I felt light tremors on touch. I came out of the room. There is an arrow pointing to the dining hall. I went towards the dining room. There is no one there in the room, but I found a coffee and tea machine. I pressed the coffee button after placing a cup in the holder. I tasted the coffee and it tasted like the coffee I daily have. They must be getting the supplies from the earth. After completing the coffee, I came back to the hall with computers and instruments. I found an empty seat in front of the computer. I sat down and touched the mouse beside the keyboard. A mouse might not have been seen by the people on earth. I have seen them work and plan to have them developed by our company. I looked at the screen. It is the Linux system and there is a shortcut named email. I clicked it and a guest login is connected. I typed Loveline's email it and sent a message that I have reached Mars and I'm comfortable here and clicked send. I know it would take time to reach and I can't expect a reply immediately. I went to the library and chose a book and sat down to read it. While reading the book, I understood how the translations were made of these books. That could be the reason Bob has given me the option to read them in the original. One thing happened is that they don't have the correct words to describe the things on this book and some things they don't have any idea of what it could mean. Especially about warheads. From the future knowledge gained by me, I could take another meaning than what was translated earlier by the writers. I was waiting for Bob to call me to meet his boss, and read the books for time pass. After 2 hours of reading, Bob did not turn up. I went to the dining hall and selected a ready-made food pack from the cupboard and heated it in the oven and placed it on a plate and brought it to the table and sat down. Did he go somewhere? Possibly to bring his boss. But where his boss would be, if not here? It has taken Bob a fortnight to return with his boss. Bob called me to meet with his boss. He introduced him as Indrasen and me to him as Kumar. Indrasen studied me for perhaps 10 minutes. After that he spoke. So, you are Kumar, Bob was speaking so highly of. So, are you still receiving the dreams from the future? I said, not during the journey, but the first day I landed here, I was bombarded with dreams. But I could not interpret them without my interface and AI. Indrasen said, it's okay, we don't need to know your dreams. I want to know what you will do under certain circumstances. I said, ask me, sir, and I will try to answer your question to my best. Indrasen asked, if a war is looming large on the horizon, what will do to ease the tensions? I asked, what kind of powers I would have, sir? Indrasen thought a minute and said, you will have the power to decide to take any action based on the circumstances. I said, I will study the situation and take appropriate action on that. I will give an example of India and Pakistan. If Pakistan is elevating tensions and calling India for war, it would be their stupidity, because what I planned for the future of India in the defense sector, they don't stand a chance. Using a spy equipment we had planned to acquire codes for their nuclear arsenal and change them to get access for ourselves. First I would warn them, but I will not bow down to them. We are already tracking their military heads with our satellites. At required times we can eliminate them. That would put a stop to their war machinery. With our future knowledge, I know what are the weak points in the security and would try to strengthen them. If the war is imminent, I would not just order war on them, I would keep China and Bangladesh in hindsight. There is a chance that China would attack from northeast region. Indrasen asked, what is your views on religions? I know it is a trick question. I don't want to say I support religions for his sake. I took a moment to gather my thoughts and said, I would say religion is a necessary evil. It is required to keep people in line. It is what is keeping our Indians from going on a rampage to do sinful things. The fear of sin and hell keeps the majority of people from doing sinful things. Still, the number of people going towards this is increasing by day. They found a loophole in if they give part of their earnings to gods, they can absolve themselves. Now, what Christianity says, if you take penance you will be absolved of your sins. Some people use religion to siphon off money and live grandeur lives. So in the future religion can't contain sinful behavior from the majority of people. Politicians use religion and caste for getting votes. Reservations are another contentious issue. Instead of abolishing the caste system, it promotes it. Due to this the poor hardly can get the advantage of it, instead, it is well-off people who take advantage of it. Another problem it raises is that those who are well-off are taking advantage of it. This creates an imbalance in the scenario. Those who are worthy would get to the top. I think your experiments on timelines prove that. Indrasen asked, so you mean to say the reservation system should be abolished? I said, I am not against the reservation system, it should be used wisely. Not just for political gains. It can be used for students and sports personalities who have talent, but could not raise in life due to constraints of money. You might find a great sportsperson from a shanty, or a great scientist living in a hamlet. Why do you think with the talent and population, why India can't beat countries like Australia? Because we don't have the kind of facilities they have in sports. We are only good in sports like cricket and hockey. Indian sports like kabaddi and kho-kho which doesn't need big stadiums. We can have these sports in simple surrounding or small stadiums. Indrasen asked, why don't you think of providing them with training facilities rather than lament about not availability of facilities? I said, with my limited resources I am trying to elevate all the fields. One by one I am working in other fields, not only manufacturing. I am planning to decrease dependency on labor for farming by using machinery and shift the labor used there to manufacturing by providing training. This will have a two-pronged advantage. One, production will increase in farming and more labor force will be available for manufacturing. In the long run, their status in society will improve. Indrasen asked, if I provide a grant of $10 billion to you, where will you use them and why? I said, I will use it in multiple fields. I want to change the education system from examination to knowledge system. I will put a system where we will find each person's interests and show him the path to go the way of his interests. With my initiatives we can reduce the unemployment and people will have choices available to them. Slowly the country will move from labor-intensive system to technology-intensive system. I have seen how the sports have lost shine in other timelines. I will concentrate on all the sports facilities which should be available to all the common people with some kind of promise. By the next Olympics, our country should improve our medal tally. We will try to send largest contingent to win maximum medals. Indrasen asked, if you have money, do you have some kind of planning for the future? I said, I certainly do. I have mentioned all those points in our consortium meeting when starting Future India. My main reason for founding Future India is to take India into 21st century as a developed nation rather than a developing nation. Indrasen looked at Bob. Bob told me you can go to your room, I will let you know when we can return. I got up and walked back to my room and lay down. Lovely. I received an email from Kumar that he has reached Mars safely. He is waiting to meet the boss and return to Earth. He wrote in detail about the technologies being used in the spaceship and on Mars. He also wrote about the technologies that will be developed in our companies. After a month I received another message that he is starting from Mars and the details he will speak with me personally. Kumar. Bob called me to meet Indrasen before he leaves. Indrasen said, I agree with your beliefs. But I want to check how you will act once you are given power. So, I want to see how you will act. You go and try to put your ideas into practice. Based on that we take a meeting later on and decide final action. I am giving you 10 billion in grant to use as you seem fit. We will review your progress in 15 years' time. Hope you will come up to our expectations. I will take leave. I have instructed Bob what you are supposed to work out. He will provide all necessary support to you to reach your goals. Now I will take leave. Bob will leave me and will come back to take you to Earth. Goodbye and good luck. They both went away. Possibly Bob went to drop Indrasen from where he had come from. So he must be stationed nearby in a week's traveling distance. I went to the library waiting for Bob to return. Chapter 4. Kumar. Bob said, as mentioned by our superior Mr. Indrasen, I am giving you a grant of 10 billion and will provide all the support requested by you. You have 15 years time to complete your mission. We will review this after the completion of 15 years. To be continued in the sequel, The Rays of Kalki.